I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill. Chapters 63 to 120. Chapters 63, Slum Raid. We jumped to the shade of a tree and checked the situation while hiding in the bushes on a hill overlooking the subhuman settlement. I had thought that there might be a possibility of reconciliation with the tribal union, but I was probably just a peace-loving Japanese who had gotten used to modern Japan. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend in this world. The place could only be described as a slum, and it was as miserable as a picture of a community of discriminated races. The domestic wastewater that flowed from the neat residential areas of Trentland bubbled up like a stagnant ditch, wetting, staining, and corroding the floors of the shacks made of scrap wood. Even though the building has a slightly elevated floor, it has already lost all meaning because either the amount of domestic wastewater has increased or the shack itself has tilted or sunk. It would be strange not to get sick if you live in such an environment, even though they are refugees from a ruined country. Is it really necessary to mistreat them like this? I've heard that the leaders of Kasemayan have spent a lot of money to bring them in. Since they don't have any ongoing influence, there's no one to blame for the violation. I guess that's what they thought. Now there was no point in waiting for a response. 2 days later, I was about to go down to the settlement, but Miral stopped me with one hand. Wait. Someone is coming. She must have already guessed what kind of person it was. Miral had Uzi in her hand. I'll return the MAC-10 to you, Joshua. It's all ready. You're right. There seems to be no point in exploring while running and hiding. The first to enter the subhuman settlement before we did was a group of about 10 men armed with filthy gear. I'm not sure if there is such a thing in the tribal union territory, but it seems to be a group of mercenaries. Hey, Sunil, we've come for you. Hey, get your ass out here, or I'll kill you and all the half-beasts here. A woman who appeared to be an elf emerged from the shack in the settlement after hearing the vile shouting. What is this about? You don't need to ask. It's an invitation from the Lord. I don't even know what happened to Miss N and the others. Do you really think I'd accept such a request? The men smirked and smiled down at the elven woman, who was stuffing her face with anger. The elven woman called Sunil was a beauty of about 20 years old, if not older. I don't need to ask what the Lord's purpose in summoning her is. No, you should be drinking. Hey? Oh, well, you still waiting for that Miss N? That's a hell of a story. She's given up on you people. She doesn't want to live like a rat in a garbage dump like this. Now she's living a happy and interesting life, eating delicious food every day. That's impossible. Well, people change, especially if you're a half-beast. But maybe she felt bad that she was the only one living in luxury, so she thought she'd invite you to join her. Don't be ridiculous. She would never think such a thing. A man carrying a large sword pulls something out of his pocket. As he threw it at the feet of the elven woman, she froze and was speechless. The large man with the spear laughs, clutching his stomach at the sight of her. You see what I mean? Yes. It's that Chibi's hair. Even a stubborn woman with long ears like you should believe it when you see it. Good grief, that's sweet. If you don't believe me, that's fine. This is what was it again? Sanitary issues. Yeah, that's it. Too much dirt is a source of the plague. The Lord told us to burn it down, every rat. Miral stood up and walked slowly down the hill. There is not the slightest intention of hiding anymore. Joshua, don't stop. Don't be silly. I'm in no mood for that kind of thing anymore. Half of me is disappointed that my dream of becoming a friend with human nations is gone. But the other half is. I stowed the MAC-10 and took out my AKM instead. Honestly, I can't tell you how happy I am. I can kill those bastards without a care in the world. The AKM, which had a longer range than the Uzi, signaled the beginning of the battle. A well-aimed 7.62mm round accurately shattered the men's knees, forcing the two with the big swords and spears to crawl into the ditch. Drink water from a ditch, you bastards. Wait a minute, Joshua. Leave me a target too. That's right. We only need one man alive to get the story out of him, and if he gets shot by an AKM, he might die of shock. Don't worry, they're not going to die easy. Oh, I'm really pissed off. A single shot from a .45 caliber pistol quickly knocks down the men, but it doesn't kill any of them instantly, leaving them rolling around moaning in pain. Hold your crotch. Ah, As far as I can tell, all the bullets have hit the men in the groin. It isn't good. It's really not good. Meryl-san has a gentle smile on her face, but just looking at her, she is so powerful that I almost chickened out. Some of them have injured arteries in their inner thighs and are bleeding heavily, and there is no way to treat them here. Unless the elven woman can cast a healing spell on them, which is unlikely, they don't have long to live. Though the time until death is too long to continue suffering from intense pain on the ground, the elven woman, who was stiff with a puzzled expression, looked at Meryl and her eyes widened. Meryl-sama? Stop with the sama, Sunil. I'm just Meryl now. The elf Sunil-san, who was about to prostrate herself, was restrained with her hand, and Meryl approached the struggling men. It's too bad you sold Miss N and the others to the kingdom's army, but I saved them safely. You may have forcibly cut off her hair, but that won't sway her in the slightest, will it? And no way. These people promised to treat us with respect. The elf Sunil-san paled, but Meryl waved her hand lightly as she looked at the men. Sunil, I need you to gather all of our people. The reason I'm here is to invite you to Kasemayan. Why yes. Now, may I have a word with you? The man with the big sword and the big man with the spear, who was almost drowned with his knees torn off, tried to grab hold of her with a look of rage. Their faces plunged back into the ditch water as Meryl shot out their outstretched hands with no hesitation. Was it your lord who kidnapped Miss N? Who the hell are you? Meryl easily shot the ear of the man with the big sword who was about to attack her. The Uzi, supported by her small hands, did not waver a bit, and her expression was as calm as if she had not felt anything at all. I guess you don't need the deaf ear. Shall I get rid of the other one? All right. That's right. That's what the Lord of Trenthallan ordered. Are you satisfied now, you half-beast? I'm satisfied. The .45 caliber bullet that struck him in the eyeball exited the back of his head and flew away, spraying blood and brain fluid. The man's throat gurgled. He let out his last breath, a mixture of blood and ditch water, and fell flat on his back. So, shall we ask the others? What is your purpose in coming here? Don't be stupid. Do you think I'll believe you that you'll save me if I talk? The big man with the spear held the spear in his arms and shouted angrily with a determination to kill us all. It's not like that. The man with the spear is shot through the knee of the one that was unharmed, and he falls down and rolls around while screaming. But in the ditch, where the water is as deep as his shins, his scream only bubbles and makes a muffled sound. Meryl crushes the man's elbow with a bullet as he struggles to get up. Gobob. After a muffled sound that must have been an underwater scream, the man twitches slightly, as if he had drunk water or fainted, and then goes quiet. Snickering at the man who was stuck with his head in the ditch, Meryl turned to the remaining 8. I'll ask you one more time. What is your purpose? The remaining 8 opened their mouths in unison at the gentle, admonishing tone of voice. I can't hear anything over the screams, but Meryl nods in satisfaction and carries the Uzi on her shoulders. I see, that's a lot of work. The men looked relieved that the unidentified weapon had been deflected away from them, but they were pathetically mistaken. Meryl had pulled out the magazine and replaced it with a new one. Of course, the men couldn't possibly know what that meant. You can ask for forgiveness to those you have killed, to those you have oppressed. Wait. The muzzle of the Uzi was pointed at the men. The click of her thumb indicated that she had switched to continuous fire. I'm the only one who knows that, though. The pistol rounds are sprinkled horizontally over the 8 men. The entry hole runs across their foreheads like a cut line, and they fall with a thud, mouths open and eyes wide. Did you hear that, Joshua? I can't hear anything, not a thing. I heard them say they were going to kill the subhumans because we came to rescue them. You heard it. They are the private army of Joshua, the Lord of Trenthallan, and they have been ordered to dispose of the subhumans. They were afraid that our coming to negotiate with them would leak the fact that they had oppressed them. Are there any territorial soldiers coming? Only a private army can be moved by a single lord without a council. At most, these are the only ones who can move without a council, at least for the time being. Meryl-san. The elf, Sunil, came back and almost said Sama again. I don't know much about the status of the Kasemayans, but I thought Meryl was just a commoner. Perhaps she read my thoughts again. She quietly shook her head. The Beast King is a beastman who is skilled with a sword, the Eagle-Eyed King is an elf who is an expert with a bow, and the Blacksmith King is a dwarf who is a master at making armor and protective gear. They were once known as the Three Kings of Casamayan. As I've said before, it's just a term of honor. There is no royal power among the three, but they discussed and found a better way for the people to live. It is said that I was expected to succeed them. Now it's an unfulfilled dream. That's not true. The future of Casamayan is. Yes, that's true. A peaceful subhuman nation will need to be governed. What I'm trying to say is that people are not suited for each other. I'm proud to say that I'm a good craftsman. However, I am not capable of standing on top of others. Even if I am a decentralized leader, I am not fit to be called a king. That is not true. Meryl-san is still a worthy successor. Meryl quietly shook her head to the elf Sunil and whispered something into her pointed ear. She held her mouth and looked at me with a suddenly serious face when she heard that. He looked at Meryl again, then nodded and looked at me again. What's the matter with you? Oh, number. I apologize. It's true what you said, Meryl-san. The most suitable successor to the Blacksmith King is your sister, Miss Nosama. Yes, absolutely. It won't be difficult. What are you talking about suddenly? Hey, no Jalali. What did you say to her? Chapter 64, Gate Breach. Okay, Joshua, now. I used the teleportation to get past the guards and get to one of the pillars that were blocking the judge's gate from the inner gate guard post. From the looks of it, the gate is half guarded, as the cavalry has gone to catch up with the Humvee. I use my shovel, which is very popular in Casamayan, to dig out the pillar's base and bury the homemade bomb there. It took me a while to find the right place to plant the bombs, but I planted a few just in case and then teleported back to the top of the hill via the inner gate. All set. As soon as I announced that, Meryl signaled the beastmen, dwarves, and elves, who were hiding in the shadows with hand signals. The total number of people who came out was 85, a little more than I had heard beforehand. I was told that they had been sent from other territories, but my anger was renewed when I heard that they had been abandoned in the slums not of their own volition but due to injury or illness. They were all dirty, tired, worn out, and some of them looked ill. Sunil-san, I will give you emergency rations and drinking water in a little while. Please see if you can treat them while we are on the move. I understand. Joshua, what are we going to do from here? Are we going with the Turajimago? No, we can't all fit on that thing. I thought about splitting up, but I wanted to keep the Humvee for attack capability in case we get chased. H1 to M1, we're in position. The cavalry guys have given up the chase and are heading back to the judge's gate. Yada, how far from the gate are you guys? A quarter of a mile, I'd say. I can see it clearly. That's not good enough. At least half a mile away. A quarter of a mile doesn't feel safe. 800 meters should be fine. Yada's reaction was dubious, but she seemed to have backed the Humvee up as instructed. All right. We'll start the car. Everyone stay back a bit. If you start a vehicle in an unobstructed area, you are sure to be spotted. There's not much time left from there. I told Sunil, the elf, and the bear beastman, who seemed to be the leader of the group, about the arrangements and reconfirmed them to the others. We're going to rescue you, I promise. I want you to believe and follow us. Any hesitation or uncertainty once we start moving will put us all in danger. Please remember that. Understood. The box you're going to ride in is small, dimly lit, and you can't see out, but it's loaded with food, water, and blankets. The journey will take at most 2 days. We'll make a few stops along the way if we're not pursued. Yes, we'll be counting on you. The sudden appearance of 2 rescuers, one of whom was me, seemed to have caused some confusion and alarm, but Sunil-san and the others were able to persuade them. It seemed to be a good thing that one of the rescuers who showed up was Meryl, but I wonder if this dwarf girl was that popular. Well, no matter. Now that we've come this far, we have no choice but to run for it. Hey, don't shout, we'll get caught. Seeing the vehicle that appeared, the subhumans all screamed in unison. I had told them to be quiet, but the sudden appearance of a huge, out-of-this-world vehicle must have been too much for them. especially the children. It was a large Russian-made military truck called the Ural 4320. It was over 7 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. I bought it because I heard that it had an all-wheel drive and was highly reliable. The problem was the truck's weight, which was said to be as much as 15 tons, but Simon tested it, and it was sent to me without any problems. Needless to say, I was relieved to get it, though fortunately there was a demand for others, so I didn't have to buy it in case it failed. I don't know why the allowable weight has been increased, or if weight is no longer an issue. Perhaps it was a result of my improved market skills. I don't know the original reason, so I can only assume that. Maybe I can get a light tank now. No, we'll talk about that later. Get in, hurry up. I quickly opened the rear gate and ushered the refugees inside. The sealed container was made of bare steel, so it was lined with wooden boards to protect it from archers. Naturally, it was dark inside. There was no lamp as there was a possibility of fire or oxygen shortage if a fire was lit. I gave them some large flashlights, saying that they were magic tools. I felt sorry for them, but I couldn't think of any other option. The back of the truck was high, so I tried to hang a ramp, but it might be scary for some of the children. Quick, give a hand to the children and women. Get in and go to the back. After lending a hand only at the beginning, I left the rest of the boarding process to the adults. With the communicator in my hand, Meryl and I began to monitor the surroundings. M1 to H1, what's the situation over there? M1, still no movement on the judge gate side. The cavalry is back, so the guards' attention is on the outside. There were only a few refugees left. Things are going better than I thought. Finally, Sunil Sant signaled the end of boarding. Okay, let's go. Joshua, it's not good. A soldier on the inner gate is looking at us. If we can neutralize him somehow. No, you shouldn't. Before I could say anything, Meryl fired a barrage of Uzi at the inner gate. The figure fell to the ground in a daze, but before it did, a signal was sent to the gate, and a warning voice went up behind the inner gate. Sorry, Joshua. If the time it took to defeat the figure had been shorter, there would have been no time to warn. No, it's amazing you were able to kill him. I'm surprised. It was almost 200 meters from here to the inner gate. We couldn't get any closer for safety reasons after this. She may have been able to see it, but it was completely out of the ordinary for a pistol bullet to knock down a target that looked like the end of a matchstick to me. I don't know if the Uzi had that much range, to begin with. All right, let's go. Meryl, prepare the switch. Copy that. H1 to M1, the gate guys are starting to make some noise. They're heading your way. Okay, on the count of 3, open your mouths and cover your ears, all of you. I tell them over the com, as well as instructing the refugees as I close the rear gate. As I ran into the driver's seat, Meryl was already in the passenger seat, Uzi at the ready and on alert for the perimeter. She had an eyed switch in one hand and a spare MAC-10 in her lap. Closing the driver's door, I slammed it into gear and nodded to Meryl. Let's go. She hit the eyed switch just as the truck started moving. A roar. The earth rumbled, and the steering wheel was shaken. The blast sent horses, soldiers, pillars, and the remnants of the gate spiraling into the air, and some of it rained down on the truck, which was supposed to be several hundred meters away. After doing it myself, I have to admit, it was pretty gruesome. I forgot to mention that there are about 200 dead bodies of the kingdom's soldiers mixed in as well. I was chilled when the heavy fragments of the shielding pillar fell while spinning, but I managed to avoid them by handling the steering wheel. Meryl, hold on. Oh, the truck's nose pushed down on the cracked and tilted inner gate, and when it broke through, the view opened up. The fortress-like gate had been blown to bits, the shielding had fallen and rolled, and the aftermath of the explosion had turned it into a small crater. Of course, there was nothing moving there. Yada, we're out of the gate now. Oh, shit, my ears hurt even though I've got them plugged up properly. Forget about that. Where are the enemies? There can't be any. That's where most of them were. I'm relieved, but it's a rescue mission until we get home safely. We're heading for the Casamaian. Anyone blocking our way is the enemy. Roger that. Chapter 65, Uncertain Future. This is amazing. It was the first time I had ever driven a truck bigger than a bus with a manual shift. The steering wheel is as big and thin as a hula hoop. The interior is rugged and simple, and the gauges are minimal, exactly what you would expect from a military vehicle. The huge diesel engine is a bundle of torque, and the vehicle's weight is quite heavy, so the speed is moderate, although I don't want to go too fast because it would be hard on the people on the back of the truck. I don't know if it was a lie or not, but Simon said it had 11,000 cc, and that made sense. With such a big body, it's really powerful. It's even more powerful than the Humvee. It's a car used by the military of a very cold country in my world, famous for its lack of decoration. It's the same country that made the AKM and RPK, Fuma. It looks somewhat familiar. So, the country that made the Woji doesn't make cars? Cars made in Israel. I've never heard of it. I've heard of military vehicles and tanks, but it's probably impossible for Simon to buy them. We made more distance than I expected. It took us about an hour to enter the kingdom from the fork and head north towards Kasemayan, with no one coming or going and no sign of our pursuers. Meryl led us off the road and onto a narrow path where the ruts of the carriage had almost disappeared. M1 to H1, I'm worried about the health of the people in the back. Let's take a break a little further into the forest. H1, I'll stop first, and then you can pass us. I run down and open the rear gate as I bring the Ural to a stop a little further down the road beside the Humvee. Meryl has her Uzi at the ready and is on perimeter alert, and behind us, Minya has taken up the rear gun position on the Humvee. Are we there yet? A small group of Beastman children peeked anxiously out of the container. I help them down. In the back of the container, some of them were asleep, wrapped in blankets. It would be impossible to go on a long trip like this. Sorry, not yet. Let's take a break. Have you had some water? Yes, I ate some of that crunchy stuff. It was delicious. Joshua, what's that crunchy stuff? It's a highly nutritious rescue food. There were many who were nearly malnourished, after all. Okay Yada, you and Minya will take over the gun position. Yeah, I'm on it. Minya, please help if anyone needs healing magic. Roger that. We decided to take a longer break, so we prepared the cooking stove and built a fire. Since they are in a weakened state both physically and mentally, eating something hot and easily digestible should help them feel a little better. For the children who had regained some strength, I gave them some cookies and candy bars as a quick source of nourishment. Joshua, do you need any help? As I was boiling 2 large pots of water, Minya came back. She was in the container examining one of the weakened people. How did it go, Minya? Lack of food and weakness of the mind. It wasn't so bad that he needed recovery magic, but I applied some. It helps with fatigue and healing. Well, thank you. I'm thinking of making some barley porridge now. What do you think I should put in it? If you cook the wyvern meat, it will give it a good flavor and nourishment. Give me a minute. I'll pick up some herbs. Keep it within sight of here. Do you have a gun with you? Minya nodded and showed me the sawed-off shotgun on her back, tucked in a leather strap. It's been a while since I've seen one. The current Minya would be no match for 10 or 20 heavily armed infantrymen. I'll be right back. With the help of the women, I put the wyvern thighs into Tsukkun-style dumplings. When it was cooked, I added the barley and let it simmer for a while. When it started to melt and smell good, everyone gathered around, drooling. Here they are. Minya picked up some herbs and root vegetables, which were said to be good for nourishing and restoring strength. When I chopped them up and put them in, they smelled even more delicious. I handed out the bowls and spoons that I had taken from the transportation corps of the Kingdom Army and used the ladle, or whatever they call it, it's a product of the kingdom, to serve a generous portion. I also added some flatbreads and baked goods with nuts that I had gotten from Kasemayan. The women at Kasemayan made these in imitation of American sweets, but the simple, healthy taste is already better than the original. Delicious. What a wonderful taste. It makes my stomach warm. I can feel it seeping into my body. It was very popular. We sold out in no time, and each of them started to look sleepy. Some of the children seemed to have already curled up and fallen asleep. Well, we'd better get going. We have about 50 more miles, right? A little more, about 80 miles, if everything goes well. We should be there before dark. Less than 130 kilometers. How long it will take depends on the road conditions. The rain started to fall around the same time as everyone else was getting in. I had a bad feeling about this. Something was going to happen. I had the feeling that there was something unpredictable waiting for us at the end of the road. I tried to convince myself that it couldn't be, that I was just nervous, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I shook off my anxiety and let the Ural depart. Chapter 66, Unexpected Reunion. In the pouring rain, I continued to drive the military truck with the Humvee leading the way. The huge Ural body scrambled through the narrow, rough roads, and the six-wheel drive off-road tires stomped steadily through the mud. The large displacement diesel engine, which was designed for practical use, was cramped and noisy, but it produced a powerful amount of torque that could propel the 15-ton weight of the vehicle over slight ditches and uphill gradients with ease. The black clouds are thick. This looks like it's going to collapse. As if in response to Myrrel's words, thunder rumbled in the sky. The rain was getting heavier than before. Even with the wipers at maximum speed, visibility was poor. The road shoulders were loose in some places, making it difficult to drive the heavy and wide Ural. It would be a shame if we were wiped out in a car accident after all the effort we had put into rescuing them. The Humvee in front of us was probably the same way, slipping a few times and choosing the road carefully. Despite her sketchy personality, Yada seems to have a surprising aptitude for driving. Despite the torrential downpour, Minya kept her head above the gunwale and remained vigilant. Her hair didn't seem to be wet. Perhaps she was protected by wind or water magic or blessings. When our gazes met, Minya waved her hand in a carefree manner. I can only shake my head and smile back. I can't afford to let go of my hand at all because if I'm not careful, I'm going to lose the steering wheel. The rest of the way is straight ahead. We've got about 20 miles to go. As we passed the last fork in our route, the forest opened up a bit, and visibility improved slightly. The road became wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass us, though not as wide as a city road. Just as I was relieved that the stress of driving would be eased, my vision suddenly turned white, followed by a roar. Something metallic shone at the end of the road, bathed in lightning. "Stop," Myrrel tells me, reading Minya's signal. She was communicating with her hand signals, but her face clouded over. "Looks like an enemy ambush." M1 to H1, what's the situation? There's an unnatural fallen tree ahead and something lurking on either side. Joshua and the others, wait there. The Humvee moved forward, and Minya swept her M60. There was an immediate response. More than a dozen arrows were fired, followed by 5 flame bombs that looked like attack magic. The timing and angle of the shots were staggered, and the way they blocked the escape route showed that they were used to fighting. The flames exploded as they grazed the Humvee, which swerved from right to left to avoid them. The machine gun quickly reaps the forest in response, even though it was a moderately powerful 7.62 by 51 round. It was hard to tell how far it had reached the enemy in the thick, dense old-growth forest. "Joshua, the enemy is around 200, 10 to 15 each of archers and mages, and the rest are cavalry and infantry. I'd say half of them are armored. Decide if you want to go back or break through." "We'll break through. I don't want to prolong our escape." "But 200 soldiers in a place like this? What army is that?" "Imperial troops, dressed in ink, though there are a few strange ones mixed in." No sooner had Yada finished than I saw a man in silver and white armor and a pitch-black cloak coming straight at us. He wasn't wearing a helmet, so his face was fully visible, but I didn't recognize his blonde hair and thin, grinning face. Minya's M60s were fired in rapid succession, but they were ineffective as they were deflected by the round shield that was propped up depressingly. I had an unpleasant feeling of déjà vu. Yes, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. It's not the guy himself. I've seen that kind of man. Hey, could that be? Yeah, maybe it's the hero of the Empire. The remaining rounds of the M60 slammed into the silver armor in rapid succession. The shields continued to deflect them, but not without damage or impact, it seems, and the hero sidestepped and entered the forest, changing his angle and zigzagging into it. Minya's machine gun seat was silent. No head was showing. It was probably in the middle of changing its ammunition belt. "Damn it, I'm out." "Wait, Joshua. I don't want the driver to move. As the Empire hero raised his sword and was about to pierce the roof of the Humvee, Mynya's hand was thrust out from inside the car. What she is holding there is a sawed-off shotgun. For a moment, the hero's movements stopped, and he was hit in the face with 2 shotgun shells and blown away. Jaya. The fact that he didn't die instantly even though he was hit in the bare face is probably due to the blessings of the hero or a physical barrier. Yada comes down from the Humvee in front of the hero, who is rolling while screaming. She's carrying on her shoulders the black carbon steel military machete that I gave her before. What's she doing? She said she wasn't really good with a gun, so she borrowed a few machetes for bushwhacking. It's not just a few. There were 5 or 6 machetes in the scabbard on her back. No, maybe more. Yada, who carried them like a 1,000-armed goddess of mercy, pulled 2 more out of the car and held them in her hands. That's a bit greedy. What is she aiming for? Yada's right arm flashed at the hero, who tried to swing his sword while holding his face with the hand that was holding his shield. The machete shattered and scattered as if a physical barrier had been put up, but she immediately followed up with her left arm and slashed through the wrist. Aha! Yada slowly cornered the hero, who tried to escape by crawling. She throws away the shattered machete without hesitation and pulls out another one from her back. Scary. Protect the hero Dono, now. A shout came from the back, and a large number of arrows and nearly 10 flaming bullets flew at Yada. The one who shouted may have been the commander, but he's definitely incompetent. Against a beastman with superior physical ability and kinetic vision, raising your voice means your attack is a failure. As expected, the tiger girl easily avoided the flaming bullets and waved her machete to signal Mynya. Did she use herself as a target to find out where the mages were? The M60's point-blank shot slammed into the depths of the forest. The sparks, blood splatter, and screams that fly off the target show that the target is definitely being killed. In the meantime, the hero stumbles unsteadily and runs towards the enemy camp. Seeing this, the enemy also began to move at once. About 30 heavily armed infantrymen made a thick defense with stacked shields and went to retrieve the hero, Hero Dono, this way. At the moment when they almost succeeded in joining up, more than a dozen 7.62mm NATO rounds were fired at the hero's back. The hero, who was helped up by the heavy infantry, did not move a muscle anymore. I was almost relieved when I saw 3 shadows stepping out from the enemy line and went rigid. Are there 3 more heroes? No, I've noticed their presence somewhere before. Miral is worried about something, but I don't recognize them. They were of varying sizes, but they all wore silver armor and black cloaks. One of them thrusts a long, stone-tipped staff, one wears what looks like metal gloves on both arms, and the other carries what looks like a miniaturized and misshapen version of the mechanical bow that Miral once made. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Go. There is no time like the present to take revenge. With the voice of the man who seemed to be the commander, Miral nodded as if she understood. Right. Aren't those the sage and saint of the kingdom? I don't recognize them because they're wearing masks instead of helmets. If I'm right, the limping man with the glove is the sage. The one with the wand is the saint. And the man with the strange bow? My guess is he's probably the second prince of the kingdom. Chapter 67, A Lonely Run. A full-body armored man with an ugly mechanical bow is the second prince of the kingdom. When I killed the third prince, who was a mage, I think I heard from Miral that the first and second princes were a swordsman and an archer. I think it was the first prince of the kingdom who kidnapped Miss N and took her hostage. He was the one I shot dead with my AKM. He was dressed as a Kingsguard cavalryman, but he had a sword, I believe. I see. The last one was an archer. Though, he's now using a bad copy of a mechanical bow. Oh, that's right. What's the matter, Joshua? I've always wondered why. The kingdom army had far too much gold in their possession. They may need the money for rewards, supplies, and acquisitions, but they can't take out such a ridiculous amount that the kingdom's economy would collapse if they took it. The second prince was working from the beginning to bring in the imperial army. If he were taking out a large sum of money to fund it, I wouldn't be surprised. In the first place, Money such as gold weighs a ridiculous amount when it is collected in large quantities. There is no place to spend money between the royal capital and Casamaion if you carry it all the way around. If they hadn't lost it all to us, they would have had something to negotiate with the Empire. The question is, what happened when they lost it? The three full-body armored figures that came all the way to the front did not move. I got the impression that they were not in a proper state of mind. Rather than being relaxed against Yada and the Mynheer's attacks, it was as if they were sleepwalking or moving corpses. Joshua, do you know what a mage in the Imperial Army is like? What do you mean? I've seen their offensive magic. That's a low-level job. I've heard that the main job of a high-ranking mage is to manipulate people's minds. They've lost their money and backing and have been reduced to puppets in the Empire. I feel sorry for them. But that doesn't change my mind. No matter what their position or what they're forced to do, they're all enemies of Casamaion. I guess we'll just have to attack them and see how they react. Myrrel, govern me. I was about to leave, but Myrrel stopped me. Loaded and ready, Mynheer raised her hand at the Humvee's gunpoint, and Yada looked back at me with a satisfied smile. Good, good, Joshua. Go. We've already slaughtered the archers and mages. So once we break through here, the enemy won't be able to get to the Urals. You should go and deliver our people to Casamaion while we're holding them here. I don't need to be told that. I know it. But leaving the Humvee team behind is not an option. Joshua, get a move on. Don't worry. These guys have got their forces assembled here. There won't be any ambushes ahead. Don't be stupid. I open the door and yell at Yada. She just tilted her head at me. Her smile still on her face. The raindrops drip down her cheeks and wet her bared fangs. Do you guys even know what you're doing? Even if you've killed the mages and archers, there are still over 100 enemies out there. In addition to that, you don't even know what the full-body armors group is like. We should all fight together here. Joshua. It was really a roar. The Tiger Girl's roar made me hold my tongue. In the forest, the shadow of the tiger stripes melted in the dim darkness. Only Yada's eyes glowed red as she held a gentle smile on her face. There was the same deadly beast that I had seen when we first met. You've got it all wrong, haven't you? What? I don't know what you thought, but we are not here just for fun. Yeah, we're here to rescue our friends. We're here to protect everyone. That's our role. Mynheer, who popped her head out of the machine gun seat, announced in a quiet voice. Perhaps it was the blessing of the wind, but her voice reached my ears easily across the distance. It was fun on the road. That was the best reward. The still young elf looked at me without fear, trepidation, or excitement. It was the same look she had when she had just been freed from her captivity that night and had committed her first murder. Perhaps thinking that the distraction would give him a chance to win, the metal glove man with full body armor rushed towards Yada. His one leg is straightened out with the knee locked, but he bounces up and down, closing the distance, keeping low, and raising his fist. Yada, come! She turned around and pointed at the air with one hand. Sparks sparked from her entire body as if electrified, evaporating raindrops and causing the fog to rise. The moment the sage's fist extended toward Yada, Mynheer's finger pointed toward the two, and the lightning-like discharge shot out. The air is shaken by a tremendous burst of sound and blast, shaking the surroundings. As the fog dissipated, there was no trace of the two of them left. The sage, who seems to have avoided the discharge by jumping back slightly, shakes his head and looks around as if numb. The tip of the jet-black blade cleaved the side of the sage, who jumped back when he sensed the presence. It seems that he just barely dodged and was not fatally wounded, but with every breath he took, blood poured from his cheek, and his breath leaked out as steam. It's not like this, is it? A crescent moon smile slowly spread across Yada's mouth, as she walked behind the sage before he knew it. You're going to keep me entertained, aren't you? Yada's tongue flicked in satisfaction when she saw the gore on the machete's blade. Wow! The machetes, wielded without reserve, cut through the joints with precision and sent up a spray of blood. The tiger beastman's reflexes and physical strength allow her to strike out with a series of blows that precisely pry open the tiniest of gaps in the armor's working parts and openings to twist the blade. The sage kept his guard up and tried to close the distance, but he couldn't even get close enough to touch her. This is where the guards come in. I was frozen in place, unable to make a move, but Minya announced and turned away. It seems that she has no intention of meddling in the game between Yada and the sage. However, what are you doing? Charge in. Move your asses out of here. We have to kill those half-beasts. The man who seemed to be in command ordered his soldiers to charge with a voice that sounded like a scream. The M60s were aimed at the enemy lines that had begun to move. If anyone approached, the M60s would unleash 7.62mm NATO rounds without mercy. Guard, huh? Yeah, that's why I'm going to protect you guys. I'll protect you, no matter what. You're supposed to be doing your job, not thinking about anything else. No one asked you to do that. Get the hell out of here. Send our friends back to Kasemayan, and then we'll talk. The sage's fist breaks the machete that was struck with spirit. The armored man, who was about to be cut down, retreated with a beastly snarl as the blade of the follow-up attack was inserted into the gap between his wrists. Throwing off the broken machete, Yada pulled out a new black blade from her back. There's plenty more where that came from, eh? More than your hands and feet, right? Damn it. I was just about to put it in gear and start driving when I heard the door open. Sorry, Joshua. Just go ahead, please. I've got some things to do. Miral. Why you two? I've always wanted to be with you. Even now, I think so with all my heart. But if I go with you here, I'm sure I'll leave my heart behind. That empty me is not qualified to be with Joshua. Go the sage shouted and struck at Yada. The saint moved quietly to go around the military truck as it began to move. However, the M67.62mm rounds were sucked into the saint's torso, but the magical barriers prevented them from doing so, causing her to only scream slightly. She fled deep into the forest and was soon out of sight. The second prince holds up his mechanical bow as he jumps back to the opposite side of where the muzzle of the M60 is pointing. I won't let you. A bullet from the Uzi shot through the fingertip on the trigger, and the arrow grazed the Humvee and flew off into the depths of the forest. The prince disappeared into the forest on the other side with a high-pitched shout. Neither of them was dead. Perhaps they hadn't escaped either. There was a hint that they were waiting deep in the forest for the right moment to strike. Come on, Joshua. You don't have to think about whether you want to take 85 or 3. If you want to stay here, I'll kill you first. In response to Miral's complete rejection of me, I cursed bitterly and started the Ural. Damn it. It's only 20 miles, 32 kilometers. Although it's a rough road, I can get there in 20 minutes if I use teleportation. But if that's how long it takes, I'll have already settled the matter when I get back. In teleportation, I desperately steer the wheel and carefully press down on the gas pedal. The large, slightly deflated tires roll up the mud, but they soon grab the ground and start moving. Get out of the way, you bastards. I'll run you all over. The Imperial soldiers' faces twisted in fear as they saw the huge body rushing toward them with the roar of a large diesel engine. Top hit. Heavy infantry. They may have tried to form a dense formation as soon as they could, but they lacked the time, manpower, and ability to do so. In the first place, there is no way that infantry, who are powerless even against cavalry, can stop a military truck that is tens of times more massive than a cavalry horse. The light infantry gathered with spears to protect the front, which was blocked by fallen trees, but they were of no use. I swerved just in front of them and poked the nose of the car through a small gap at the edge of the forest. The Ural bounced off the group of infantry who had failed to escape and crushed them as it broke through the Imperial camp without difficulty. What are you doing? Hurry up and chase them. Are you planning to unleash your cavalry? There's no way the horses can keep up with the speed of the military trucks as they wade through the mud. Even if they do, the spears and short bows of the cavalry will probably only be able to make a small hole in the container. I quickly picked up speed to avoid injuring the refugees on the back of the truck and single-mindedly set my sights on Kasemayan. Oh, shit. Not again. It's not like I'm being treated like shit again. You brought me here on your own, tried to kill me on your own, attacked me on your own, and now you're dying on your own. Are you kidding me? Is it my fault? What do you people want me to do? You've got to be kidding me. I don't give a shit anymore. Trampling through the bushes and bouncing off the rotting wood, I accelerate the military truck to its limit. I was not going to be able to hold on like this. I'd rather die than leave my friends to die and run home. But killing the refugees because of it seemed a much more cowardly and humiliating act than dying. Oh, crap. Now I finally understood. I finally understood how Yadar felt about the battle at the fork in the road. She had left us in the Humvee and was driving the school bus. After what seemed like an eternity of sprinting through the forest, the plane in front of Kasemayan finally came into view. The dwarves and beastmen, who had apparently been covering the construction vehicles with waterproof cloth, responded to my horn and took up an alert posture. I stopped the Ural at the edge of the plain, in front of a hardened ditch, kicked open the door, and jumped out. We've got 85 refugees from the Union. Secure the rest. Leave it to me. He must have seen my face and the absence of the girls and guessed. No need to ask unnecessary questions. I turned back the way I had come and began the short teleport. It was frustrating to have the ability to reach only within visual range in the narrow and intricate forest. I shifted to the top of the tree, set my direction in the sky, and then flew at once. I grabbed my AKM out of storage and went straight into the middle of the battle that was still going on. Shit. Don't you dare die on your own, you idiots. Chapter 68, A Prince, a Sage, a Saint, and a Muscle Brain. Miralspov. I am an idiot. I am a heartless, ungrateful, selfish bastard. Joshua. The mere mention of his name makes my heart ache. The man I loved so much, the man who made me feel safe just by hearing his voice. I let him go. I know what he thinks. I also know how he feels. I've experienced the pain of being left behind in a dangerous place many times myself. I know exactly what he will do when I send him away, but this is what I get for being so selfish. Only the roar of Woji, which steadily and surely pierced the enemy's eyeballs, barely kept me from reality. The rain hides the regret and loneliness that makes me want to cry out. This was the right thing to do. I had no choice but to do this. T/N, Uzi. I'm not so shameless as to let him carry everything on his shoulders and be protected at all times by himself. Even though I was painfully aware of the ridiculousness of the war one was trying to wage being supported by the power Joshua had given me, I still howled. Come. Bring it on. I'm the wife of the Demon King of Kasemayan. Miral is here. Oh, Miral, why are you so smug? I didn't invite you here. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. No one wants you to stay. I know what I'm doing. Shut up already. I'm sick and tired of my own stupidity. Yadar's machete sparked as she crossed blades with the Sage of the Kingdom, who wore a strange armor. His wrists, elbows, neck, abdomen, knees, and all the flesh peeking out from the joints of his armor have been cut by the blade, and the overflowing blood has dyed the silver armor reddish-black, but instead of being frightened, he seems to be getting more and more agitated. I don't know how much they've messed with his head, but he's a completely dead soldier. Every time Minyazi Muroka barked, the enemy soldiers would splash blood or vomit blood and roll. This way too, no matter how much they are cut down, they show no signs of retreating. T/N, M60. The same goes for the kingdom's army. If you lose 20% of your troops, the normal course of the battle is to retreat, but they continue to advance until all of their troops are dead. I don't know what makes them so obsessed. The sight of soldiers of mediocre morale, equipment, and skill hurrying to their deaths in fear is beyond pathetic. It's eerie. There was a sound of cutting wind from deep in the forest, and an iron arrowhead struck the body of the Hanbi and bounced off. I followed the trajectory of the arrowhead and fired a shot, which hit the silver armor in the distance and made a high-pitched sound. T/N, Humvee. The sound indicates that the bullet did not escape. A magic barrier. That's nasty. While thinking this, I couldn't stop my mouth from forming a smile. After all, I'm the pioneer when it comes to the mechanical bow he possesses. I know everything about it, from how to use it to take advantage of its advantages to its weaknesses that it is trying hard to hide. This includes the fact that it is a flower of an era that will eventually die out without spreading. It is my duty to give it equal treatment even though it is an unrighteous child with whom I do not share blood, isn't it? As I headed for the forest, a number of arrows came flying at me. If I jumped back quickly, I would be hit by a second arrow, and the angle and time of the arrows would be slightly different. Is this an archer's habit? The mechanism that shoots out multiple arrows sequentially makes it possible to shoot continuously. I don't know who made it, but it's not bad that they came up with that idea from the original form that I made. Although it seems that they didn't think of the reason why I didn't do so. In exchange for rapid fire, the weight increased, the power of each shot decreased due to the bulkiness, and it became impossible to reload on the battlefield after all the shots had been fired. I understand. In theory, this is the path I followed myself. But those weapons are useless if they are not simplified, made cheaply and in large quantities, and carried by ordinary soldiers. If you don't have enough of them, they are worthless. If you can't think of that, you've lost. Just as I was, right? I stepped into the forest where the mechanical bowman had disappeared and rushed forward, keeping my back low. There is no point in hiding. You can't hide. I can see his breath clearly from behind the trees. It would be very difficult to catch a dwarf running through the trees, wouldn't it? If you shoot a short arrow, it will be bounced off the grass and easily change its trajectory. It's different from a longbow arrow. I whispered in the ear of the man who looked over at me lost. You are breathing very hard, aren't you? The arrowhead, which was launched as he turned around, went through the empty space and pierced the trunk. There is no way he can get a decent shot with that big of a thing, no matter how hard he swings it. It could have been used in the watchtower of the fort. But why did you give it to an individual soldier in the forest war? You idiot. If you continue like this, the magic barrier will wear off, you know? There was no response to my voice as I laughed from behind the trees. The only answer is the arrowhead that was fired. How many more can you shoot? He drew the sword at his waist and came at me, but I only managed to escape around the trunk into the shade of the next tree. And the prince lost sight of me in dismay. His breathing is ragged. It doesn't seem to be from anger, fear, or nervousness. Perhaps it's a shake back from the physical strengthening he's been forced to do. Even as a discarded pawn, he could have been used in other ways. The man fell to his knees, and I appeared in front of him. Give it up. War is not so easy that you can win with a stolen weapon. As I approached him, he raised the mechanical bow in his hand, and the A's in his armor narrowed in disdain. The poor ex-prince seemed to be dreaming of victory until he was shot in the eye by a bullet from Woji. But the more I look at it, the worse it looks. It looks like it belongs in the hands of a discarded pawn. As I turned to fire a bullet into the mechanical bow, an ice spear flew through the tree trunk and exploded, crisping and freezing the undergrowth in the shade where I had narrowly escaped. It was a woman with staff, her whole body armor gushing with magical light, who appeared slowly from the shadows. It seems that the fact that she was blessed with more magic power than the other two had a negative effect on her, and the degree of her madness seems to be severe. She tilted her head and whispered something, but I couldn't understand her. Gokon, Ikemen, Kakigami. What is she talking about? T/N. It can be translated as party, handsome, and something like winners in life. What are you? A saint? You're just a pathetic witch now. The .45 bullet that I shot out was not only bounced but also returned straight to me. If I hadn't had a bad premonition and attacked while running, I would have been killed by my own bullets. Fighting a mage is nothing short of troublesome. By the time I got out of the forest and in front of Hanbi, the Imperial camp was all but destroyed, with only dead or dying soldiers lying on the ground. I don't know what made Minya so angry, but the man who looks like a commander is crawling around with his legs shattered, screaming and spewing blood. Shah! I looked at the howling voice and saw Yadar about to swing out her machete with all her might. The sage's head was snapped off, spinning in the air and disappearing into the forest. It was a tragic end, but if they had thought of sacrificing Joshua, they deserved it. Well, all that remains is the crazy saint. Her appearance as she came out of the forest was so twisted that it sent a chill down my spine. The way she walks, rubbing her inner thighs together while spreading dense murderous intent. The way she gestures and gazes as if she is flattering an unseen party. It is impossible to look at her. What's that? Don't shoot her, Minya. She will return the bullet to you straight away. Interesting. No, it's not interesting at all. The elf girl jumped out of the ceiling as if she was bored with being at the gun turret. In her hands, She is holding her beloved soda gun. T/N, sawed-off shotgun. No, wait, are you kidding me? I told you not to shoot her. The moment you fire the thing, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, with all the bullets flying in all directions. I know, it's okay. No, I don't think you understand. My heart is ringing with alarm that this is definitely not okay. The saint tilted her head when she saw Minya walking up to her as if she were taking a stroll. Minya, step away. That's the preliminary action for activating magic. A spear of shimmering ice is born, shaking the air with a crunch, and spreads around the saint as if it were a halo. As the tip of the spear tilted towards Minya, it was launched at an unbelievable speed. Minya? There was no sign of Minya at the point where the ice spear was pierced. In less than a blink of an eye, she had stepped into the saint's bosom. She put her hand on the saint's armor and whispered something to her. The saint shuddered and fell to her knees. After falling to the ground, she didn't move a muscle. What did you do? When I asked Minya when she returned, she tilted her head and smiled as if imitating the saint's gesture. I returned it. I don't understand what you mean. It's not the magic barrier that returns the bullets. It is repatriation by the blessing of the Holy Spirit. A higher spirit can rewrite it. I've returned malice for malice, hostility for hostility, and murderous intent for murderous intent. The armored saint is lying on her side, twitching and convulsing, but I don't know what exactly happened to her. I'm not sure I want to know either. What are you? It's normal for an elf to be blessed by a spirit. I can assure you that it is definitely not normal, but my intuition tells me that it is best not to get too deep into it. Miral, Minya. It's going to be bad. Yada told us, her ears and tails hanging down. The enemy seems to have been wiped out, and there doesn't seem to be much of a problem. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and it's already starting to look like a storm. The sun seemed to be fading. I stopped moving, and the cold began to seep into my body. What's the matter? I heard a nasty story from a dying soldier. The main force of the Imperial Army is coming. I heard that their goal is to overrun the capital and take over the kingdom. It doesn't matter. They can do as they please. As far as I can tell, they've included Kasemayan in the kingdom's territory. Chapter 69. Those who changes. As I had feared, the battle was already over at the destination I had teleported to. I approached the Humvee that I had first spotted, but there was no one in the car. The rain was pouring down from the gun turret, and I wondered where they had gone. Miral. As I continued onward, I saw many dead bodies lying in the mud. I don't know how much they rampaged through, but there are 3 that are missing one eye and 4 that are missing heads. Not a single moving object could be heard except for the sound of rain hitting the grass and trees. The fallen soldiers of the Imperial Army, folded on top of each other, looked like monochrome objects, their gore washed away by the rain. I try my best to quell the rising excitement in my heart. Don't worry, it's just a groundless fear. Nothing is happening. It's not going to happen. Because, hey, Miral. When I turned around at the sound of rustling through the bushes, I saw a warhorse in the distance, neighing unhappily, dragging the corpse of a cavalryman in the stirrups. Those muscle-brain girls. Why isn't anyone else here? You've got to be kidding me. Hey, where are you? Miral. Minya. Yada. Swa. At the sound of the voice calling my name, I headed for the Imperial camp, which was like a bog. There are countless bullet holes in the fallen and crumpled carriages of the Imperial Army. Horses that had been hit by stray bullets were dying, crushing the soldiers around them. When I looked inside the simple tent, I saw a man who looked like an Imperial noble commander. He had been tortured by someone or something, and his face was frozen in fear. Both of his legs were missing from the knees down, and a tourniquet was still wrapped around his thighs. It was surreal that he held his head to his chest, but that didn't matter. Miral. I went around the tent and finally spotted Miral and the others. All 3 of them were soaking wet and sitting on wooden boxes in the Imperial Army camp. I was horrified to see that they didn't react when I looked at them, so I peered into their faces. They're all cold and bleeding, but their gazes are steady, and their injuries don't look like they're going to die anytime soon. Joshua, you are back. I'm sorry for my selfishness. Forget about that. Are you guys hurt? Oh, I'm fine, no problem. Well, physically. What about your body? Are there any other problems? The Golem is coming. I tilted my head at Mynheer's words in place of the silent Mirror. Golem? What are you talking about? The Imperial Army's mounted Golem unit. It was called the Nightmare Giant, and it's deployed along the border. The Imperial commander there said on his deathbed. We're finished. Mynheer's tone sounded serious, but I didn't really feel it. The enemy has been eradicated, and the three of them are safe and sound, so my worries are gone for now. The only thing I can think of is that no matter how many enemies come in the future, I'll be able to handle them. Hey, there are golems, huh? Well, of course there are. There are elves, dwarves, beastmen, and even wyverns flying around. It's a Chinese romance, after all, a fierce battle with a giant robot, a golem, at that, coming at you. I wonder if they're going to straddle it or if they're going to ride it. I like that. Can't they make it in Casamaian? I don't know if I can ask the dwarves or the elves to do it. I guess it's impossible, judging from the tone of voice I just heard. I'd love to ride one of those. What are you talking about? It's not just a nuisance. It's a problem. It has a thick physique and great physical strength. If it's made of clay or wood, it's extremely difficult to defeat, and if it's made of ore, even a bullet from a Simonofu will probably not be capable of penetrating its magic core. Spears, battle axes, arrows, attack magic, and all other means of blocking it will have no effect as it marches forward and lays waste to everything, a true scourge of the world. T/N Simonov. Is that so? That's a problem. Then I stir the Nodulali's hair and laugh. It was so soft and fluffy, but now it's all wet and sticky. I'll have to order some shampoo and conditioner for her next time, and a nice towel. The evil of the world is the exclusive domain of the Demon King, you know. Huh? The dwarf girl, who raised a strange voice, tilted her head suspiciously at me. I noticed that even Mynheer and Yada were looking at me with the same posture. What are you guys, meerkats? Hey, what's the matter, Joshua? Are you okay? You didn't like it that much, did you? Are you waking up to the fact that you're a demon king? I haven't yet, but I've made up my mind. Running away from the problem will not solve anything. If the enemy of mankind who leads the demon race is the demon king, then, I look at everyone. I shrug my shoulders in anticipation, anxiety, and a few amused glances, mainly from the tiger girl. Then I guess I will be the demon king. Tanks? So your army is finally reaching that point. Simon smiled serenely at my order. What's with that calmness? Just a few minutes ago, he was laughing like a stray dog that found something edible. I'm telling you, I've been pushed to that point. Is there anything you can get me? I'd like something as light as possible. I've seen 6 or so T-55s on the market. I think they're made in Czechoslovakia and China. Really? That chubby old Soviet tank. The first models were produced in the 40s, right? The first post-war generation, nearly 60 years ago. The main gun is 100 millimeters, right? Well, it seems to work. What's the weight? 35 tons. I think. I've managed up to 15 tons before, but I'm not sure if I can double that. Moreover, unlike military trucks, it wouldn't be possible to send it elsewhere because it failed. It would put a lot of pressure on Simon, both in terms of money and space. What else? For the main tank class, I'd say the M48. They don't come up very often and are usually in poor condition. The Patton tank. That's impossible. Regardless of its condition, it probably weighs more than 50 tons. And then there's the Sherman tank. I see them from time to time, but they're not much better. I don't recommend using it in battle. How about the M113 or the BMP-1? An American-made armored personnel carrier and a Russian-made infantry fighting vehicle. Both are old but well-established armored vehicles with armored tracks. They may be easy to use, but what we need now is firepower. And we need a lot of firepower against armor. No, if I were to buy one, it would be the T-55. Avoid the Chinese ones as much as possible, and get the Czech ones. That way, the parts and shells can be flexible. I heard that they have the largest production in the world. What about the shells? I want armor-piercing rounds, at least 50. If I buy even one tank with shells, it will exceed my budget. I've bought a lot of things already. I decided to give him some additional gold coins, and we proceeded on the premise of procuring 2 tanks. Incidentally, since the place where the Imperial Army ambushed us was not far from Kasemayan, we also stored supplies with each corpse to prevent plague, but they didn't have many coins. It was in another country's territory they planned to occupy, and I guess they thought they could just plunder it. If you want to test the delivery, do you want me to get it right away? Well then, I'll only ask for 1 tank at first. I'll add 1 more when I receive it. It may not be possible yet, but I'm going to need it anyway. If I can't get it, I can at least pay for storing it. According to your story, the more deals you make, the better your abilities will be, right? I appreciate it, but it's hard to make a procurement plan when you don't know how much you'll need to make a deal. Don't worry, there are still plenty of supplies I need. The market's capacity will continue to increase. I want you to take care of any additional orders and reimbursements at this point. Mostly building materials, machinery, and tools, but also clothing, food, and various daily necessities. The amount is large, but I don't know if it's a good thing for Simon that he's moving away from the category of arms dealer or not. I'm grateful for the large orders, as always. Thanks to you, I'm no longer so infamous as an arms dealer. My wife is pleased. I see. That's good to hear, but, Simon, have you gained weight? The ex-Rasta man in the neat suit looked frightened. When I first met him, albeit in a dirty and disheveled outfit, he had a slender figure, but now he's all shiny and puffy. The dark grey suit looks good on him, though. The previous fluorescent suit was a slim single, but this one is a double. Oh, no, my wife's cooking is good, just a little. And you know, as a businessman, you need to be dignified. It's not like I'm not eating enough. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Give my regards to your wife. People change, don't they? For better or worse. The fact that that pot-smelling thug has a happy family makes me wonder if time passes differently in that world. But if I can be a part of that, then maybe what I've done isn't all that bad. Chapter 70, True Monster. When I turned off the market, I checked my status for the first time in a while. I had completely forgotten about it for a while. I guess it would be more accurate to say that I lost interest. What I can do and what I can't do has little to do with my status. I mainly fight with guns, so I don't rely too much on my physical abilities. To begin with, the most commonly used are teleportation, storage, and market, but as long as they are used normally, they do not consume much magic power. It's a very rare case that I run out of magic power after teleporting an entire Humvee. Well, maybe if I had seen my status at the time, I could have grasped the situation. I tilted my head when I saw the number that appeared. Rank, 06. Physical strength, 174. Magic power, 1292. Attack, 621. Resistance, 789. Defense, 796. Agility, 887. Intelligence, 390. Bonds, 11. Skills. Appraisal, 256. Teleportation, 6966. Storage, 4972. Market, 9788. Wait a minute. Except for magic power and skills, there's no growth at all? Even if the rank goes up, if I don't train, the numbers won't increase. I'm talking about how dependent I am on my skills and guns. I've never done much fighting or exercise. I'm surrounded by beastmen, dwarves, elves, and other people with ridiculous physical abilities, and I'm too lazy in my middle age to think about learning to fight. When I was summoned, I heard that the average person has a maximum of 100 and a median is 50. If that's true, then I should be some kind of top-level athlete. Oh, wait a minute. The reason why I was only hurt when I took a hook from Nojulali-san before was not because she was being considerate, but because my endurance had improved. Oh, I did my best, huh? Oh, what's your physical strength value now? Miral-san peeked at me from the side as if she knew I was looking at my status. No one but me can see it, so it doesn't really matter if she peeked at it or not. A physical strength 174, attack 621, defense 796, Agility 887. Not bad. Even with all this growth, it's still not that great by Kasemayan standards. Your agility is not bad. That should make you handy in hand-to-hand combat. I've tried it in between teleportation, but I get out of breath easily. That's because your physical strength is low. You have to work out to keep your numbers up. Low, you say, but it's 178, you know? I've heard that the maximum status for an average person is 100. And the median is 50. Maybe that's how it is for humans. I indeed heard this when I was summoned to the kingdom, so I'm pretty sure it's for humans. Does this mean that beastmen and dwarves are different? For example, beastmen usually have a number of physical strength values above 100 from the time they are born. Even elves and dwarves are considered novices if they have 100 physical strength. The subject of the comparison is strange. Well, I'll take it as a reference. Does this mean that the only people who can compete with beastmen in hand-to-hand combat are superhumans who have surpassed the limits of ordinary people, like a hero? Or is there a surprisingly large number of non-ordinary people in this world? I see, but still, the growth of magic power and skills, only, is amazing. I don't remember all the original values, but they are the only ones that stand out clearly. I don't use my appraisal much anyway. I can see how the market, which I rely on and use all the time, is skyrocketing. But I wonder if the reason it's exploding to the point of teleportation is due to the fact that I ran out of magic power and collapsed. Maybe it means that using it to the limit will increase it. I don't like the idea of increasing it every time. It's hard to know how much is possible when the numbers go up. No, to be precise, it's not hard. But it's all about trial and error and not looking at the status. The result is these warped parameters. When the market value exceeds 10,000, I'll try to collect the tank. Wow, I'm getting excited. Joshua, what are you grinning about? You look like you're up to something. Staff Officer Miral. I'll be showing you the power of the Demon King's armored forces soon. Ha 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 ha. That's good. Right? The Nogila I sense didn't really understand it but smiled gently with warm eyes like a mother watching a poor elementary schoolboy. I've tried my best to create a character, but it's terrible. The day of reckoning came sooner than expected due to the larger than expected purchases of building materials. I nodded broadly when I saw the two T-55 tanks that had appeared on the plain in front of Kasemayan. Amazing. They're huge. They look strong. Well, yes. They are. But are you okay, Joshua? You sound like an idiot, Joshua. Miral was dumbfounded, but there was no other way to describe it. Every man's intelligence is significantly reduced when he is confronted with a huge weapon. This is an instinct, so it can't be helped. Yeah, except for the main gun. The numerical height, length, width, and height are not so different from a military truck or a school bus, but the armor, the weight, and above all, the power are unmatched by any other vehicle. The T-55 began operation in the 1950s. It is a first-generation antique, although it is still in active service around the world, mostly in developing countries. Its performance may not be as good as modern tanks, 3 to 3.5 generation, but in this world, it is the undisputed king of the land. It is an invincible monster. Oh! I feel like I can win against anything with this. A Mirgilum is nothing to them. Both of them were made in the Czech Republic, just as I had hoped, but the 12.7 by 108 anti-aircraft guns I was expecting, mounted in the hatch, were out of stock. The only machine gun available was a 7.62 x 54 mm round coaxial with the main gun. Oh, that's the same ammunition as the Dragunov sniper rifle. Dragunov. I probably wouldn't use it even if I bought it. Anyway, it would have been a shame if I could have gotten a high-powered heavy machine gun with more than 5 times the energy of a rifle bullet. With the T-55, I now know that it is possible to procure up to 35 tons of weight, which will greatly increase my options in the future. Well, I won't be able to add tanks for a while. The procurement cost was terrific, but the biggest problem was the operation. As expected, it would be impossible to get more tanks for the training, maintenance, and supply systems, and there would be no use for them after the Gilum War. I knew that, but I couldn't give up, and when I asked Simon to find me a Makarva, he was stunned. Of course, it's impossible, he said. TCH. Oh, Joshua. What is it, Private Miral? What's that tone of voice? Well, that's okay. What's this tank you're talking about? The reason its body is greenish is so it can blend in with the forest and grasslands, right? That's understandable. But why is the other one white? Yeah, that's right. I thought so too. This is definitely the UN peacekeeping force. It's been painted over, but there's still a UN on it. T/N, United Nations. Simon, where'd you get that? The white is to blend in with the snowfield. It's a Russian tank, like the Urals and Axe, from the north. I see. I'm not lying. It's not all true, though. Yes, it looks like a social worker. But the bullet holes in the turret are amazing. I'm guessing heavy machine gun rounds, seeing as how it's all gouged out. There's no way to get through the armor, but I don't think it needs internal cleaning. Oh, Joshua. A dwarf, Keretigis, peeked out from the front pilot's seat of the white T-55 we've named Tank 2. He had a wrench in one hand and lubricating oil in the other. He was in a state of excitement with a big smile on his face. Like me, the dwarves were taken aback by the power of the tank. No matter how you look at it, they're even more impressed than I am. This thing is fantastic. The M1919 was a dream machine. But this one is like a dwarf's dream come true. Why yeah. Good for you. So, where's Himanjessen? He's working on Tank 1. If you don't keep an eye on him, he might tear it to pieces. I know that feeling. No, Miral-san, I don't want you to understand that. The dwarves of Kasemayan are all skilled blacksmiths and mechanics, but whether it's their enthusiasm for research or their dwarven blood when they see a new piece of machinery, their inquisitiveness and curiosity drive them to take it apart. It's a good thing that they have an amazing learning ability to identify and understand mechanisms, structures, materials, production methods, maintenance methods, and problems and to improve their skills, but the chances of them being able to put it back together are not that high, especially the first time. The restoration rate is less than 50%. It is said that through trial and error, you can eventually put it back together, but if you do that with a tank at least, there is a good chance you won't be able to get it back in time for the invasion of the Imperial Army. I would have preferred to keep it to a simple disassembly at first, but he stressed that it would be unpleasant to finish it halfway. I don't understand why they don't want to stop at the halfway point, though. Hey, Himanjessen. Oh. Wait a minute. I am in the middle of teaching them the operation procedure. A muffled voice came from the green body of Tank 1. The young dwarves Rucky and Mickey peeked out of the loader and captain's hatches in the turret. As they came out, Himanjessen peeked out from the back. From the pilot's hatch is another young dwarf, Saki. They all have names that sound like they're from Scandinavia, but they're three brothers who are very good mechanics. What's up, Joshua? I've brought the shells. The tank commander will take care of it. Are you sure? Is it okay with Keretigis and you, Himanjessen? Of course. We need 8 men for the 2 vehicles, a captain, a gunner, a loader, and a driver, and all them, including the younger ones, are dwarves. A tank soldier has to be able to carry heavy crawler straps and shells and operate hard levers. But the interior of the vehicle is too small for a large beastman. Maybe it would be better if we didn't limit ourselves to adult males, but I don't want to send women and children to the front lines where a large contingent of Gillums is pushing their way in. Neither do I. But the dwarves in question rejected the idea. I think the main reason is simply because they want to ride it. Joshua, we need to test the main gun before the actual battle. How much can you fire? It depends on how many Gillums are coming our way. I've got 60 shells. I don't know if I can buy more. The shells I got were 40 armor-piercing shells and 20 anti-tank grenades, and Simon said he would stock up when he got more, but I don't know when that will be. We'll have to make do with these for the time being. 4 rounds each for Kereta and me. Be careful with your line of fire. A shell from this thing can fly 10 miles. Ho ho, really? Well, I guess we'll wait a bit. The target will be here soon. Yes, but isn't that called a real battle? Chapter 71, Giants on the Move. As autumn approaches and the forests begin to change color, a report arrives in Kasemayan that the Gillum troops of the Imperial Army have begun to gather for a march. For some of us, such as myself and the dwarves, This was the news we had been waiting for. It's a credit to the winged people, who have been guarding the skies over a wide area. I've never met any of the winged people before. I'm indebted to them, so I should say hello. We'll have to meet them at the victory party. I'm looking forward to my T-55's first mission. I guess I feel numb in many ways when I look forward to the Golem, a symbol of overwhelming destruction and despair that, in some ways, surpasses even the pterosaur. The inhabitants of Kasamayan are accustomed to it, and the beastmen and women, who belong to the, relatively, sensible group, only watch with a warm smile. Joshua. Let's scout this place with the Ekusuaru. Yes. The XR. It's a Honda off-road bike. I got it as an essential teaching tool for internal combustion engines, and now all 6 of them are in working order. Some of the beastmen are able to ride them and are playing with them while giggling. Some of the bikes had deer antlers or something on the front of their bodies, which bothered me, but that was okay. Before the scouting, we opened the map and had a strategy meeting. This map seemed to have been made after hearing from a winged people's scouting in the sky, and although it was simple, it was pretty easy to understand. Looking at it again from a bird's eye view, I realized that Kasamayan was really deadlocked. I knew that, but there would be nowhere to run if we were attacked. Once the southern plains were finished, I made a mental note to develop the dark forest to the north as soon as possible. What is the enemy's current location? There was a road junction where you fought with the Imperial Army before. This is it. Oh, that's where we rescued Meryl and the others, not on the animal path. According to the winged people, an advance party is on patrol 30 miles from the junction on the Imperial side, so it should be here. The main force is still adjusting its lines across the border. It's going to be a while before they get there, given their equipment. So, Chu-chan, how many are there? From what I've heard, the main force is up to 60 or so, and the scouts can see 30 to 40 clays, 8 to 10 trees, and 3 to 6 saws. That's quite a range. It seems that most of them are transported by large wagons. They're covered with waterproof cloth, so it can't be seen from the sky. That must be it. Listening to Meryl's story, Himanjicha nodded. Even moving a large machine requires a lot of care, and walking is quite a cumbersome movement to have a machine do. The control by the mage, the consumption of magic power, the wear and tear on each part, and the management of the personnel and equipment to operate it, all add up to a dizzying burden. It's best to carry it to the battlefield in pieces. It's all well and good to assemble them on site, but what if they run into the enemy on the way? What if they run into the enemy? What about the advanced team? Golems are not included. Only light cavalry and light infantry. They'll be surveyed beforehand to ensure safety on the way to the main battlefield. It seems that they've thought of that. At least, I had an image of the Imperial Army as being incompetent because of the hundreds of troops that were needlessly destroyed. What is the percentage of 60 golems in the Imperial Army as a whole? I don't know the total number, but according to Meryl Dono's information network, they are mobilizing almost all of them except for the golems for the defense of the Imperial capital. The clay golem, which is inexpensive, simple, relatively easy to create, and the main force in terms of numbers, is about 2.5 to 3 meters tall. There are no large clay golems because they are too fragile to support their own weight. Tree golems are slightly larger, around 4 to 6 meters tall. They are light and agile but vulnerable to fire. Only the ore golems, which are the real deal, are mostly over 8 meters tall. In some cases, there are even super large ones with multiple cores and quadrupeds. Whether or not the Imperial Army's mounted golem troops this time include such substandard golems is unclear at this point, as they are covered with a wagon cover. When it comes to the quality of the ore, depending on the amount of time and effort spent and the cause, it is possible to develop something as powerful and high-powered as you want. Hey, don't worry, it takes enough money, manpower, magic, and effort to maintain a battalion of the National Army to operate a disaster-class golem. It's not like such monsters appear in unlimited supply. Himanjichen laughed, but it was true that we wouldn't know until the lid was opened. I'm not sure if it's the result of ignorance or knowledge, but the Imperial Army has mobilized all of their golem troops to take control of the kingdom. The immediate question is how many of them will come to Kasemayan at the junction. The tank shells we have are 60, and while we won't know how powerful or how effective they are until we fire them, they are overpowered against all but the most mineralis. Clay and wood are no problem. I'll take care of it myself. The elven bar shooters nodded in agreement as the giant elven man, Kemiak, who had been listening in silence, raised his hand lightly. If the surface layer is soil or wood, it can be shot through with 30-06 ammunition or Simonov's heavy machine guns. Even if they can't, the elves will have no problem with hit and run. Do you think breaking the core will stop it? Himanjitja nodded. I've heard before that the operating magic is sent to the extremities as a power source that absorbs and converts magic power. However, the location of the core is not fixed like a human's vital points. It depends on the design and form of the golem. How do you determine the location of the core? It should be within reach of the crew's limbs, as they will be pouring magic into it to control it. You don't know. You can shoot the crew. It's less valuable than the golem itself, but a mage with a certain level of skill can't be easily replaced. Even more so on the battlefield. Even if you don't destroy the plane, you can kill the pilot, and the plane will fall. Well, that's reasonable. I'd be happy to capture the first golem I see. We should get to know the enemy first. Let's do some scouting. That's all well and good, Joshua. But you seem quite happy, don't you? That's right. It's a giant robot, after all. It's a golem, though. Chapter 72, Scouting Party to the North. Oh, Joshua. As usual, Miral-san wears the standard style of her beloved Uzi on her right shoulder with a leather belt and a holster with a copy of the M1911 on her left shoulder. Today, in addition to that, she is wearing a bowl-shaped helmet with goggles that match mine. Yeah, cute. When I thought about it, I realized that both the military truck and the single vehicle with a sidecar are called Uraru. Isn't there a different name for them? Oh. The truck is Ural 4320, and the motorcycle is I forgot. They're used for different purposes, so it's not a problem. Is that so? Hey, the UR. There was a light exhaust sound from behind, and Yada's Honda XR appeared. The Tiger Girl was wearing a helmet and normal clothes, but the pattern of her machete was visible on her back. This time she only had 2 machetes because she was doing some scouting. I heard that Himanjitja was very angry when he found out that she had generously broken the machetes and thrown them away, so he had them magically strengthened or something, but I don't know the details. Incidentally, the old man is packed up as well. What do you mean incidentally? The main purpose of the scouting is to get a better understanding of the situation. The scouting party consisted of me on the Ural, the motorcycle, and my escort Miral. Also, Himanjitja, the commander of the 1st T-55 tank and the commander of the Kasemayan Armored Corps, which only has 2 tanks, was present. We decided to have him accompany us in the tandem seat of the Yada so that he could get a feel for the actual operation. Minya stayed behind to help build a defensive position in Kasemayan. We had to reposition the barbed wire and horse fences and modify the flow lines. This time, the homemade bombs were removed because our allies would be deployed, and the enemy extermination position was set farther away from the canyon. I thought she would be annoyed at being left behind, but her eyes lit up when she heard that my Humvee would play an important role in the defense of the plains. Don't drive too fast, Yada. We are going to check the terrain and road conditions. I know what I'm doing. Hold on, old man, don't fall. After leaving Kasemayan, we headed slightly south on the road to the royal capital. On the way, we turned east and entered a narrow liaison road. Keep going and turn left at the junction where the battle took place before. From there, it's just a matter of heading north along the road that connects the Empire to the Kingdom. Although the road was relatively well maintained, it was still muddy in places due to the recent train. We avoided the parts we could avoid and carefully passed through the parts we couldn't. Even with two-wheel drive, a motorcycle with a sidecar doesn't have much driving ability. Yada, riding an off-road bike, seemed unconcerned about the road surface and just kept going. She looks like she's having fun. Should I have chosen the Honda XR? I thought it would be better to have Miral sit in the sidecar to communicate with the airborne surveillance and get a line of sight for the Uzi. Alright, Joshua, hold on. Whoa, There's water splashing everywhere. Keep moving left. The Nojulali seems to be having fun, so that's good. It's been a while since the rains ended, but there are still so many puddles. The dark forest has wetlands and water sources in the back. The forest itself has a high water retention capacity. There are also many small pools of water scattered around the periphery, so there are always many wet places. I see. So the surrounding soil doesn't have good drainage either. I don't know much about it, but maybe it's good for farming. However, it is not suitable for operating heavy vehicles. If you're going to take out a tank, you'd better think about the route it's going to take. If that thing gets stuck, can't you just stow it and take it out again? Yeah, I just realized that, too. As long as we're not in the middle of a battle, it should work. Him and Jason seem to be thinking about the best place to move and position the tank, stopping the bike several times to check the terrain and situation on foot. It seems that he hasn't found the right place yet, but in some cases, the tanks could be ambushed together in a defensive position on the southern plains of Kasemayan. But since it's basically a defensive battle, there's not much advantage to having the tanks out first. The only advantage is to reduce the damage to the defensive positions by crushing the Orgulums beforehand. Jisan, how far is the outer moat now? 60%, I'd say. We had to postpone our schedule because of the rain, but we've already built the wooden frame. The stone reinforcement is mostly in place, and it all depends on the timing of the concreto. T/N, concrete. In the outer extension of the plain, which is several kilometers long and wide, an outer moat about 4 meters wide and deep is being completed. It was a very large construction project, costing a lot of money and time, but with the introduction of heavy machinery and the skill of the dwarves, it seems to be nearing completion. The bottom of the moat was planted with sharp stones and pieces of iron, and the plain side was a vertical wall without any clue. Once we remove the metal bridge, the enemy should not be able to get in easily. It's not enough to stop the golem. That's true. The fortress is built to keep out soldiers, so it's no use assuming a walking disaster. It can be expected to be quite effective against humans. After the moat is completed, it will be possible to draw water from the dark forest, and whether it is true or not, I have heard that there is a high probability that the water will contain cannibal fish. The cannibal fishes are not large fishes like sharks, but apparently fishes about 30 centimeters long, according to one theory. They are monsters that playfully devour the flesh of animals that enter the water. That sucks. That means you can't play in the water with those fish. Joshua, what are you whispering about? I was talking to myself, and Miral looked at me suspiciously. I was hoping for something like a swimsuit episode with Nojulali-san in the summer. But maybe I was too nervous. We're in the middle of a pre-war scouting mission. No, the problem is the golem. If we can find out how mobile and destructive they are, we can find a way to deal with them. Joshua, I heard there's an Imperial Army barrier 10 miles down the road. I made a desperate appeal to work to cover up my paranoia, but it was completely ignored. Fine. As for the enemy's movements, Miral in the side cart will communicate by hand signals with the winged people, who are on alert in the sky. So far, there seems to be no danger, but we'd better take care of it as soon as possible. If we make it past the second turn from here, we should be visible. Okay, stop. I stopped the bike behind Yada and stowed the bike. From there, we move on foot, off the road, and around the forest. The vanguard is Miral with her Uzi and Yada in the rear with her machete. Miral, do you need Mach 10? From what I can see from the signals on the sky, the number of enemy soldiers doesn't exceed 30. Then we can neutralize them with the Woji. We soon found the enemy position we were looking for. In the shade of a few dense trees, we saw the bridgehead of the Imperial advance team. There are about 20 infantrymen in leather armor, 2 wagons, and 6 cavalry. They were armed with hand spears, short swords, and short bows. Although they are disguised by branches and fallen trees, the front and back of the camp are shielded by carriages and even horse fences. There's a mage in the back. Yada. Oh, I'll go ahead and create a diversion, right? Please. I'll hold the mage in the back. Joshua stops the cavalry from going out to send word. I nodded and pulled out my AKM. I'm a provisional demon king, but I'm not very good at commanding a battle. I'll leave it to Chief of Staff Miral to take care of the important parts in the future. Himanjizn. Do you have a weapon? If only to protect myself. There's nothing to worry about. He pulled out from his waist an old hatchet that seemed to be his favorite. I'm afraid that the sharpened blade glows a murky reddish-black color. How many people have you killed with that? Now, let's get moving. Chapter 73, Useless Death. What the hell? The sound of a machete cutting through the wind was heard, and the sentry's head flew off. Yadar dances in at an unseen speed and quickly slays about 10 of the Imperial soldiers. The sounds of battle drown out the sound of gunfire, but Miral is probably running amok in the rear as well. There is no sign of backup coming out this way. Joshua. I nodded to Yadar and readied my AKM. I carefully aimed and killed the cavalryman with a single shot as he tried to run forward, hiding behind his horse. As I expected, the leather armor was no protection, and the soldier, who had taken a 7.62mm round in the back, fell off his horse and stopped moving. I checked the rest of the horses, but there was no sign of any other cavalry coming out. Message control complete. Vanguard control complete. The rear is also under control. Everyone, can you come here for a minute? As I approached Miral's voice, I saw the scene I had expected. A corpse with its eyeballs pierced out lay folded on the ground. In the back, there was a short magic staff lying on the ground and a man struggling with a bullet in his elbow. The middle-aged man, who appears to be a mage, turns his eyes with anger and hatred towards the dwarf girl who is standing over him. You, just kill me. Yeah, that's what you'd say in this situation. I'm not thrilled to hear it from an old man's mouth at all, so please don't. If that's what you want, I'll do it. When will the main force of the Imperial Army pass through? What is the size of the force entering the kingdom that will be heading for Caesarea? Do you really think I'm going to let that information out? You filthy half-beasts. We listened to the insults that were desperately released and looked at the man with cold eyes. Miral let out a sigh and shook her head as she dropped the man's rank insignia and papers in her hands to the ground. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. We're on our way to your main camp to see the golem anyway. If anyone asks how I know, I'll just say I heard about it from my friend. Screw you. I have not spoken a word to you. Your superiors don't know anything about that. People believe what they want to believe. If I do that, your family and your relations in the imperial capital will have a hard time, won't they? Why do you say that? As a mage, you are an imperial nobleman, right? You must be a low-ranking nobleman in such a remote area. People in the center of the military have no trust in such people. I've heard that it's common practice for the Imperial Army to take families hostage in the name of protection. The source of this information was either Minya or Miral-san. In any case, it seemed to be a hit, and the mage Mastiff dropped his head in disappointment. T/N, I don't know why he called him Mastiff. The passage is in 3 days. The main force of the mounted Golem unit will be split up to the west ahead of here, and after the demons are eradicated, they will meet up in the royal capital. Before wondering how long the main force is, the other three seem to have their attention on something else. Demons? There's no point in playing dumb. The news that a demon king has risen in Caesarea has reached the imperial capital. It's not too far off from the truth. But the stupid prince was probably the one who made the claim. I indeed decided to become a demon king, but I don't know what it is about this feeling of bewilderment. It's like I'm sitting in the parlor of a stranger's house with no one living there. Or rather, that's exactly the situation I'm in. If there's another real demon king, wouldn't I be a pretender? This is the kind of thing that Japanese businessmen do. I'm not used to sitting on the top seat. I'm a petty little citizen. After all, we have already heard that the damage to the kingdom's army is enormous, even though it is due to the incompetent king's blunder. The emperor's decision is that if we don't crush it now, it will leave bad aftermath. I see, that's why they brought out so many golems. They're just trying to subdue an old country that would collapse in a civil war if left unchecked. If they're going to send the main force, it's more likely to go to Caesarea. Could it be that I am the cause of another major battle? I'm sick and tired of this. Even if the king is incompetent, don't you think it's strange that 30,000 troops of the kingdom that calls itself the most powerful country are wiped out? No, You don't. I don't believe it either. At best, I'd say it's half a story, or at best, a story about 200 or 300 that were repulsed, with a twist. It's not impossible either. I know the damage was extensive, but it was all hearsay, and we don't know who reported it or how. Miral-san and the others are whispering to each other, but no matter what they say here, the decision of the Imperial Army will not be overturned, nor will any conclusion be reached. The interrogation ended with no Jalali's comment. They're idiots too. I see. I get it. You can go anywhere you want. Leaving the Mastiff sitting there in a daze, I pulled out the bikes, and we started to move towards the Empire. I let Yada's bike take the lead, and Miral looked back at me in the sidecar and shook her head in disgust. I think I understand how Joshua feels now. What are you talking about? After the battle, I woke up and thought, I don't need to kill him too. And a single .45 caliber round is fired from the Uzi, and a small explosion is set off in the forest behind. The emptiness of it all ended in futility. Whether it is the pride of a mage or a last-ditch effort, it seems that the Mastiff tried to shoot us in the back with attack magic and was shot in the eyeball just like his friends. That's about it. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. Chapter 74. The Last Barrier. After making contact with the advance party of the Imperial Army, we drove for a while, and suddenly the forest opened up, and our view widened. Keep going straight. Miral in the sidecar relayed the signal from the winged people who were on alert in the sky to us. The weather was good, the road was paved and easy to drive on, and good vistas on both sides made us feel good. It should be. But Imogen's expression was sullen. That's right. It's impossible to place tanks on such flat terrain with a clear view. Even before that, if we were riding around on our bikes like this, we'd be exposed to the Imperial Army. Any enemy ahead? No enemy 20 miles ahead. Well, as you can see. So they're not paying attention, and the advanced troops are over 30 kilometers out. How confident is the Imperial Army in their ability to control the kingdom? Or are they just plain stupid? There's also the possibility that it's a trap, but I don't know. It's not as if the forest has opened up. Maybe they've cleared the land to keep the area near the border unobstructed. After carefully trimming the undergrowth, they must have mixed in some gravel or something, because there was nothing but compacted soil for about 10 meters on either side of the road. The ditches in the middle of the road are probably for water drainage, but they also seem to have the purpose, or the main purpose, of restricting the route of the carriages. Such a scene continued far into the hills. Yada, you can go ahead. It looks like I'm out of options. Hold on, old man. The Xera accelerates with a squeal of laughter. You two are getting along well, aren't you? The speed itself wasn't that fast because of the small displacement, but the flat road surface made it very easy to accelerate. The way she was going at it while lying down lightly on the handlebars, it looked like she was enjoying herself like a biker from the old days. Imogen seems to have a bit of a speed freak in him. Hey, Joshua, I know that you can take steps to secure your vision in case of an invasion, but have you thought about what you will do when you invade? I don't know. If we're going to do all this, why don't we just turn it into a field? Those who are leading large armies will be wary when they see such a paranoid approach. It may serve as a deterrent to discourage them from invading the Empire. I don't know. I've never commanded one. In the case of those of us who plan to use tanks, although we won't be deterred from invading by the vantage point, we will be lost in another way. Where should we wait for the enemy to come? Incidentally, we don't plan to invade the faraway imperial capital, mainly because of the cost of fuel. There is also a way to hide the body of the vehicle at the edge of the forest that existed before the visibility opened up, and snipe the incoming enemy with the tank gun from one side to the other. But it is too stupid to take the strategy of annihilating the enemy or crushing ourselves. At any rate, many of the Gillams, in quality but not in number, were unrelated kingdom invasion forces. The enemy was still 20 miles, 32 kilometers, away. According to the winged people above, it seems to be a watchtower. The number of enemy troops in position was 4. We drove about 20 kilometers off the road and moved through the remaining bushes to monitor a small hill. Indeed, near the top of the hill, There is a kind of barrier blocking the road. We approached it at a distance of about 20 meters and started to eliminate the enemy soldiers. Joshua, take care of the one at the far end. Why yeah. I move away from Miral and aim at the soldier standing guard behind the building. My rifle is a bolt-action rifle with a scope, and Miral's is an open-bolt submachine gun with a simple iron sight. It is natural that there is a difference in firing speed, but what about this division of roles? Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Miral-san shot down 3 of them without a moment's hesitation and waited with an excited face for my results. Stop that pressure. Control is complete. Okay, let's move. With no sense of urgency, the others hurried through the bushes and approached the surveillance glass. There was no reaction from anyone when they saw the 3 dead bodies with their eyeballs shot out. Incidentally, the soldier I shot was a normal body shot. No way. When we reached the top of the ridge, we could see a sparse forest ahead. Houses and farmland continued to dot the landscape, and about 10 kilometers ahead of us, the silhouette of a huge city hovered behind the forest at dusk. I was busy digging a hole with my storage when I heard the bouncy voice of Miral Neen. Behold, Joshua. That's the light of the Imperial capital. Yes, that is your wing. Chapter 75. The missing technology. After crushing the Imperial Army's watchtower and preparing to have some fun, I stowed the bodies and supplies and moved on. We found a position where we could observe the Imperial troops advance while hiding in the forest on the Empire side. Aren't we going to continue to the Imperial capital? We don't have much time, so Miral and I will go with the teleportation. I want Jisan and Yada to stay here to monitor and distract them. That means we'll have to go or something like that. Jisan's discernment led him to a spot on a rocky outcrop overlooking the street. The height from the ground was about 15 meters. We set up the military tents we had procured there as our encampment point. I laid out a sleeping mat and 2 thick blankets inside the tent. There were also sleeping bags, but I was told they were unnecessary since the temperature did not drop much, even at night. It was only about 150 meters away from the street. I don't think we have to worry about being noticed, but we have to be vigilant about our surroundings, and our own safety is our top priority. With Yada's superior senses and physical abilities, we should be fine. Oh, so Tento are simple tents. Isn't it a great tent for sheltering from the rain? I've left you some rations, so if you get hungry outside of mealtime, you can eat them. Yay! How about some choco? There are a few, but don't eat too much. Yada is a tiger-type beast, so I'm unsure how I feel about feeding her chocolates and nuts. She said she has never had any health problems. After parting with Yada and Jisan, I carried Miral to the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Perhaps my magic power has increased, but there were no noticeable changes even after a 10 kilometers teleportation. As it was, I moved to the top of the city wall surrounding the Imperial capital while searching for a place where I wouldn't be seen. The top of the wall is a corridor with small watchtowers set up at intervals of about 20 meters. There were 2 or 3 soldiers assigned to each sentry post. They don't patrol, they just sit and chat. They must be of low rank in the military, and their attitude is not enthusiastic. There seems to be no need to suppress them for now. Joshua, this is it. The Imperial capital is covered with a magical barrier. Can't we get in undetected? The magic circle inside the city gate seems to be connected to an alarm system. I assume Imperial soldiers have an identifier. Can we get it by defeating the soldiers on the walls? The detection spell has been coming around periodically. Isn't that a biosignature? No. For now, we'll just have to keep our eyes on the walls. Wouldn't we be caught by its detection magic? If it's pointed at us, I should be able to use my detection spell to block it. All right. I got it. Let's find a place to hide. After moving around for a while, I found that part of the city wall had collapsed. The patrol route was cut off, and no one was coming this way. The nearby watchtower seemed to be in danger of collapsing, and a wooden fence had been put up to prohibit its use. Here they are. It was the second day of waiting. When I was getting tired of the food I was bringing, the first line finally started moving. It's just as the Imperial Army mage had told us. I used binoculars to check the equipment and personnel. By the way, the previous pair of binoculars were taken by Miral, so I bought an additional pair to use for official business in case Amayan. With her eyesight, Isn't it necessary? I don't think so. There are quite a few of them. The Imperial troops passing below us were no less in number and skill than the Kingdom troops I had seen. They're well equipped, and the perimeter is heavily guarded. Is that so? I think the number is almost the same as what we heard. As for the Guillims, yes. But there are 200 cavalry and 2,000 infantry. I guess I was right about the tanks. You sound as if there were other options. Well, some of them. It would have been simpler, easier and cheaper, but there would have been more damage to the Caesarians. People die in battles. I know that, but no, not in my head. Honestly, for me, Caesarian is not something I want to protect that much. But for the residents, it's different. Then I'll do what I want. I won't let anyone kill or hurt them. I'll crush anyone who messes with them. I'll even turn this whole world into enemies. After all, I am the Demon King. Though I am not really that sure. I thought the most powerful army in the world was the Kingdom. From what I've seen, the Imperial army seems to be more formidable. If you take the Kingdom army's nonsense of 400,000 total troops seriously, it is indeed the largest army. But most of them are the nobles' troops who don't respond to the king's mobilization. In contrast, the Imperial army has a total of about 200,000 troops, but it's a single army that operates only on the Emperor's orders. Not only the chain of command but also the organization of the army, budget allocation, training plans, and loyalty. In times of peace, but in times of war or emergency, there is no need to look at the current situation to see which side will survive. I see. So it's not like the Kingdom army, which is a sign of failure. Making enemies can be troublesome. Moreover, the Imperial army has a higher percentage of mages than the Kingdom. This not only increases the strength of the army but also reduces the management of information and transportation. With the unification of military authority, the movement is much faster than the Kingdom army. Yes, I know it somewhat from watching them move. In the first place, it is a problem before the skill level. The carriages of the Imperial army seem to have solid suspensions and are large in size. The horses that pull the carriages are also different, bigger, and more powerful. The horses of the Imperial Army advance team that we first came into contact with were the same size as the thoroughbred horses of the Kingdom Army. Miral, what's that horse? It's an Imperial horse. It runs slightly slower, but it's a monster with almost twice the body, strength, and endurance of the Kingdom horse. So they train horses for farming and riding and horses for pulling separately? It's quite extravagant. Imperial horses are finicky and expensive. I'd love to have one, but I don't see any use for it in Caesarian. Joshua, they are here. Orgulum. Oh, what's that? When I looked in the direction in which Miral was pointing, I saw a body that looked like a small mountain lumbering towards me. It was about 8 meters tall. The movements were smoother and more natural than I had expected. It was almost a humanoid giant, except that its proportions were a bit stocky. At the moment, there seems to be only one Orgulum in working condition, but what caught my eye was the object it was carrying. What can I say? A large, short cannon. The barrel is short, and the diameter is large. It's more like a mortar. When I turned round, Miral was smiling at me. You idiot. You've never learned your lesson. Miral, do you know what that is? There's a magic circle on the butt of the cannon, and it reacts to the core. It's called a magic acceleration cannon. It's a magical version of Joshua's weapon that uses magic to send steel projectiles flying. Eh? Did you have the idea of a cannon here too? Theoretically, it's been around for a long time, but I never thought they'd actually make one. I don't know if they've invented gunpowder over here, but it's not that difficult to construct or conceive. And I'm sure someone could come up with something like that. But I felt a little uncomfortable with Miral's statement. Why does it seem so surprising that they actually made it? Because it's not worth it. A spectacular waste of ability is called training a dragon to do tricks, and that's exactly what it is. It means that a person can spend a lot of time and effort and spend a lot of money and only get results that are far cheaper and easier to replace. Surprisingly, the idea of guns has been around for more than 100 years in this world. They vary in power, size, performance, cost, and effectiveness, such as those using steam pressure, air compression, and mechanical launchers. At one time, there were a lot of conflicts in the market. In the end, though, not a single one of them was put to practical use against the archers. Why? If you want to make it powerful enough to be used in war, the operational burden is greater than that of offensive magic. Moreover, it is less effective than magic. No matter how powerful it is, it's only metal debris that flies. It would be better to write a magic circle of explosion magic. But then the cost would go up even more. I see. It seems that black gunpowder was never born. Let's talk about it later. As I said, I'm one of those who made the same mistake. I immediately understood the structure of this automatic pistol and short machine gun. I understood most of the functions and materials. But at the same time, I realized how difficult it would be to make, even with dwarven technology. Can't you make one? If it was a little larger and simpler, similar to the M1903 rifle, for example, it could be made up. But the problem is ammunition. It's not impossible to achieve the same function with a super small precision magic circle, but it would probably cost nearly 4 gold coins per shot. It's not an acceptable price for something that can be dispersed at will in a battle. No matter how high the performance, you can only put out silver coins. How much is a silver coin worth? About the cost of 2 ordinary people's food. How much does a rifle bullet cost? Well, I don't know the value of the currency here, but for one person's food allowance, you can get 3 or 4 rounds of 30-06 and 10 rounds of AKM ammunition. I don't know about .45 caliber bullets, but 5 or 6, a few coppers per round. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe the reason why the dwarves were so resistant to firearms in the first place, and the reason why they were so quick to accept them, was because they were already familiar with the principles and ideas behind them, including the drawbacks and problems. Joshua, detection magic is coming. Stay down. The giants with their grandiose waste of money were advancing in front of the watchtower where we lay low. With a large number of accompanying infantrymen, they head for the kingdom that is on the verge of collapse, where the former world's strongest army awaits. Really, if they had just left the Caesamaean alone, I would have let them pass safely. Chapter 76, Foreign. After leaving the imperial capital, we flew 10 kilometers in continuous teleport back to the rocky area where Himangizn and the others were waiting for us. Because the city road took a largely circuitous route along the incline, the lead of the mounted Ghilam unit was not yet within visual range. While waiting for the enemy forces to arrive, I hear from Meryl about the alarm system. According to her confirmation, it seems to be a magical device, or in the common sense of the world where I am from, something like an electrical product powered by magic. She told me that it functions as an alarm system to protect the entire vast imperial capital from intruders. I know it sounds simple, but from what I could see, the imperial capital was several kilometers in length and width. How much money are they spending on that? Indeed, aside from the soldiers, the inhabitants of the capital, the number is close to 10,000 from what I can see from the walls. But how are they getting in and out? I think I have some idea of the function of the alarm system, but I don't have complete picture of the equipment as a whole. Seeing that we were tilting our heads, Himangizn interrupted us. No, that's the thing, Chuchan. The beastman merchant who came to Caesamaean. Meryl Donor? Yes. I heard from that man that magic tools are a specialty of the Empire and are so low priced that even common people can get them if they are simple and functional. I think that instead of spending a lot of money to operate a large scale of magic tools, they are placing a large number of small and inexpensive ones. I think that the residents have some kind of identifier for this. How are the magic stones being supplied? In the western area bordering the Dark Forest, it is said that they collect them from weak magical beasts. In some parts of the country, they are said to maintain a kind of cattle-raising system for the beasts. A magic stone is like a battery in an electric appliance. Incredibly, a system for low-cost mass production has begun to be built. I don't know if this is true or not, but judging from Meryl San's reaction, Himangizn's theory seems to have a certain degree of reality. I wasn't able to investigate the inner workings of the imperial capital, but it's good to know that the defense situation there is different from that of the kingdom. I could have seen the rough force structure of the invasion force, but I know that the result would have been the same even if I had stayed here. so I dare not say anything about it. I was satisfied with the fact that I was able to spend some time making out with Nojulali-san in secret in the cramped watchtower, holding my breath. I know it's a bit of a pity to lose. But yeah, I'm so restless because I'm always on the lookout for people's eyes. It was a sweet and sour time on a junior high school level. Oh, Joshua, the lead is about to pass over your trap, isn't it? At the sound of Yada's sleepy voice, I snapped out of my light pink dreaming and back to reality. Turning on my binoculars, I saw the advance guard of the Imperial Army invasion force, which had arrived at some point, moving along the road. In the lead were about 10 cavalrymen. They passed through without incident and stopped at an unmanned watchtower. It seems that they are annoyed at the lack of troops, but the leader of the large force cannot afford to stop, so they continue to move southward along the road. The road ahead is flat and hardened. They will probably be scouting and clearing the road for the time being. Slightly behind the cavalry is a unit of clay golems accompanied by light infantry. It seems that 20 infantrymen per 2 clay golems are one action unit. That is 10 units, which means that about half of the total number of clay golems are in the vanguard. The rest are rear guards. This also passed without incident. Miral-san looked at me questioningly. Is it done yet? I wonder. Where the limit is exceeded by the total amount, we'll have to try. What is it, Joshua? A planted bomb? No. That would make it clear that it was the work of Casamayans. It's better to do nothing than to waste hate. If they are not good at it, they will even draw to themselves the troops that are supposed to be heading to the kingdom. Troops of wood golems. This is also half of the total number, 4 of them, 2 on each side of the street, passing by with a mixed force of infantry and cavalry in tow. Following them are about 20 large, heavy-looking wagons. The backs of the wagons are covered with waterproof cloth, but they are probably decomposed ore golems. Following them is the only ore golem in working condition. It is the one with the mortar gun we saw in the Imperial capital. Ah, is this about time? The ore golem, which had been moving forward at a leisurely pace while keeping a watchful eye on its surroundings, suddenly collapses forward unsteadily. The leg it had put out to catch its balance was buried, and the hand it tried to thrust was also buried, causing it to fall forward at a tumbling pace. The collapsed ground swallowed up the wagons and the unit of tree golems in front of them, and the screams and shouts of the people around them echoed in our ears. This is quite gruesome. It's a pit I dug. I dug a vertical hole from the side of the watchtower, and from there, along the street, I gutted the ground 10 meters long, 7 to 8 meters wide and deep, and stored it extensively. I didn't think it would hold up to the main passage, either. It seems that the hard compression of the surface layer on the Empire side had taken its toll, and the endurance weight was terribly high. The situation of the golems and soldiers swallowed by the hole was invisible. If they can be neutralized by the impact of the fall, good. If not, we'll just have to think of other means. For example, see, I'm going to go. Miral, whenever you're ready. I carry Nojulali-san in my arms in the princess carry, and I take the short teleport out to the road. Hiding behind a carriage that had collapsed and was caught on the edge, I peek into the hole, keeping a wary eye on my surroundings. I'm going to try something that's been bothering me for a long time. Storage. Despite an enthusiastic attempt, it was a failure. The golem we were able to take was only the end part of an ore golem that had been disassembled and transported by wagon. It had 1 arm and 2 legs. 1 tube that looked like a weapon. I shook my head at Miral and teleported back to the top of the rock pile before being discovered. How did it go? I can only return a wry smile to the expectant images. Not good. Is the golem considered a living organism? It depends on the definition of the term living. I hear that the origin of the riding golem was a monster that lived in the dark forest and was converted into a magic tool by the Empire. If I know that much, there is no more reason for us to be here. We must retreat. Yada, Jisan, hold on. I think we were able to drop 5 or 6 giant golems and 3 to 40 accompanying foot soldiers, but I am not sure if we were even able to neutralize them. There seemed to be some moving at the bottom of the hole, but we could not get to the point where we could stop them with the weapons we had on hand. The pursuing party was closing in on us even during this time. It would be better to return to the vicinity of Casamayan and prepare to intercept them. With the 3 of them in my arms, I teleported to the end of the road. At one point, I tried to teleport all the way to the edge of the forest, which is about 3 kilometers long, but I almost collided with a cavalry unit that was ahead of us, so I quickly changed my destination. The place I teleport to is still on a flat road with an excellent city view. I must have been in a hurry and misjudged the situation. I should have targeted the bushes at the edge of the road. The road conditions would have made us visible and a target. Looking back, we saw a giant crawling out of a pit about 200 meters away. Magic detection is coming. We're shifting. Hold on. A short distance teleport into the bushes on the side of the road, though 20 meters away from the road. Avoiding the possibility of being detected, even if only visually, I prepare for the next teleport. The magician is quite powerful. I wonder if the detection blockade could have prevented it. As if instructed by the mage, the Orgulum kneels on the ground and points a mortar gun at us. Obviously, it had sensed us. As I was about to move on, I watched suspiciously as the mortar gun the golem was carrying billowed white smoke. I thought it was just a tube that shoots out gravel. Before I had time to be puzzled, the ground in front of me where the bomb landed in a time lag burst into flames with a flamboyant explosion. Hey, wait a minute, Miral. There is black powder in this world, too. Chapter 77, Missing Rinko. Hey, wait a minute, Miral. There is black powder in this world, too. Once again, I teleported about 200 meters to the forest side, carrying the 3 of them. We escape out of range of the mortar. The reason I only kept my distance was because I was interested in the firearms technology of the Imperial Army, or, more precisely, the reason for the evolutionary deficit in Imperial firearms technology. Black. What? Black powder. It's the primitive version of gunpowder that makes gun bullets fly. With it, the use of magic is unnecessary or minimal. Oh, that's good. And that one? That's a whole big gun, isn't it? Himanjist makes a strange exclamation that sounds like he is both stunned and amused. This is not the time to be so leisurely, although it is understandable. I hid behind a bush and peeked behind me with binoculars. The golem had received a package similar to a bag of rice from the wagon and was pushing it into the bottom of the mortar. Is the charge integrated? That's going surprisingly well. No, I don't know the range yet, so I don't have time to observe it leisurely. I thought that the shells would be packed next to the armament, and after that, the ignition of the bottom would be done by magic. In a sense, the mechanism as a front-loaded gun is complete. The rest is metallurgical technology. Looking at the thickness of the gun and the length of the barrel, it seems that not much progress has been made. Is there some functional reason why the shell is cylindrical rather than spherical, or is it for operational or manufacturing reasons? Joshua, here they come. No, it looks fine. The shells fired from the gun landed in a large arc, causing the ground to shake. They may have already lost sight of us, or they may be far off in the wrong direction, but if they hit us, we would surely die. In addition, there was what looked like stone and gravel mixed in with the explosion. It was not enough to say that there would be no major damage unless it were a direct hit. If that shell were to be deployed on a large scale, every hostile force would be exterminated. Ironically, we ourselves had proven this with our own mortars. Combined with the Orgulum, which is ineffective against bows and arrows, attack magic, and rifle ammunition, it could be a major blow to the Kasemayan. Keeping that thing alive would be troublesome. It's already found us. Let's just use a trap bomb to finish it off. No, wait, Joshua. Himanjist stopped me after observing the second shot being fired. The sound is muffled. That one will be the end of it. It is loaded and shelled, and this time it is pointed in a different direction. It would be difficult to get close to them except by teleportation, as the following troops were on guard round them. The third shot is fired. As predicted by Himanjist, the mortar burst into the arms of the Orgulum. The golem it was holding did not appear to be too badly damaged, and there were no injuries or deaths in the surrounding area. The golem returned to the other side of the watchtower, leaving only the mages and archers behind as if to regroup once more. No one was surprised to see it break like that. The pressure at the time of combustion must have been low, to begin with. The soldiers around were keeping their distance as if they knew what to expect from the beginning. Could that gun be disposable? That's right. It's a cheap bronze cannon. Suddenly, we heard a voice behind us. and we shuddered. When we turned around, we saw a skinny guy wearing a dirty lab coat standing there. He had short, messily cut hair and plain silver-rimmed glasses, and he looked at me and grinned. I wanted to make it after loading, as you'd say, but I can't yet make the tailstock strong enough or precise enough, you know. They said steel is no good because it costs money, and they can't even think about the cost of wasting money on disposables. Hey, you have come up, after all, summoned one of the Kasemayan. Or should I call you His Majesty the Demon King? You are. Whoa, is that a Kalashnikov and an Uzi? I don't know how you got it, but you are a total terrorist. But maybe I'm not wrong in my choice. A weapon that's so sensitive and modern is limited to only a few people who can handle it. I put my hand over Miral's to stop her from asking me with a look in her eyes if I'm going to shoot her. Are you a summoned person, too? Sort of. The guy shrugged his shoulders and laughed with a disgusted look on his face. So you're saying that you didn't come to this world because you wanted to? That's right. But still I'm not sure if he is a man or a woman, an adult or a child. It's a neutral impression, but it's more the unusually thin shadow that gives such an impression. I've had a hard time over here. I couldn't get any good blessings or skills. I worked hard to develop my magic power, but it was terrible at first. You, on the other hand, dominate the war games in this world with the overwhelming power of firearms. How does it feel to kill so many people, even locals? I don't feel anything. As long as they don't attack me, I'm not going to touch them. Do you think you are the only one who had a hard time? He puts his hands on his hips and shakes his head. The front of his lab coat is exposed, and his clothes come into view. What he wears underneath looks like a school uniform. It looks like something from a Japanese high school. The skirt means she is a high school girl? I don't see it at all. From her appearance, expression, and tone of voice, my impression is that she is an unidentified mad scientist. I knew this when you were expelled from the kingdom after the summons. That's why I contacted you. But that's a funny thing to say. I am only a lowly technician, but I have heard about the massacre you perpetrated in Trentlan, the Union territory. The goal is to rescue the oppressed subhuman population. Those who interfere will be eliminated, but the goal is not genocide. The mad scientist high school girl tilted her head dubiously. Why are you so devoted to the subhuman race? You are human, aren't you? And you are Japanese. I'm not saying it's right to be wrapped around the long pole, but at least you know it's the easy and safe way out. People in this world suck. At least, almost everyone I've come in contact with. Now I have only dwarves, elves, and beastmen with me. I have only killed those who have tried to kill my people and me, not because they are human. Is that the only reason? I sense Miral-san glancing at me, but I shake my head faintly. I'm a bit of a noisy guy when it comes to the charms of Nojalili-san, but I have no right to tell such things to someone I don't know. That's enough. I mean, beastmen children are super cute. Fluffy kittens and puppies that talk and are friendly. It's great. I see it's a dream place. Hey, can I ask you something? Can you let me live in Kasemayan, too? Huh? What is this girl talking about? I mean, who the hell is this girl? Don't worry about it. I am not hostile to you, nor have I ever been hostile to you. And I have no intention of doing so. You've been talking a lot of nonsense, but who are you? The mad scientist like high school girl laughs, unperturbed by Miral-san's somewhat prickly questioning. I am a third-grade technician in the Imperial Army's Experimental Development Unit. Well, I guess I'm just another good-for-nothing in a quiet position in the military. I was fed up with my superiors, who took credit for the black powder I had worked so hard to adjust but could only master it to such a limited extent. I don't care about that. I'm asking who you are. Oh. Yes, my name is Rinko Sagasa. I'm a lost saint who was summoned to the Empire from modern Japan, the same country as Yoshua T/N, Shizuoka girl. Chapter 78, Ring Wandering. It was hard. When I was first brought to this world, I saw my status and was suddenly told that I was no use to anyone. I almost became a test subject. That sounds familiar to me, I suppose? I'm not kidding. So, what's going on? The fact that you're safe now means that you've taken it in good, right? Well, that's it. To survive an all-girls high school with a mission system, You have to be able to stand up well to your shady friends and old fools. Mission, I don't know what that is, but I think she is a lot more mature than Joshua. Yeah, I know what that is, so don't tell me. In the end, that's how I met Meryl and got to where I am today, so I don't regret it. But, well, I almost died an astonishing number of times. Even now, I'm still like that. Wait, you guys. We're in the middle of an escape. A group of cavalrymen wielding swords and spears are chasing us at full speed from behind. I took out a motorcycle with a sidecar from storage, Rinko sitting on the sidecar, and Meryl-san on the passenger seat. Yada and him and Jizn, riding a Honda off-roader, were speeding along at a slight distance from us. They were driving in a zigzag, snaking motion, driving close to the cavalry, and then moving away from them, making gas pedal turns and jumping on the undulations, taunting the cavalry. If she had been born in Japan, she would definitely be a country biker. Yada, be on the lookout for any attack from the rear units. In the meantime, no attacks from us. That's all well and good, but how long do I have to keep spinning in circles? Well, I'm having fun, so I don't mind. I don't mind either, you know? No, I'll take care of it. Sorry, just a little more. We go farther off the road and into an area of bushes and shrubs. Surprisingly, the cavalryman following us slowed down. In my former world, one would think this would be a minefield, but judging from the way they handled the reins, it seems that bush roots and bushes are a cautionary tale for horse legs. Or maybe they are used to well-maintained roads, and their riding ability is low. This way, we force over the roots and bushes, leap over them, and in some cases, stow them and throw them to the rear. After a while, the cavalrymen gave up the chase and returned to the flat surface. They seem to have switched to a strategy of keeping their distance, being on the lookout for encirclement, and intercepting them as they came out. I don't think it would make much sense, though, since there is too much of a speed difference. All right, halt. Keep the engine running. I tell Yada, and turn the wheel in the direction of the watchtower. Once we have escaped, that's the only way. Any further away from the main Imperial Army forces and we are likely to have a tricky situation. Of course, it would be easy to leave the horses behind if I accelerated on my motorcycle, and with the skill of the Nojulali sensei, it would be easy to kill any pursuers other than the Gillam. However, the presence of Rinko, who has tentatively and unceremoniously agreed to accompany us, makes the situation somewhat troublesome. Joshua, why don't you kill them? You can't keep running away from it all. That's it. In response to him and Jizn's question, I point to the choker-like object worn around Rinko's neck. A slave collar. It is similar to the ones worn by the beastmen in the kingdom, but this one is a genuine magic tool. When the wearer is more than 10 miles, 16 kilometers, away from the wielder, it explodes and kills the wearer. It also kills the wearer even if the practitioner dies. Even if it receives a signal from the practitioner, it still kills the wearer when they try to remove the collar or something like that. This is a very elaborate and bad characterization, but as far as I know, this type is more common in the fictional world. On the other hand, I felt uncomfortable in the kingdom where only a simple collar that is hard to cut off was used. However, the fact that expensive and highly functional collars can be attached to slaves and summoned people shows the technological and economic gap between the kingdoms and the other countries. Incidentally, I heard that the strangely long-distance setting was a measure to avoid having to drag out the practitioners, high-ranking mages, usually nobles, to work in the field with the slaves. Wait a minute. High-ranking mages? Of the nobility? Yes, that's right. They wear white coats just like me. What? Let's get to work on that. The possibility that there is a magician among the cavalrymen has disappeared, so Nojulali-sensei shoots down the cavalryman with a single swoop of her gun muzzle. It took less than 5 seconds for about 10 cavalrymen to be shot through the eyeballs and wiped out. There was no point in going to all the trouble to distance himself from them. We wasted a lot of time. Didn't we? Sorry, I should have asked first. After confirming that there is nothing wrong with Rinko's collar, I look at the watchtower through binoculars. Where is the mage? What's in there? I can't see if there is a person in a white coat in the group of mages forming up in front of the watchtower. I can't tell if they are trying to shoot offensive magic in a group or not because they are moving around in groups. I don't know without seeing their faces. I think they are probably the transportation corps wagons that fell down the hole. They were the same unit I was accompanying," said Rinko. "The archers and mage troops, unable to follow our movements, are confused because their formation is disorganized, and they cannot take the angle of fire, as we are far off the city road and are moving northward at a distance. As for the archers, they seem to be unable to aim because we are moving too fast. It is possible that they were holding back their attack, thinking they might misfire on the cavalrymen who are chasing us, but that is no longer the case. If we stop for too long, we might become a target." "Joshua, those guys are on the move. I see they recovered more quickly than I expected. Maybe they are better soldiers than I thought." We went around a bit so we could see the back of the watchtower from here. The Imperial Army, which seems to have recovered from the shock of the collapse, is about to start marching again. Fallen soldiers and wagons are being carried up to the ground by large gilums, and wagons and other vehicles that need medical treatment, burial, or repair are being retreated to the side of the road. The fact that Rinko is not dead at the moment suggests that the practitioner is still alive. Naturally, the following forces had completely caught up with us as we were chasing each other on the road with a good view. The fact that no bows and arrows or attack magic flew at us was probably due to the fact that we were not yet in range. A mortar gun, which seems to have been brought out as a spare, is set up a short distance away from the soldiers, pointing toward us. 2 clay golems are substituting for the gun turrets. The other one has begun to load. We must decide on a plan before that one fire. "Hey, Rinko, do you know the practitioner?" I was just a documented administrator, so I didn't have much direct contact with him. They were nobles, and I was a commoner, or rather a slave. "Once again, we may need to go into the midst of the Imperial Army, and this time, completely exposed to the enemy." "Sorry, Yada, please take the tank Chief Himan back to Kasemayan. After this place is cleared, we'll have to intercept the whole Golem horde. We need to be ready for that." "Oh, leave it to me." Although she looked like she wanted to say something, Yada nodded and started the bike. I can't help but wonder if I made a mistake leaving the T-55 in Kasemayan. I never expected a situation where I would collide with a Golem in a place like this. I decided to forget about it, thinking that the situation had not gotten any better when I had only brought the tanks with me since the dwarves were the only ones who had already mastered riding the tanks. "Now, let's go." At my words, Rinko gets a little frightened. I guess she understood the situation, but she was hoping for something a little less offensive. "No, there isn't." What's over there?" "Only 3 people." "Is that the only way for you to survive?" "For all this hard work and danger, there will be plenty to recompense later." Chapter 79, Declaration of War. "Hey, Rinko, do you have any skills suited to combat?" "Only short-range teleport and recovery magic. The rest is charm, illusion, and perception blocking." "Yeah, I knew that." "Nothing spectacular." "A rearguard position, huh?" "If we were to party together and dive into dungeons, there might be some use for it. Though there was a time when I thought I would register with the Adventurers Guild and have a harem party and live a happy, lovey-dovey life in another world. Now, I've achieved mass murder in one leap, and I've jumped 3 more steps to become the Demon King. I don't even know if there is an Adventurers Guild over here." "Hold on." Holding Miral-san at my side, I took Rinko's arm, and we teleported. We returned to the top of the rocky terrain that we were not expected to come back to. The characteristics of the practitioner. He is tall and slender, with gray hair parted in the middle and a mustache, and a red shield with a serpent entwined embroidered on the left breast of his white coat. I looked over with Miral-san and decided that was probably the best way to get the information. "Stay here, Rinko. We'll bring him with us when we go back. Be sure to disguise and disorient him, just in case." "Okay. Please." I carried Miral in my arms and flew a short distance to the side of the road. I checked the wounded piled up on the side of the collapsed road, but the dead and wounded are all soldiers, No gray hair or figures in white coats. The rescue of the Transportation Corps was put on the back burner. Hey, Joshua. Meryl touches my chest to stop me from moving to the underground. Did you see his status? Rinko's? Yeah, just to make sure it's safe. The presence or absence of malice alone can be discerned by the color of the, somewhat JRPG-like, HP bar displayed faintly overhead. This is an ability I discovered during the Forest Elf Child, Milka's betrayal incident. I'm not usually concerned about it, but it appears when I'm trying to guess who I'm dealing with. But before that, I had something on my mind. But the status of Rinko that I checked was a little different from the direction of my concern. Name, Rinko Segasa. Occupation, Hidden Saint, Flame Witch, 3rd Assistant Engineer, Artillerist. Rank, O2. Physical Strength, 44. Magic, 96. Attack, 21. Resistance, 42. Defense, 55. Agility, 81. Intelligence, 146. Bonds, 01. Skills, Healing, 133. Teleportation, 24. Charm, 11. Illusion, 19. Seclusion, 211. She's not the Empire's spies, is she? No, or rather she doesn't have such dexterity. The only things that stand out are perception blocking and recovery magic, and other than that, she has about the same numbers as I did when I first met Meryl, or even lower. There's nothing remarkable to see, except that her intelligence is high. I see. If you have looked into it and decided to accept it, then good. The conversation is over. I take Meryl's hand and teleport underground. The place we descended to was filled with men standing around busily working. We hide in a dark corner of the collapse and observe our surroundings. There were still 40 to 50 soldiers left at the bottom, though it was unclear whether they were part of the fallen or rescue workers who had come down from above. The place was noisy with hurrying supervisors and screaming wounded. A group of men who appeared to be mages was trying to rescue those who remained buried alive using clay golems, but the work did not seem to be going well as the digging collapsed and buried them. The larger and slightly more useful, supposedly, wood golem is being sent to dig out the wagons. The ore golem, which is the cornerstone of their strength, is loaded, so I guess it has a higher priority, but if things continue as they are, it will be too late for a lot of people. It's a harsh world, but it's not a rewarding world, is it? The cheapness of human life makes me feel depressed. What am I saying? They are all people I will eventually kill. I stopped to collect the things I had buried in the ground. Whoever was responsible for this has already been exposed. It's pointless to worry about the whereabouts of the hate now. It's better to show them what we can do. Joshua, isn't that it? I can't see if it is a shield on the snake, but there is a red mark on the left breast. I turned to look at the voice of Meryl-san and saw a middle-aged man with gray hair sitting on the wreckage of a carriage near the center of the collapsed area. He was wearing a white coat with a white beard, although it was hard to tell if it was crumpled and disheveled and parted down the middle or not. What are you waiting for? Dig them out and crush the Demon King quickly, you incompetent bastards. The white-bearded man, slouched over arrogantly, hysterically yells at the soldiers who are working on the project. Even though he is a non-combatant in the field of transportation, he is a mage, so he must be a high-ranking nobleman in his own right. I thought that the fact that they were not carried out on the ground might be due to the low priority of rescue among the invading forces, but they were probably left behind to lead the recovery of buried equipment. Ouch, damn it. Is that useless witch dead? I don't know, sir. I haven't seen her since just after the collapse. That no-good bastard. Just at this critical moment, a cloth is wrapped around his left arm, which may have been hurt or broken when he fell. Can't he use recovery or healing magic? Maybe that was Rinko's role. So is witch a derogatory term for Rinko? Well, it doesn't matter. Meryl, we'll take him away. Roger that. She probably intends to hold my hands with hers. She hugged me from behind and held me around my neck. The soft, warm touch and sweet smell eased my tension. The fluffy, furry hairs on my neck tickle me, but they are also very comfortable. Even if we kill him, it will be at the end, but if he gets out of control, can I leave it to you to make him quiet? Of course. You can talk to him all you want, you know. For better or worse, The feeling of communication is getting stronger. I thought it might be my imagination, but now I realize it. This is love. Yes, it has to be. The soldier's gazes shifted to the excavation work. Then I grabbed the white-bearded man by the neck and made a short teleport into the sky, and from there, I changed direction in midair and flew to the rocky area. When we return to the rocky area, I throw the white-bearded man away. Rinko seems to be at the edge of the rocky area, but her presence is very faint due to some kind of perception blockage. I had thought he was a mage with a certain amount of battlefield experience, but the white-bearded man remained frozen, unable to react or even comprehend the situation until he was thrown to the ground. He looked around, his eyes black and white as if he was suffocating. I switch my mental focus, my expression disappears, and I kick up his left arm, which was suspended by the cloth. I looked down at the white-bearded man who screamed and rolled over, standing in front of him. You only talk when I command you to. Screw you. The man gasped and fell silent as I thrust a machete from my storage at his nose. Don't make me repeat it. I will cut off your useless ears. The firearms wouldn't be recognizable to the Empire's people. I couldn't think of any other weapons for a demonstration, though I thought it would be delicate, like Yada's. My name is Tekiya Yoshua. I am the Demon King of the Kasemayan. T/N. He probably changed his name here. When I told him with a smile, surprisingly, the white-bearded man instantly trembled. What is that? Is the story of the Demon King's descent really being told with that much seriousness in the Empire? If you foolish and fragile humans want to harm my people, you will die here. Let me ask you this. Is my castle the destination of the Empire puppets? The man's eyes swim. A lie, an excuse, or a cover story? The words he was about to utter were swallowed. The trembling stops, and the hesitation disappears from his gaze. I could see that he was prepared to take revenge as a mage. His right hand was about to swing at me, but Miral's .45 caliber pistol bullet easily knocked it away. The bullet that exited the back of his hand into his thumb had disabled his one hand. His middle and index fingers were broken off, and his thumb was blown off. There Walter Rebel completely deflated from the white-bearded man when he saw this. I don't know what the mage's individual fighting ability is, but since he was unable to use both hands when combined with his broken left arm, he would have to give it up. Answer: oh, of course. It is the longing not only of the Empire but of all human beings to bring down the city of the demon race and defeat the Demon King. The man was shedding tears as he appealed. Whatever. He looked filthy with snot on his beard. He screamed a high-pitched cry, a mixture of pain, fear, anger, and hatred. It was what you might call a state of reverse rage. I will kill you. Demons, fiends, Demon King, those abominable half-beasts, all of them. That's good to know. I move my face up to the man's and smile. Perhaps it's a reaction he hadn't expected. But the white-bearded man's fury fades in an instant. I was willing to show you mercy if you meant no harm to my demon territory, but now I see that there is no need for it. Now I can make a decision. I whispered to the bewildered old man and pressed the switch in my hand. Behold my magic. The earth shakes and roars. The white-bearded man opens his mouth and stares behind me, eyes wide. I look at the flames of the explosion and the large number of flying pieces of flesh that have gone up there. After the falling debris had subsided, there was nothing to move but what had once been the Imperial Army. No need to worry. This is just an order of things. Order of things? Yes. First, the kingdom's army when they go to defeat the Kasemayan. Next, the tribal forces of Druntlan. And now it was just you guys. Early or late, that's the only difference. Thud, and something falls down beside him. I looked up to see how high in the sky it had been blown and saw that it was the head of a middle-aged soldier wearing a helmet. If you continue to turn against me. Looking at the dead soldier's head with a bewildered expression on his face, the white-bearded man takes a small gasp. Soon, it will be your turn. Chapter 80, and then, put restraints on him. Pale and trembling, the white-bearded man looks desperately to escape the scene. This rocky place was a place where he could not even move except by teleportation. There was no way he could escape. The conversation is reversed. but let me ask you your name first. A. Name. You are to deliver a message from the Demon King to the Emperor. If I don't know your name, I can't even talk to you. Imperial Army, Holy Mage Corps, Marquis Yekimalukakaf. He's a big shot, eh? Well then, let's cut to the chase. Are you the one who commanded the summons from the other world? The man, who no longer has the means of resistance or military backing, is rigid and speechless. He may or may not have been the mastermind from his reaction, but he was involved. By order of His Majesty the Emperor. I'm asking if you were in command. That's the mages under the head of the Mage Corps. I am in charge of the supply of magic. I wonder if you manage the sacrifices. His eyes widen as he gasps for breath. He can no longer afford to mend or think in full. He summons a few rare beings in the country. There is no way this can be accomplished with just a few magic circles and magic powers. It was probably achieved by sacrificing a lot of people. I don't know the specific method, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to bring them back anymore. If you were involved, I'll have to kill you. You took my people. Following my line of sight, the white-bearded man finally seemed to recognize Rinko's presence. His face went into a strangely contorted weepy smile as if he was surprised or bewildered. I don't know why. That's some kind of mistake. That girl is a no good, useless Zhuyu. I took a machete and cut off Lukakaf's ear. Only answer what you're asked. I mean, you can't just kidnap someone and call them useless and worthless, can you? The people in the kingdom who tried to kill me were pretty much the same, but I guess they're not all the same either. They have power, knowledge, technology, and human resources. They are useless to the incompetent who don't know what they are and how to use them. So I'm just going to ask you to give them back. Take off that ugly collar. But that's so. He started messing around, so I cut off his other ear. For goodness sake, I'm losing my mental edge too. If it weren't for Rinko's head being blown off, I'd be tempted to just kill him. Take it off. Lukakaf hurriedly begins to chant some kind of incantation. In case he showed any harm, Miral-san was ready to shoot him, but the collar broke loose and fell off Rinko's neck as if it were disintegrating into small pieces. I looked at her and received a nod as if there was no problem. So can you forgive me? Please, please. Please have mercy. Lukakaf, trembling and bleeding from his right hand and both ears, fell flat before me. I left him alone, and he began to twitch uncontrollably. I thought he was dying, but Miral-san shook her head in a daze. Apparently, it turns out that he is crying. Was the big man really that scared? I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, jumped with teleportation, and threw the useless old man out into the Imperial Army's casualty zone. Many of the wounded who had been rolled to the side of the road had been turned into death by the eyed explosions. I looked down with disinterested eyes at Lukakaf, who is moaning as he is rolled on top of a pile of corpses and pieces of flesh. Tell this to the Emperor. If he does not turn against us, we shall not attack him. Neither the kingdom, nor the Empire, nor the tribal unions, nor any of the others. However, we will show no mercy to those who try to lay their hands on the demons or the demon territory. AOR. I hope we never see each other again. I guess it can't be that way. Knowing that, I also walked away from the scene, unable to kill the last one, even though I produced a lot of dead bodies. Chapter 81. The Anissa who flew down. After I teleported back to the edge of the forest from the watchtower, we were just about to return when a shadow appeared in front of us. Miral held out a hand to control me and Rinko, who were bracing ourselves. Don't worry, that's a Kasemayan scout. The scout landed with a light thud and had huge, feather-covered wings on her back. When spread out, the wings were about 2.5 meters long to the wingtips, and with a flutter, she folded them up and tucked them behind her back. Her slender body was covered by a tube top-like cloth, giving her a slender, tall, model-like figure. The lower half of her body is covered in feathers on her legs, and from the knees down, she has slightly dinosaur-like scales and claws. The whole figure, with its bird-like elements, looks somewhat like an ancient bird. The upper half of her body is that of a saint or an angel in a religious painting, an innocent beauty, or rather, a beautiful woman. Are you from the Winged Tribe? Yes. We have never met before, Your Majesty the Demon King. My name is Luvia of the Winged Tribe's Aerial Reconnaissance Unit. Oh, Wait a minute. I hurriedly stop her as she tries to get down on one knee to prostrate herself. Even if I were a demon king, I would only be a billboard for external advertisements. Not only for the winged tribe but also the other races. It's not nice to be feared like that. I don't need that kind of thing, and if possible, I would prefer that you don't do it. I don't intend to rule over the Caesameans or rule over everyone else. You can just think of me as a mere representative. It's just for the sake of convenience. Is that so? It seems that Caesamean is steadily transforming into a demon king's castle. Meryl and Rinko's eyes sparkle with a look of amazement and amusement. Please stop it. You two have the same excited look on your faces. I'll hook your noses. It's for all the inhabitants to live happily, not because I want to build the demon king's castle. More importantly, what's your business here? Yes, that's right. Excuse me. Actually, after that, the rear of the Imperial Army stopped. The golem was left in place, and the cavalrymen ran to the Imperial capital. So perhaps they're not retreating, are they? I asked Rinko, but she shook her head. I know. I just wanted to dream a little. If that's the case, maybe they'll bring the whole golem back, or send them to rescue the destroyed part of the collapse. Maybe they went to get reinforcements. You are correct here. It is better to think that the Imperial Army will attack with all its might, and not against the kingdom, but against Caesamean. What Luvia-san sentenced me to is the worst pattern that I expected. It is the result of my own decision and my own initiation. But it isn't very encouraging to find out that it is actually going to happen. It is unknown how many reinforcements are left in the capital. Depending on the total number, it is also unclear whether 2 tanks would be enough to deal with them. In that case, we would have no choice but to return to the first plan, even if we had to abandon our safety measures. Then, I will return to the air patrol. Oh, wait a minute. I stopped Luvia-san and told her what I was concerned about. The information from the winged tribe has been of great help to me. I was going to express my gratitude, but I am sorry for the delay in greeting you. I would like to assist you in any way possible, so if there is anything you need, could you please let me know? It would be a waste for Your Majesty the Demon King to thank us for this, but yes, could we please have a means of communicating detailed information to our friends on the ground and a weapon that can attack the ground? Evolution from observation aircraft to reconnaissance aircraft and then to attack aircraft. It makes my heart flutter. I mean, there was no communicator in the first place. I didn't think much of it since the ground troops were just testing it on the way to the tribal union. I didn't realize that the winged tribes were the ones who needed the communication equipment the most, though I didn't notice it because we had no problem with Meryl's hand signals. This was completely negligent of me. I understand. Just give me a minute. Is it now? Market time stops, and Simon appears. It seems like it's been a subtle while since I've seen him because things have been so hectic, but the last transaction was probably a few days ago. Yeah, my sense of time is a little off. So is my sense of money. Good day, Yoshua-sama. Sama? Hey, what's wrong with you? You are out of character, so come on with your usual brother, okay? No, that will not work. It's about time I started doing more business with celebrities, and I don't think it's a good idea to speak casually. Yeah, it still smells somewhat false or borrowed, but I guess it's not bad to have that kind of awareness. I think it's a little more suspicious, but that's not for me to say. Maybe your wife told you that? Gofure, you must be joking. Yoshua-sama, you just said Gofure, didn't you? I think I heard that his wife is the daughter of a good family. He is transforming at an incredible rate and quickly becoming a success, but maybe it's Simon's personality that makes people smile or even hate him somehow. For better or worse, I feel like his roots haven't changed. Well, that's okay. I want a communicator and an assault rifle. For now, I'm going to do some test operations, so I'd like to recommend a set. Both of them should be as small and lightweight as possible. What is your reason for wanting a small, lightweight unit? Is it operational? You see that woman over there? They are a winged tribe, flying scouts. I want something she can use. If she tries it and it's not a problem, I'll send it to everyone in her unit and I'll need 20 sets, including spares. That would be 223, 0.223 caliber, 5.56 by 45 mm NATO bullets. It is a small, lightweight, small caliber ammunition. It has light recoil and is suitable for continuous fire, but it has only about half the energy of the 30-06. They are lighter, slimmer, more delicate, and more expensive than the old soldiers who survived WW2. It will be one more type of supply of ammunition and parts. This is a concern that only Simon, who has known me for a while, can understand. I don't mind. When we can afford it, we'll have to reintegrate our ammunition there. It's just like Yoshua-sama expected to be able to afford the capital. It makes me itchy, so stop with the ill-fitting flattery. It's not so much the capital that we can afford, it's the war situation. It will only be a matter of interpersonal combat. Rather, it will have to be. You know how much trouble that can be, don't you? I pray that further deals will open up the future. He is indeed a hardcore merchant when he says that. The shift to only interpersonal combat means a shift from frontal combat in which large armies and large weapons collide to asymmetric warfare in which the enemy is scattered among civilians as guerrillas and terrorists. It is like going from hunting to pest control. Eradication is difficult, and results are hard to see. And it is protracted, muddled, and emotionally tailed. It sucks. Well, that's okay. Well, then, here it is. It's the most reliable and numerous in this category currently available. Yes, I know. That's the way it's going to be. Good. I received 3 spare magazines, a magazine pouch, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition along with the gun. The communication equipment is relatively inexpensive and simple for civilian use. They said there would be no problem if it were used in another world where there are no restrictions on the zone of use and for surface-to-air use, where there is no need to worry about shielding. The headset type is convenient to keep your hands free. When he asked about the budget, it was not a very large amount of money. Perhaps the purchase of a tank has numbed my senses, so I asked him if he could provide me with a couple of sets of headsets. Since I couldn't afford to count them one at a time, I took out a lot of silver coins and asked him to make a small adjustment at the final checkout. I'm told that the silver coins are worth less than they would be in terms of our currency value, but I don't care because they will only put more pressure on my storage space if I continue to keep them in storage. In any case, I can't exchange it for cash in the kingdom now. Then, I will prepare it in about 5 days. Thank you. Simon gives me a salute and closes the market. Sorry to keep you waiting. Well then, Luvia-san, could you try this? The winged Anisan's eyes are black and white as she takes the gun and communicator I offer her. Rinko, who does not know what is going on, also looks puzzled next to Luvia-san. From their point of view, it was only a few seconds ago, so it was natural for them to be surprised. Your Majesty, I know this is a gun, but from where and how? Hey Yoshua, what did you do? Now, it's the power of the Demon King. Don't think too much about it. Miryl's explanation, which seemed to make sense, convinced both Luvia-san and Rinko, somewhat thoughtlessly. I told her how to use and maintain it easily and asked her what she thought of it after we returned to Kasemayan. First of all, I think it's a good idea. Overall, I'd rather not have any other choice. May I ask the name of this one, Your Majesty the Demon King? M4 carbine. It's the most common gun in the world where I'm from. Chapter 82, Those Who Are Confused and Those Who Are Frightened. After parting ways with Luvia-san, the winged scout, I drove the motorcycle with a sidecar toward Kasemayan. The return trip was uneventful, with no enemies, no obstacles, and no problems. The plain in front of the canyon had an outer moat almost completed, about 200 meters inside the outer extension. Although it is not filled with water yet, it is still 4 meters wide and deep, and the only part that large troops and vehicles can pass through is the southern front side of the moat, where an iron bridge structure is hung, as seen from the walls of the Kasemayan fortress. It is the same place where we left, but when entering, we had to cross a freshly built trans bridge. A group of young and childish beastmen guarding the bridge saw us and waved at us. Yoshua, welcome back. Mao. T/N, Demon King. Thank you. I'm home. I thought I saw a familiar face somewhere, but they were refugees from the Yerkal village in the kingdom. The leader of the group, Mayfa, and the 3 werewolf kids, Luca, Pawn, and Mera. The children behind them were also familiar to me. They are the 8 who were hiding in the forest, right? Whether it was their decision at the time of refuge or the popularity of the reliable Mei Fu-chan, they seem to have become a single unit of action in the Kasemayan as it is. Please continue on your way. The tribe chief wants to meet you in front of the city gate. Under the direction of the mature Mei Fu-chan, I proceeded with the Ural. The plains were being built up, with undulating terrain, horse-proof fences and trenches, machine gun emplacements and mortar emplacements, and tanks already in intercepting positions. Amazing. You've already made it this far. As expected of the demon city of Kasemayan, everyone is very motivated. No, it's probably true that everyone is excited to hear that they can win. Usually, when a horde of Gillums is coming, people will prepare for a fight to the death. This is the result of that, isn't it? I see. Oh, Rinko, are you one of those insane types like Joshua? No, I'm more of a reasonable person. Aren't you conscious of it, too? Well, when you come from the same country as Joshua, I suppose it's unavoidable. Hey, Miral-san, can you please stop trying to convince yourself? They must have heard the story from Yada and Himanjizn, who had returned earlier. Kemik the elf, Himanjizn the dwarf, and Biot the bear beastman were waiting for us at the city gate up the ramp. That's the fellow from Joshua's hometown. Ah, is she a magician? You should have said saint, even if you don't mean it that way. Biot, whatever. It's not what I wanted to be, and I'm probably more comfortable with being a magician. But I'm not that good at anything other than healing magic. Rinko's expression is still stiff, but it is admirable that she is not intimidated by the bear beastman nearly 3 times her weight or the giant Kemik. If you can use healing magic, I'd like to entrust you with the church's infirmary. Wait, I was thinking of recruiting her to the dwarves' workshop. It looks like she could make some interesting things. No, now is not the time for weapons, but for a clinic. If we rely solely on the elves, we won't be able to send in the archers. And there's Milka. What do you mean? She still has a lot of magic left in her. Besides, spirit magic works well, but the efficiency is... Oh, there's a new face here. Are you human, or half? I smelled something strange. It's medicine, isn't it? Are you a witch? Your presence is thin. It's tiny. Are you a friend of Joshua's? It's a little weird. Glasses. Woof. Rinko is popular, isn't she? In addition to the beastmen and dwarves that are recruiting her, the beastmen kids who came by as onlookers are making a mess of her, and she's pouting. Maybe she was nervous or at least thinking about how much attention she would get and whether she would be hanged or not. She is a member of the military of a country at war, after all. Well, I had done the minimum safety checks beforehand, and I could use an elf for the appraisal. What about you? Meryl calls out to Kemik, who was looking at Rinko without much interest. I don't give a damn if she's not a suspicious person. What about Rinko? From what Kemik can see, she is suspicious, but she doesn't seem to be a bad person. At least, somewhat better than Joshua. Well, that's quite an assessment. Can you please stop using people as punchlines? When I tried to complain, Miral-san went away with the communicator. It's decided. Rinko, you will be in the workshop and the clinic every 3 days for a while. First, of course, you'll start with my workshop. If you have any difficulties, please let me know right away. I'll take care of it. Why yes. Himanjizn, perhaps in recognition of her skill and knowledge, treats her like a dwarf, and Biot, the bear beastman, treats her like a girl without paying any attention to her plain appearance even though she is of a different race. Both seem to have unexpected attitudes, and Rinko is becoming more and more awkward and stiff. By the way, this Biot, whose name I only recently learned, was one of the beastmen who went out to intercept our bare-face bus when we first came to Kasemayan. 29 years old, single, and without a girlfriend. I mean, he says he has been without a girlfriend for a long time. He's a nice guy, though. Biot. The bare-face bus is very popular among the beastmen, but the bear beastmen are not so popular, and moreover, the big grey bear living in the dark forest is a maniacal and cruel huge magical beast that kills orcs for fun and is the target of hatred and fear. I don't really understand the mentality of these two bears, even though they are both bears. Wait, Joshua, take this. And with that, Miral puts a communicator headset on my head. "Ah, Your Majesty, the Demon King." Before I could even begin to speak, a voice came into my ear. It was from Luvia-san, who was on airborne alert. The sensitivity is better than I expected, and the sound quality is clear, which is good, but it tickles me as if she is whispering in my ear. The voice is moist and lustrous, which is also troubling. "In case you are wondering, I don't have any ulterior motives." "What's wrong?" "No, I wanted to tell you something." The estimated time for the Imperial Army to reach Kasemayan, at this rate, is going to take at least 5 days. Depending on the route, it is less than 200 kilometers from the Imperial capital to Kasemayan. By motorcycle, it would take 2 days and 1 night for reconnaissance, or even half a day if you fly. No matter how much they march with a slow-moving golem, 5 days may be too long. Their current marching speed is less than half of what it was before. They have a single large golem ahead of them, and the rear is about a quarter of a league away. Is the one ahead of a response to a trap? Yes. It's a fairly large 6-footer, but it's moving forward in a probing manner, stepping tighter than necessary. They're being cautious. Miral shook her head in dismay at my words. Of course it is. The pitfalls and Aid half destroyed the mounted golem unit. T/N, I'd. I understand. Thank you, Luvia-san. Number. Please give my regards to Her Majesty the Queen. The communication goes dead, and I tilt my head back. Queen? Her Majesty, the Demon Queen, is me. Oh. That's what she meant. That was quick. I mean, why is she acting so high and mighty? Chapter 83, Rinko's Lesson. The reason why the development of guns and firearms has been stagnant in this world is due to a number of factors, such as the preconception that magic is too basic and the prejudice against technical jobs due to class differences. First of all, it is difficult to secure sulfur. There are no volcanoes in the Empire or in neighboring countries, and it is not imported in constant quantities. The intellectuals have no scientific knowledge, so it was a challenge just to explain what it is. And saltpeter, well, that's hopeless. Rinko's explanation of gunnery began abruptly, but since she spoke so quickly and spoke of unknown information as if it were a standard topic, the Kasemayan, with the half exception of the dwarves, who are technical workers, were staring blankly at the list of unintelligible words. On a wooden board behind Rinko, a recipe for black powder, its quantity, and manufacturing method are scribbled in the Empire's official language, and the dwarves nod in agreement as they take notes. They seem to understand the story there, which scares me. In the end, I managed to get a little bit of sulfur after appeasing the merchants who came and went, and finally threatening them. And after being hassled several times. In the end, I managed to get a little bit of it after getting a few bad ones. I refined the glass stone by myself. That's how I got the nickname Toilet Bug. I thought about killing those idiots and putting them out in the saltpeter fields. With nearly 30,000 corpses, it might be possible, I suppose. But I won't do it. I don't know if it is possible to make black gunpowder now. More importantly, Rinko, was that mortar a failure, or is it on the operational side? At Himanjisen's question, Rinko frowned in blatant displeasure. It's because of the stupidity of the Imperial Army. I don't want them to blame me for that. The reaction speed of black powder is too fast. It's called detonation, and in essence, it's an explosion. It's fine for exploding the shell itself, but it's unsuitable as a fuel. So I made up a different recipe called brown powder. Brown powder? The beastmen tilted their head, the elves were puzzled, and the dwarves' eyes lit up. Do not burn it until it turns into black charcoal, but stop it in its brownish state. It burns slower, so accidents are less likely to occur, and even with a long barrel, the bullet body can be properly accelerated to the end. It was supposed to be like that. Supposed to? They threw it away. I had the trouble of preparing it, but they unilaterally informed me that they would not use brown powder. The dwarves tilt their heads at Rinko, who stomps on the ground in frustration. What's the reason? I don't know, but the technical officers of the Imperial Army have made the decision. They are the top nobility, and no matter how much the lower ranks try to convince them, they will never be convinced. They probably thought that faster combustion equals more power. That's because black powder pops more spectacularly when you look at combustion tests of individual materials. It is not like making a carriage horse dash at full speed all the time. There is a performance that suits the purpose. Really, there are only idiots in the Imperial Army. The beastmen, who are not familiar with Rinko's complaints, exchanged glances with each other. Either they don't get it at all, or they don't care to figure it out. Yada, who seems to have been the latter, shakes her head at Rinko. No, I don't think there are any in the Imperial Kingdom, who knows about what you did, or maybe not even in Kasemayan. No, it's not true. See, all the dwarves seem to understand pretty well, even Joshua, you know what I mean, right? Well, sort of. Geez, even if it's only vaguely, I know about it, you know, even though you're Joshua. You don't get it. Hey, wait a minute, Yada, you don't think I'm an idiot, do you? Dwarves can understand most of it. It's not a black powder, but everyone who wants to make magic tools for combat, especially magic accelerators, has had similar experiences. As Miral says this, a smile spreads across Rinko's face. This fellow is probably close to the dwarves. Himanjizn, who had been taking notes on this and that, asked as if suddenly remembering. Why is that mortar cannon operating in such a strange way again? It was as if they were using it knowing it would break. That's right. You shoved a stupidly large amount of black powder into it and launched it boom, 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 didn't you? If a defective gun made of bronze filled with impurities and poured into a sand mold is fired without any space between shots and without cleaning the barrel, it is bound to break down. Even they know that. Right? As expected. They're beyond help. I told them over and over again, if it breaks, just bring a spare. They're really idiots. Well, you'd have to be more careful if you were handling a human, but if you give it to a golem, no one will die if the barrel blows up. I wish they were dead. Rinko is chagrined and spits it out indignantly. She must have been really angry. Even I was annoyed to hear that they had summoned her without her consent, treated her like an incompetent person, and even disrespected the results she had finally achieved, and then took them away from her. I see, so Rinko is planning to complete that cannon in Kasemayan, is she? No, not at all. Rinko tilted her head with a scowling face, and this time the dwarves froze. When we have machine guns, mortars, and T-55s, it would be a waste of time, effort, and materials to upgrade from front-loaded to reloaded guns, you know. For example, the technology is hundreds of years old in our world. Himanjizn and Karatajizn look at me to see if it is true. I wonder when they changed to smokeless gunpowder. Well, it was over 100 years ago. That may be true, though. There are some unique improvements, developments, and new technological advancements that are being pursued. What good would it do if the result was smokeless powder or an intercontinental ballistic missile or, for short, ICBM? It's not that I wanted to be an artilleryman or a technical officer. I just wanted to live freely without the interference of the stupid empire's nobility, so I sold off what little knowledge and experience I had. ICBM? It's hard to explain where Miral can really get into it, and I don't want her to be interested in that. More than that, though, I'm a little curious about something. Wait a minute, Rinko. Knowledge is good, but the experience is. I once blew up an unpleasant teacher's minicar. You're a total terrorist. Well, now I have terrorist in the job title section of my status. I don't remember if Rinko's had it either. In this world, at least in the Empire, science and chemistry are terribly behind because of the overdevelopment of magic technology. It's like indifference, or in a way, like the mysticism and theistic worldview of the world I was from. Chemical reactions and natural phenomena are all explained by external magic, internal magic, and magic formula. They stop thinking about anyone who does anything out of the ordinary by labeling them as demons or monsters, which is an abominable foreign object. Even the dwarves feel this, especially mages look down on engineers. Medicine is not very good either, but since healing magic is not universal and practitioners are too rare, primitive medicine and pharmacy are still popular among the common people. Hygiene is not so bad either, as it seems to be related to the fastidiousness of the elves or the people summoned. Baths are also quite common, aren't they? Well, Yes, we don't have much trouble finding water and fuel. In the Empire, there are idiots who say that taking a bath is a sign of incompetence in using purification magic, and only such people have bad body odor. It's the worst. I understand that there seemed to be a lot of resentment, but the Kasemayan people only understood half of Rinko's comments. Both dwarves and elves are trying to understand the main idea from the context while somehow replacing it with their own area of expertise. When it comes to the beastmen, almost 100% of them don't understand the slightest bit. I'm not much different. At any rate, let Rinko help us develop technology in areas other than guns and firearms. Yeah. Chapter 84 to 85, Forerunner of the start of the war. I step into a desolate town in a Humvee. It is a three-way junction where the road connecting the Empire and the Kingdom intersects with the liaison road to Kasemayan. It is a ruin located 3 miles, less than 5 kilometers, toward the Empire side from where there was once a battle with the Imperial Army detachment. It was not visible on our previous trip because of its location at the end of the road. It is said to have prospered as a post town when Kasemayan was prosperous. But now the side roads connecting the town and the road were covered with bushes, and the town itself was about to be buried in the forest. Be careful, we are in the Wild West. I don't know what you're talking about in the last half, but I understand the atmosphere. We had heard from the winged tribe on airborne surveillance that an advance unit of the Imperial Army was working on something, so we headed over to check it out. My companions were Miral-san, who was holding a Uzi in the passenger seat, and Minya, who was in high spirits in the gun turret. I don't particularly care, but she really put elf-like ears on the side mirrors, making it hard to see and making wind noise when I speed up, and it's really depressing. I wonder if I can't take them off. The shape of this thing is strangely realistic, and it shines like a sword. The fact that it is fixed so tightly also makes me uneasy. Hey, Minya. These ears. It's good, isn't it? I had him and Jichin carve it out of steel. It's got a blade on the edge so you can slash your enemies as you pass by. Scary. And this is steel. I wouldn't pass by an enemy this close. SHH. Something's coming. What is it, though? Could only be the enemy. In fact, it was a cavalryman who appeared, apparently a scout for the Imperial Army. They may have been alerted by the sound of our exhaust, but they had already drawn their swords. With the momentum of the scramble through the bushes, the horse that passed has made contact with the vehicle over 2 meters in height and was slashed to pieces. The horse neighs briefly, and the soldier lets out a high-pitched scream. See, that ain't right. The cavalryman, whose leg was severed at the thigh, tumbled down, spewing blood, while the horse was ripped open and its guts overflowed. Walking unsteadily, the horse falls over on its side and doesn't even twitch. Oh, if this was intended, then it's a very devilish idea. It would have been a threat if we had passed each other in a place where there was no escape, but I had never thought that such a situation really existed. The first thing that happened was a group of light infantrymen and mages rushed into the street after hearing the screams, and nearly 10 men froze and were hit in the eyeballs by a .45 caliber round fired by Miral-san, and fell down. I've given strict orders to Minya not to shoot anyone but the armored and the Gillam, as the 7.62mm NATO rounds are bare. It is overspecified, mainly in terms of cost, to shoot living creatures. I'm bored. Being bored on the battlefield is a luxury I can't afford. In the direction from which the infantry came out, there were remnants of a brick building that may have been a church, with 3 bronze mortars mounted at their bases, facing diagonally. The direction they were aiming for was around the passageway leading to Kasemayan. It seemed that they intended to strike a blow when we sent out our troops. Compared to the kingdom's army, they seemed to have a little more brains to think. They said they could at least prepare weapons, even though Rinko had made the original plan. In response to their efforts, I made a booby trap out of a hand grenade. I set it so that the entire barrel explodes when it gets close to the mortar, stores the bodies, and returns to Kasemayan. As we cross the bridge again and enter the plains, the dwarven tankmen peek out of the hatches, looking bored. Are the tanks ready to go yet? I suspect it will take another day or 2. Joshua, the winged tribe has a message for you. The head of the mounted Gillam force is 3 miles away from the junction. Boom. A heavy sound is transmitted from far away. It seems that they have caught onto our trap. We could see smoke rising in the distance, probably from the jerry cans I had planted there. All hands, prepare for battle. Now, the long-awaited tank battle against a giant robot, a golem, actually, begins. Chapter 85, Bounded Giant. You're too late, Klein. Move the bug forward. Now, Klein struggles to hide his disgusted face from the hysterical voice of his superior, Brigadier General Chelska. Klein is the Manic Cavalry commander of the Imperial Army's mounted Golem unit. He is a field commander who organizes the mages and Manic cavalrymen who move the Golem and leads them in battle. With all due respect, sir, this is the limit of the speed at which we can keep an eye out for traps. It's a gutless and unfounded fear. It was not the soldiers who reported the information about the Demon King's traps but a bunch of spineless mages. They are not worth listening to. In fact, there was not a single trap on the road from the Imperial capital. Chelska, the second son of a duke, is narrow-minded and intolerable. He may be able to see what is going on, but he cannot see why it is happening. Nor is he willing to see. If the mage is so weak, then what are you, who has nothing to offer besides your family background? There was a report of a collapse and an explosion. I'm sure you saw the scene as well. That's all I have to say. If we do not reach the Demon City before nightfall, you will be removed from your position on charges of defying orders. Understood, Your Excellency Brigadier General. What a braggart you are, you no good, incompetent greenhorn. I don't know if you're related to the Emperor or not, but it's scummy like you who get mixed up in the chain of command that keeps the army out of sync. Klein cursed in his heart as he watched Chelska walk away arrogantly. If he is removed from office for the crime of defying orders, he will not escape death. Not only himself but also his family in the capital. Because Golem operation requires an abundance of magic power and magic control skills, this is a special unit where almost all members, except for the accompanying infantry, come from noble families and are treated as officers. Even though they are from noble families, they cannot even be called nobles, as can be seen from the fact that even Klein, the head of the actual unit, is only the fourth son of a low-ranking noble family. Since the chain of command is independent and under the direct control of the Emperor, the ranks are all lined up horizontally, and everyone is a mere Manic cavalryman. However, it seems that in the past, they tended to think of themselves as exclusive and elective because of their pride and conceit that they were the strongest fighting force in the Imperial Army. The head of such a potentially problematic unit is merely a chaperone to prevent problems from occurring, or a person to clean up the mess when problems do occur, and in most cases, he or she is just a decorator. The senior nobles, most of whom do not have satisfactory magic power, combat ability, or political power, are assigned to this position. Brigadier General Chelska, the second son of a duke, is a typical example. He does not even seem to understand that he is standing on thin ice with cracks in it, which, on the contrary, makes him a suitable candidate for the job. The practical work is carried out by the lower nobles under Klein, but Chelska complains about every little detail or drags them down. The driving force behind this is his sense of inferiority, as he does not possess the magic power, physical ability, judgment, political power, or other combat skills necessary to make a name for himself in the military. Army. Advance. No need to be on the lookout for traps anymore. Emerging from the rider's seat of a large, six-legged, walking Golem, the Golem cavalryman army looked at Klein with dismay. He is the third son of a baron family, a giant that boasts enormous magic power. He is a man with a blank, unsociable face, but he is always calm and dependable. There is no need, you say? If we get caught, we will be the ones who die, you know. Besides, we don't even know how they carried out the massive collapse. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I know what to do. The young master got impatient. That's what I say. If the troops haven't engaged in battle by sundown, I'll be ousted, and you'll be the commander from tomorrow. You can have my house if you want. I don't need it. It's just a big old shack. Even the commander's position is just a hassle. Then why don't we shorten the route through the dark forest? Not a bad idea. But only if the Brigadier General's elegant carriage can follow. That's impossible. Army shakes his head, lets out a sigh, and raises his hand at the controls as if he understands. Roger that. I'll drop the alert and pick up speed. The lineup consists of Army's six-legged walking Orgulum in the vanguard, flanked by 4 Trigulums and 3 Orgulums in the middle guard, and 20 Claygulums in the rear guard. These are all the mounted Gillums that are operational now. After being caught in a collapse that appeared to be an enemy trap during the invasion, a mysterious explosion killed and wounded 16 Manic cavalrymen in addition to the transportation corps, accompanying infantrymen, and escorting cavalrymen. The large Orgulum that was being transported by wagon was assembled, and the cavalry managed to get a good number of cavalry. But the remaining mounted Gillum was left unmoved because it was half destroyed by a fall or explosion, or the rider in charge was killed or wounded and sent back. After allocating 22 beginner and intermediate Manic riders to Claygulums and Woody Gillums, and 4 advanced riders to 4 Orgulums, there was no surplus of riders. The only reserve is Klein, who is also the field commander. Not only will he be killed or wounded, but his forces will not be able to function fully even when the main force runs out of magic power. This vacancy before the battle even starts. Commander Klein, Zappa, the unit's rider apprentice and Klein's squire, comes running in with a note. There must have been a magical communication by Magic Corps. He conveys an order from the Imperial capital. Communication has been lost at the advance base that was secured yesterday. The situation is unknown. The unit has asked us to send some people to check on the situation. Tell them there is a battle coming up. The only person we have available to run errands for us is Chelska, the commander of the unit assigned to the base. I believe his name is Lowen Chelska. Is he related to the Brigadier General? I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I think I heard once that his brother is in the cavalry. That's right. I remember the words of Brigadier General Chelska, who speaks with hatred. How incompetent his brother is, how vulnerable and lazy. To sum up his words, his younger brother was a reasonably useful military man. Klein thinks for a moment and then orders Upper to go. Tell the Brigadier General his brother's unit has disappeared. Unfortunately, they are out of our path of advance, so the search will have to wait until after the battle. Sure enough, he was immediately ordered to search the base as a change of orders. He must have thought it was an opportunity to ingratiate himself with his brother and show off his unit. While pretending to play along with the fool's game, Klein used the time he could spare to prepare for the attack. Army, I'm leaving you in charge of the troops. Move forward 3 miles from Kasemayan and stand by with all cannons ready to fire, and if you don't hear from me within a minute, you will lead the troops. I understand. Where are you going, Captain? It's a good luck charm for the incompetent. I'll take 1 shitty tree, 5 shitty clays, and about 10 accompanying infantry in my palanquin. The rest of you can take the Gillum, the infantry, the artillery, the supplies, everything. Be careful. I don't want to be captain all the time. If only we could be so careful. My hunch is that the stronghold has been crushed. We're being outsmarted, and we need to move with the knowledge that we're being outsmarted. Roger that. But of course. Yeah, well, he's the Demon King, after all. Damn it. Chapter 86 to 87. Demon King's Trap. A Trigulum with Brigadier Chelska on its shoulder straddle step scrambles through the forest. 1 Trigulum, 5 Claygulums, and 10 accompanying infantrymen. This is a lineup that could overrun even 100 infantrymen of the kingdom. It's ridiculous. The field commander of the mounted Gillum unit, Commander Klein, let out a sigh. He is now riding the Claygulum himself and has his squires Upper seated in the front opening chest hatch. He was so disgusted with the self-satisfaction of the decorative Commander Chelska that he took up the Gillum that was to be boarded by Zappa under the guise of leading the Claygulum that was alerting the surroundings and was at the head of the following group. Forward, keep going. The incompetent Chelska shouted out instructions in a pompous manner that somehow he didn't even have to provide. He wanted to make his brother, who was apparently packed in the base, hear it. and be proud of his heroic rescue mission. What a fool! Although we don't know what happened, at most, only about 15 members of the setup team have been out of contact. I can only think that they are not thinking about the battle after the fact to send such an excessive force to stay at the base. Even if it was necessary to retrieve supplies, this was not the time to be doing such things before the attack on the enemy position. What should be dealt with immediately is not the search for the missing but the defeat of the Demon King. He is the one who united the subhumans who were gathering in Casamaion and defeated the kingdom's army. According to fragmentary information, he is said to be a mage from another world summoned by the kingdom. He is called the Demon King in the kingdom, but his true identity is not yet known. The defeated kingdom's army is said to have numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers, but the information is too mixed to be corroborated. The Imperial Army's advance party, which went to investigate the situation, had been out of contact one after another, so the Emperor, impatient, had sent out his strongest forces. Since this is no time to play along with Chelska's games, the main force of the mounted Guilum unit has been sent to besiege Casamaion. There are 4 Orgulums, 3 Tree Guilums, and 15 Clay Guilums. As soon as Klein and the rest of the detachment join up with them, they plan to launch their attack. If we don't get this done quickly, Army will take all the credit. That would be nice. Squire Zappa looked around nervously. He is a young apprentice rider, but he was born and raised in the Western Frontier Territory and had experience in hunting monsters. In fact, in the western region bordering the Dark Forest, the only way to survive is to keep on defeating the monsters that come from the forest. What do you think? The forest is quiet, even though many golems and humans have entered. Perhaps there are no people in the base. You mean they're dead? No, I don't know about that. But if there is a corpse, the smell of blood should attract beasts and monsters. The fact that they have disappeared means that something got here before us. Something that would scare the beasts and monsters away. Klein ordered his men's clay golems to spread out and be vigilant of their surroundings. But, hey, there is nothing. No sign of living creatures, no magical response. Neither perception, search and rescue, nor detection magic has found anything that looks like it. There is no sign of lurking. Maybe they're not here anymore. Yes, probably. But I don't see any reason to do so. Killing them, disposing of their bodies, and disappearing. That means this place has no use for them. And yet the most important requirement, that thing, remains. A Trigulum with Chelska astride approaches. The ruins of the church. Lined up on the ground floor of the church is a bursting shell projectile gun developed by the Imperial Army. It is a revolutionary weapon, but its developer was lost in the collapse. Oh, shit, hey, wait. Accompanying infantry, stop Chelska. Move away. It was too late. The Trigulum moves to evacuate, and at its shoulder, Chelska can be seen trying to jump down in a panic. There was no way he would make it in time. All hands, retreat. Get down and brace for impact. Klein has the clay golem turn its back and brace for impact with its arms on the ground. A sound like a lightning strike rumbles, the earth shakes, screams, and a high-pitched metallic clang. The surroundings instantly burst into flames. It is a broad attack, like offensive magic, which is not caught by magic detection. This is what was reported. The Demon King's army's explosive fire magic. Chapter 87, Riding a Giant. Oh, shit. Klein shook his head, cursing at the ringing in his ears and headache, and looked back at the explosion site with the entire Clay Golem's cavalry. The Trigulum is burning in pieces as if it caught fire after the explosion. The charred stick-like object behind the blown chest hatch is probably a manic cavalryman, and the smoldering mass on the ground is probably Chelska. The 4 other clay golems were spread out and did little damage. The one that took the most damage was Craig's mount, which was in the front row. Although the passage of magic power was bad, it was not so bad that he could not move. Zappa, who was sitting on the chest hatch, is also safe because he turned his back. His hair was only scorched by the flames that erupted against him. Those flames are part of the trap that was set. I saw it rise from the cannon. If you've got time to look at something like that, get down. That thing's scorched. We should consider the possibility of an enemy attack at the same time as the explosion. You really are a new recruit, aren't you? Is that your habit as a hunter? As a hunter, yes. but my grandfather was a mercenary who was drafted into the subhuman scavenger hunt. He was trained to know what to do to survive. Then I guess your abilities are more suited to infantry. It was perhaps unfortunate that the aptitude of a mage was recognized. The position and salary are not as good as they are rumored to be. With that, Klein called the roll and checked the situation. When he reported the death of Chelska to Army, who had gone ahead of them, via magic communication, the reply came back, "Congratulations on your promotion, sir, even though you are a field officer." The brigadier general aside, there were also words of mourning for the death of Kardk, a beloved man who had been a manic cavalryman of the Trigillum. "We were on the verge of going up against the Demon King's army, and now we've been given the bum's rush. We've got to get a big result to wipe the slate clean." Klein gathered the remaining troops and headed for the forest where Army and the others were waiting for him. But the truth was, he knew this was not a matter of luck but of the difference in strategy, awareness, and supplies that had been built up and prepared by the time the war began. Joshua, according to the Wing tribe monitoring the sky, the only enemy caught in the trap was a single Trigillum. It seems that only a fool who acted arbitrarily died. I say this with a sense of regret, but it must be the higher-ups in the unit who are allowed to go off the rails like that. And they are almost always the habitual ones. There are two types. Either they are idiots with a very powerful force, or they are idiots in a very high position. Hopefully, it is the former. All hands, prepare for battle. Rinko, let me ask you something. I approached the mad scientist, former high school girl, who came up beside me with the plan I had in mind. Can I jump with teleportation and shoot the Gillum operator to death? Impossible. The rider's body in combat is covered by a magic barrier. The hatch can only be opened from the inside. If I were to take the weapons or the Gillum itself in storage, would there be a way to get to it? What do you mean? In storage, living creatures are exempt. If so, it's difficult. The Gillum is an artificially altered monster, and in the broadest sense of the word, it is an artificial life form. I think it is possible to have disassembled body parts and weapons. I shake my head. I knew I couldn't do that in the middle of a battle. It's possible to take the cannon into storage, but it depends on the situation because it requires visual inspection. 200 meters or so should be enough to store it with a target designation. I would like to try it, but the mortar is in the forest, and I can't see it right now. What and to what extent does the magic barrier neutralize? It depends on the output of the Manic Rider and the cavalry, or rather the corps, but if it's clay or a tree, it won't hurt as much as a battering ram. What about ore quality? In the Imperial Army's experiments, the mortar's bursting warheads were repelled. In the first place, the strength of the mounted body is an order of magnitude higher. I don't know how powerful a tank cannon is, but it might be difficult to penetrate it. Oh no, I'm getting worried. If the tanks are ineffective, we have no way to counter them. A trap bomb? Even if the Gillum itself is not destroyed, it should be possible to damage the crew. Do we need to adjust our personnel deployment on the plains? No, it's not a good idea to move something that has been coordinated and mastered at the last minute. Joshua, as I am in distress, Miral, who has removed one ear from her headset, tells me a large Orgillum is coming, east. A huge shadow rushes toward us, reaping the trees in the forest. But it stops in the middle of the forest, leaving a distance of about 5 kilometers to be measured. I think it is within the range of the tank cannon, but I can't tell from here if it has a line of fire or not. There is another Orgillum and about 10 clay Gillums around it. The rest are 2 Orgillums, 3 wood Gillums, and 10 clay Gillums, spreading out and circling from the south. So all the forces are concentrated on encirclement and extermination. The Imperial Army is serious. Huh? I thought there was an accompanying infantryman. Where are they going to attack from? All over the place. It's that thing you were talking about before. All die together. Hey, you've got to be kidding. Those are the mounted Gillum's attack. Chapter 88, Gillum Suicide Attack. Klein, the mounted Gillum squad commander, maneuvered his clay Gillum through the trees, taking advantage of the Gillum's body, which was only twice the size of a human's. The hatch was closed, and his squire, Zappa, was pushed into the corner of the narrow maneuvering seat. As they slanted to the south, the view suddenly opened up. Ahead of them, Army's six-legged Orgulum was clearing an opening in the tree canopy, cleaving the trees, and securing an elevation angle for artillery fire. 5 Clegulums, each kneeling and holding a cannon, prepared to send a curved shot into the Caesarian army. "Captain, I am ready anytime." 4 Clegulums passed over Klein and his men. They are to assist in the raid that will take place immediately after the bombardment. A quarter of a mile away in the southwestern position, the tree canopy is also shaking. There, too, the humanoid Orgulums are similarly deployed, and the Clegulums are lining up their artillery. The 2 Orgulums to the south of the Caesarian should be preparing to fire as well by now. "Zappa, prepare to fire." Enter cavalry magicums. "Open the line." "Stand by." Klein gulped as he was about to give the order. The Gollem's visual compensation revealed a glimpse of the plains of Caesarian through the trees. There is a barrier there, like a sand wall. A fence is circled around it, perhaps to protect the cavalry. There is a strange pile with a stick sticking out of the ground and the pile is turning. Klein has a strange sense of urgency from there for a moment. As soon as he involuntarily flinched in his seat because of the weak and faint sensation that he couldn't even call it strange, he saw a light. "All hands retreat." "Get down." The left arm of the rider, who had jumped back down to the ground, was ripped off with a snap, and he flew backward. Before realizing that it was caused by a flying object shot out by the enemy, he saw Army's Golem tipping over with a roaring sound. The Orgulum, Army, has been struck. A bluish-white light bursts out at the front of the huge body, shining faintly and scattering. The magic light was no way. The magic barrier of the twin-powered core had been pulled out. Klein is astonished, but he reminds himself that there is no such respite. They were being ambushed. He realized that they had been the best from the beginning and that they, who were supposed to be the most elite unit of the Imperial Army, which was acknowledged by both themselves and others, had been on the back foot for the whole time. "Ah, shit." "All guns, fire." "Fire, fire." Armor-piercing bullet was deflected. "Next, anti-tank grenade." "Reload quickly." The tank commander of T-55 Tank Number 1, Himmingen, who is positioned facing east, curses. He was on a tank on the bluff in front of the ramparts facing the plains. The Golem, which was apparently still deep in the forest, could not be seen from here. But as I listened to Himmengen's voice over the communicator, I was dismayed at the heavy armor of the Imperial Army's Orgulum. Even though it was an out-of-form reserve force in my former world, could the Golem repel 100mm tank shells, a completely supernatural technology in this world? Enemy large Orgulum, tilt and stop functioning. The ricochet seems to have engulfed one of the Clegulums. Next round loaded. Hold fire. Enemy fire is incoming. Oh, shit. The enemy commander is awesome. He's even going to counterattack in that situation. The black shadows in the sky above us are the bursting shells of the mortars developed by Rinko. 5 shells were fired from the east, and 7 from the south, at different times and at different angles, or perhaps due to a failure to time their timing. A total of 12 rounds arced and flew overhead. The design of the shells means that they only explode at the same time as they land, which may or may not be a blessing. I could have stowed the flying shells as I did with the arrows of the Kingdom's army, but it would be too dangerous and frightening to leave the shells, already ignited, in the storage after storing them because it would be hard to store all of them from a distance. Oh, geez, whatever. Storage. Perhaps as a result of my increased status, I managed to store 6 out of 12 shells by making full use of individual designation at the same time. Those are only the ones that flew relatively close to the center of the plane, as seen from the city walls. The remaining 6 rounds landed in the corner of the plane and raised an explosion flame. It's okay, no problem. It was a place that was not staffed, so it only ended up bouncing off the embankment and the wagons for shielding. Golem on the east side, out of sight. It's deep in the woods and in shielding. Damn, I must have missed killing that big fucker. Himmingen, Tank Number 1, pointed east, still only has his first bullet. Karetigen, the tank commander of Tank Number 2, pointed south, is still waiting to fire, perhaps not seeing the enemy's shadow in sight. Clegulum, they're assaulting. 4 on the east side. Enemy assault from the south, as well. 5 clay golems, 3 tree golems. Reports from the winged tribe monitoring the sky above. Even from several kilometers away, these huge golems were visible even to me, who was standing in front of the city walls. They may know that our weapons are firearms, and each golem runs at a distance from the others, not in a mass. The distance was so great that even with my binoculars, I could not see the accompanying infantrymen who were supposed to be riding astride them. Around the shoulders and waist of the tree golem, horizontal wings, or other shelves, are deployed. It doesn't look like a figure there. But yeah, I don't know. Joshua, this one is ready. Miro looked at me nervously, with binoculars in one hand and a communicator in the other. I nodded to the dwarf girl. The bridge on the south side is now deployed and removed, and the plain is surrounded by a moat 4 meters wide and deep at its outer edge. Hopefully, that will stop the golem from rushing in. But don't expect it to work that way. Karetagisn, 20 degrees left in front of you. What, all right, I can see it. I tell him the position of the Orgolem, and Tank Captain Number 2 Kareta yells as he turns the turret. Unfortunately, tanks don't have a lot of visibility when the hatches are closed. I thought they might hesitate a little in front of the empty moat, but the golem jumps over at full gallop, without even a pretense of slowing down by all the horses. Fire! Karetagisn, the captain of the number 2 tank, commands. Then, while all the golems are still in the air, T-55 number 2 opens fire. It seems that Karetagisn's first bullet choice was an anti-tank grenade, and the Orgolem, which had been rammed almost head-on, explodes into dust with a bluish-white glow. That's gruesome. The characteristic feature of this weapon is that it pierces the armor of the tank, which is a mass of tough heavy metal, and pours a scorching blast into the interior. But the hardness of the Orgolem, which is not forged, is probably soft iron at best. It is extraordinary for an individual on the east side to be able to repel armor-piercing bullets with such a thing. It happened so fast that I didn't even know if there was a magic's barrier or not. Next round loaded. One more round. Anti-tank grenade. Fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't have the leisurely battle strategy of aiming at the core. So how could we outmaneuver the enemy who was rushing in at a furious pace? And how could we defend ourselves? In game terms, it was a perfect tower defense type of game. Loaded. Oh, shit. Hold fire. The loader's work was quite fast, but the remaining Orgolem was out of the number 2 tank's firing range by then. The enemy was moving too fast. The clay golem and the tree golem were in front, but it was not the tank's role to deal with them. 4-1, 4-3, 5-2. Safety release. I shout to Myril as I see the golems running with the momentum of their landing and enter the eyed burial zone. 4-1, 4-3, 5-2, ready. Hyman and Kareta, prepare for impact. Roger that. Okay, ignite. Ignite. 2 clay golems and a tree golem whirl through the air, disintegrating and falling across the plain. The countless fine particles scattered about were probably the remnants of the accompanying infantry that had straddled the golem. Obviously, the golem's function had stopped, and no one had detected it. So regardless of the core, there was no way it could move again. Currently, there is 1 Orgolem, 2 tree golems, and 3 clay golems that have been allowed to enter from the south side. Although they have not been seen yet, there should be 2 Orgolems. One of them is a large 6-legged type, and 10 clay golems on the east side. The battle has just begun, and the forces that have been cut down are minimal. In addition, most of them have already entered Kasemayan territory. If they continue to reach the walls, it will be a dead end. If they charge into us, we'll have no choice but to work together as one and slaughter each other. What about the assault from the east? 4 clay golems have stopped at the dugout and are sending troops to the plains. Tank 1, Hyman. No confirmation from here. No matter, the tanks can just finish off the Orgolems. Enemy mortars are preparing to fire, 5 each on the east and south sides, each operated by a clay golem. It said the total number of clay golems was 20 or something like that. Only 2 of them were blown up. 3 of them went into the plain, but there are still 15 others alive and well in the surrounding forest and moat. I knew their commander was good. I guess this is the difference between an amateur demon king and a professional soldier. I muttered to myself unintentionally, and the staff member Meryl shook her head in dismay. This is not the time to be impressed. However, I agree with you. Unlike the fools in the kingdom, these soldiers are very experienced. Yes, the clay golem and the accompanying infantry, which we had taken lightly because of their low threat level, are being incorporated and effectively utilized as a force. It is different from the Windy Kingdoms that only considered non-noble troops as walls or decoys for the main force. East side, no movement. There seems to be some problem with the large Orgulum. Even though it was repelled, it was not unscathed by the tank shell, was it? If it was unscathed by that, there was nothing we could do. Both the golem that entered the plane and the golem that remained hidden in the outer moat were attached to the shielding and preparing for our attack. I did not see any artillery carriers among the golems that had entered, but each of them was equipped with some kind of stick at their waists. The material was iron or at least some kind of metal. The size of the weapons differed due to the difference in physique, but they were of the same shape, whether they were made of ore, wood, or clay. Hey, Meryl, what kind of weapon does the golem have? That's a wheat threshing pole. You know, that thing you use to remove the chaff after the harvest. I don't know what it is because I've never seen it, but that's how I understood it. It's a weapon born from a farming tool for threshing, and in my world, it's called a flail. Wow, a flail as the main weapon of a giant humanoid weapon is not very romantic, but at least it is practical and solid. The reach and power of the weapon are definitely impressive. A human being would be reduced to a piece of meat in an instant if reaped by such a weapon, and even a tank would not be unscathed if hit by a flail with all its might. However, the danger would only increase if the situation became a stalemate with the tanks in their midst. If the Casamayan walls were to come within range of the mortars as they were gradually being closed in, there would be considerable damage at that point. With no place to evacuate and no effective defensive measures in place, we had to take the plunge. Kamik, okay, leave it to me. I'll take care of everything in the end. With those words, I felt a little better. Meryl smiled bitterly and patted me on the back encouragingly. All right, then, you beastman. Are you ready? I turn around and give a twisted smile. It's as if I'm a failed demon king. Let's go. It's time to hunt. Chapter 89, Robots and Grenadiers. The story goes back to just before the war started. Actually, yesterday, I called up Simon on short notice to see if there was any way against the golem. RPG 7, is it? Of course, I have it in stock, but how many do you need? I need at least 10 people to have them. The rest depends on the price. The current market price is around $500 to $700. A launcher and 3 warheads start at about $1,200. Back when there was a shortage, the cheapest Chinese-made warheads used to cost around $150 a round. That's a lot of fluctuation. Well, if there seems to be a lot of production and demand, it depends on consumer needs at the time. I asked for an estimate of 20 sets of launchers with 3 warheads for the time being. For Yoshua-sama, I can give you 20,000. No, about $15,000, but how about a newer, more powerful model? There are also 16s, 22s, and 29s from RPGs. They are far more powerful and capable. It made my back itch to be treated like that. But that was okay. I had to seriously stop him before he started calling me Your Majesty the Demon King whenever I told him what was going on in the small talk. Of course, you know that there are no tanks in the enemy army. They are golems, huge puppets made of earth, trees, and ore. The T-55s out on the front lines have missed their shot, and we want to deal with them at low cost. Simon tilted his head and laughed. He looked amused as if he were fighting against something he didn't understand again. He may have adopted a condescending attitude out of business necessity, but Simon's essence remains the same. I see, you push numbers over quality. In addition, it would be best if I could capture them without destroying them all. That's why the latest models are too powerful. Simon's nodding face says, capturing clay dolls. As expected, I don't want a clay or tree thing either. But I'm relieved to see that Simon's inner businessman isn't fully developed yet. For example, couldn't you just use a pit or something? I've already tried that. It's difficult to do because the man inside is a magician, a wizard. There is a magical barrier that keeps them from coming out. I was in a rush at the time, so I blew it up with a nide. Why don't you do the same this time? I don't know what you plan to do with it, but it will serve your purpose. You have no idea what the Japanese are like. When it comes to food and robots, I'm not going to compromise. Robot. I pull the legs of the Orgulum out of my storage and show them to Simon. The original was a monster or something, and the main body could not be stored. That's what I want to capture. Not in pieces, but something that can be moved. The giant legs, nearly 10 times the size of a human, weigh 100 kilograms. The design is not the smart lines of an anime mecha designer but rather an old-fashioned mix of a steam locomotive and heavy construction equipment. The contrast between the silver joints, which seem to be made of some kind of light alloy, and the shiny black outer armor is really tacky. This is amazing, right? A 10-meter tall golem that a person can get into and move. It's only natural that I want to get it intact and in a recoverable state. That's one reason. But the main reason for choosing the RPG-7 was to see if it could be operated after I'm gone in Kasemayan. But that's not something I'm going to tell Simon. Are you sure about that? Yeah, of course. Simon seemed to be struggling to keep a serious face, but then his face contorted into a big smile, and he started to laugh out loud. Okay, brother, fine, I'll get you as many RPG-7s as you want. Before I knew it, he was back to the real Simon. I don't know if he was bored or tired, but he was really pushing himself to create that character. I don't mind either way. Instead of that, I'd like to sell you this. 20 RPG-7 launchers and 10 warheads. And yes, I'll put in a recently acquired KPV as well. KPV, come on, seriously? The KPV is a 14.5x1. The same as the Simonov anti-tank rifle used by the huge Elf Chemique. It is a heavy machine gun capable of firing 14mm rounds in rapid succession. It boasts tremendous power, more powerful, 50% more energy, than the M2, the representative heavy machine gun of the West. I don't know what kind of business opportunity he found in the Guillum's legs, but in exchange for such a treasure, I would gladly give him the Orgulum's legs, which I thought I had no choice but to keep for a while. Thus, our Kasemayan Defense Force waited for the mounted Guillum unit with unexpectedly heavy armament, while its defense remained almost as bare as ever. And it had one more leg, too. Thus, the RPG-7 is your new weapon. Depending on where you hit it, it will penetrate even an Orgulum. Clay and Tree Guillums are no match for it. So, Chemique and the others will be in charge of this side. Immediately after procuring the RPG-7 from Simon, I gave a lecture to the Beastmen volunteers. The nervous Beastmen began to stir when I suddenly said, "You can beat a Guillum in a single blow." I am sure that no one would think that I was lying based on my past achievements, but that does not mean that you could just accept it. Don't worry. You'll get your chance to prove it soon enough. The Guillum unit is steadily closing in on us. I try to smile, but all I get is a dry, amiable smile. That's probably true. They had never seen or heard of the RPG-7, but everyone already knew the horror of the Guillum. Before the actual battle, we test fire one shot each. Don't fire it arbitrarily because the danger is nothing compared to that of the rifle. Okay. The problem with acquiring powerful firearms just before the battle is that the positions are just barely built. And there is no time for training, and if they shoot on the plain side from a safe place, the possibility of the T-55s entering the firing line is a real problem. The latter is a problem for the dwarves' position. Himanjisn, a dwarven craftsman, has taken care of the latter problem to a certain extent. I was in front of the ramparts, looking down on the plain. There, I saw a trench, a painstaking work of the Dwarven Engineering Corps, though they also serve as tankmen. They were about 2 meters wide and high. 2 large trenches extended to the south and to the east in a wide circle. The old man explained to me that this was a combination of the tanks and the location of the trenches, and it was obvious at a glance from above. The first plan was for the tanks to escape in case they stalled, but the tanks would not enter the firing range of the Allied reinforcement units, and we would not enter the firing range of the tanks or the impact zone of the tank artillery, and conversely, we could intercept the enemy who was aiming at the tanks. The Route 1 that extends to the east is to support Tank Number 1, and the route 2 to the south is to support tank number 2. Each of you takes only the launcher. I'll teach you how to load the warheads later. I took out the RPG-7's launcher from my storage and handed it to the beastman, who had volunteered to be the grenadier. Everyone is curious, but no one is stupid enough to operate it on their own. Firearms are dangerous, and it is well known that if handled poorly, they can easily kill you. Whether you are a muscle brain or not, the more muscle brain you are, the more you know that there is a fine line between the effectiveness of mighty power and danger. Safety checks are in case a man's blood. First of all, I gave a quick explanation of what a rocket is and strictly ordered them to be absolutely sure of the danger of backfire and to check behind them, especially for allies, combustibles, and obstructions. I also told them that if they got down in the trenches and took elevation, they could be burned whole with their comrades. The power and lethality of the weapon had been given in detail at the outset, and the beastman was listening intently. So naturally, it would be no joke if they and their allies were burned to death after defeating the enemy Guillem. Then, here's the next thing. Push the button at the trigger, and the safety device will engage. Check the lock. Check. Next, take the part that looks like a gun grip and turn on the toggle switch at its top. This should put a spot of light in the scope. Check it and let me know if any of them don't glow. Check. I had each of them look through the scope and told them to align their target with the center of the T-shaped scale. In reality, they would be firing at close range, probably around 100 meters, so I wouldn't give them that much detail. It's not a sniper weapon, and I don't know that much about it. Before firing, you have to raise the firing pin. The rear of the trigger, here, check. Release the safety device, and let them fire in the air. That's all there is to it. The Eastern weapons are simple and tough. Alright, let's test fire. The target is. As I was looking around for something hard and big that wouldn't be a problem to break, I saw Miral and Minya running in. There should still be some time before the mounted Guillem squad arrives, but I have a bad feeling about this, especially the big smiles on their faces. There's a stupidly large monster in the dark forest. It's the perfect target for the RPG. T/N, RPG. Chapter 90-91. Rock and Roll. A monster, you say? That's a Guillem. What are you talking about? Guillem is a monster, isn't it? Isn't it just right to defeat it? On a slope overlooking the dark forest, we watch a huge Guillem roaming about. The mounted Guillem is said to be an artificially modified wild species, but its appearance is more different than we had imagined. Instead of the robot-like shape I saw on the way to and from the imperial capital, it looked somewhat like a Haniwa clay figurine. It was about 4 meters tall and made of stone. Not ore-like, but mossy rock. It is like a rocky Guillem. In his hand is a club, or rather a tree itself nearly 3 meters long. It is scurrying around, looking for something. It must be looking for us. What did you do, Miral? I had to let some beastman escape from the forest, so I put a .45 right in its eyeball. It didn't scare it off, though. Of course, shotguns wouldn't work either. The Sodofu couldn't even reach the upper half of its body. I tried shooting at it with a 30-06 from above the canyon, but that was also repelled. T/N, sawed-off shotgun. Miral and Minya talked without a trace of regret. From the beginning, they probably didn't think they would be able to beat it. That's true. Handguns, shotguns, and rifles are not meant to break rocks. Well, as for RPGs. Okay, then, Yada, you want to go first? Can I shoot? I took the warhead out of storage and inserted it into the firing tube. Then, after confirming that it went all the way in and evacuating the beastman from behind Yada, I handed it back to her. Safety device check. Scope light on. Safety confirmed. Scope confirmed. Raise the firing hammer. Hammers up. Align the target with the center of the horizontal bar and the top of the vertical bar. Target in line. Backward check. Safety release. Safety off. Fire. Wash. Surprisingly, the sound is not loud. Although there is a huge burst of flame from the rear of the tube, the recoil is reduced by it, and in fact, there is almost no shock. However, the speed of flight was much faster than seen in war movies. When it hit the left flank of the slowly moving rocky Guillem, it was gouged out with a dull thud, and its left arm was ripped off. Amazing. What a power! Without screaming or showing any anger, The golem noticed us and began to walk toward us. Who's next? We don't have much time. I'll do it. Biot, the bear beastman, raises his hand. We can hear the golem's footsteps approaching. Just as well, since he is a serious and calm type. The RPG-7 looks so small in his huge hands. The Draeger guard looks tight, but there seems to be no problem. After a series of safety checks, he holds up the firing tube with the warhead set. Whoosh! Immediately, the golem twists itself, causing the aim to be slightly off. The bullet lands on its right shoulder and explodes. The golem, which had lost both arms, stamped its foot in a small gesture of anger. Hey, Miral. Does the golem have emotions? I don't know that. But even monsters are living creatures, so I can't say that they don't. If they were intelligent enough to communicate, I wondered if they had any feelings of guilt. I thought to myself in the corner of my mind. After killing more than 30,000 human beings, it is meaningless to talk so nicely about it now. The golem loses its balance as it tries to rush in and falls over, unable to get back up. It looks like an old comedy, but there is nothing comical about it. The golem crawls and writhes, gets up on its knees, and prepares to lunge again. Next then, Perun, it's you. Oh. He's a young werewolf who served as Himanjisan's bodyguard at the machine gun seat. Perhaps it's because he's been through the ordeal, or perhaps it's his original personality, but he's somewhat aloof and has a strong sense of humor. After quickly and accurately confirming the safety, he holds up the firing tube. Fire! Whoosh! The warhead flew straight up and pierced the golem's gouged left flank. Yadar's first shot blew out the back of the cavity, which was already crumbling, and shredded it from the waist up. Whether there was a core there or the connection to the limb was severed, the rocky golem collapsed and stopped moving. That's good. Let's pick another target for everyone after that. I've heard that they often attack in couple between the male and female golems. Eh? What do you mean by male and female golems? Have a male and female. I don't think they reproduce. They are often found in pairs, one large and one small, so we just call them couple as a matter of convention. Whether it was a male or a female, the sound of tree canopies shaking and trees crunching in the depths of the dark forest was definitely heard. Joshua, does it take 3 shots to kill a large golem? No, it only takes 2 shots. However, if you can target a specific part of the body, such as the hip or waist, you may be able to do it with just 1 shot. However, at first, you want to take it easy and limit the number of people on the front line to 3 at the most, with a total of at least 10 warheads. The reason for keeping the number small is also a matter of safety control. The firing flame of this weapon stands out like a flash every time it is fired. There is even a story that it is called a suicide weapon because of the concentrated fire it receives after being fired. I don't want to send my comrades to the front line with such a thing. That's why I support them. Let's hope the RPG-7 will not have many chances to appear in the Casamaian after I'm gone. Chapter 91, The Start of a Deadly Battle. Alright, then, you beastmen. Are you ready? I look down at the oncoming golem horde, then turn and give a twisted smile. Let's go, it's time to hunt. I thought I was acting just like a demon king, but when I made the smug face, the response I got was a warm smile that said, wow, Demon King Sama is so cool. I know it was a slip-up, so stop it, please. Of the 14 beastmen volunteers, 6 were selected as grenadiers. The remaining 8 volunteers had already confirmed the operating procedures and test-fired the grenade for future use. They should be able to play an active role as backup personnel if the need arises. Those who were quickly judged to be suitable were Yadar, the tiger girl, Biot the bear beastman, and Perun, the young werewolf, who were used to fighting. The other 3 were a bit difficult to select, but they were chosen after all the volunteers agreed with my proposal. These latter 3 were chosen not because of their aptitude as grenadiers but rather because I thought they could make the most of their racial characteristics. These 3 would be separated from me, Yadar, and the others. The participants in the operation are assembled, and their positions are confirmed. At my side was Miral, who was playing the role of Chief of Staff. Kemiak, the elf archer, who was carrying a Simonov anti-tank rifle, and Rinko, who was the brain. At this point, the enemy entering the plain from the south is 1 Orgolem, 2 tree golems, and 3 clay golems. Each of them is behind the shielding with a shell pole at the ready. They may have judged the tank cannon to be a greater threat than they had imagined after the first shot, but they did not seem to be charging in unprotected. At the moment, their priority target is the T-55, but once that threat is eliminated, they will attack the ramparts. We will crush them before that happens. Chemic, the Orgolem will be taken care of by tank cannons and RPG-7s, but can you handle the others? The clay golem prioritizes maneuvering speed over the defense. That one can be taken down with no problem. The problem is the tree golem. That was a bit of a surprising response. I had heard that it was light and fast but not so strong. Looking at the flow of the magic light, the output of the core is being directed to the magic barrier. I'm not sure if bullets would be enough to finish it off. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to just by looking at it. Is it the unique ability of elves to see the magic light? Joshua, the tree golem is equipped with an ejection stake in its hand. An anchor is its purpose of attacking tanks. The tanks must not have been known to exist until they arrived in Casamaion. If so, maybe, but I think it's designed to climb the cliffs. You mean they could come all the way up to the ramparts without having to go around the ramp? Whether tree or clay, it would be difficult to deal with them if they got into our pockets. Chemic's concern was valid. In addition to the 6 that have entered the plain, there are 4 clay golems that have sent infantry into the moat in the outer extension and a total of about 10 clay golems that are handling mortars in the forests to the south and east. Although the main target in the eastern forest, 2 orgolems, one of which is a large 6-legged type, have not moved yet. It would be troublesome if they were trying to time the disturbance. This is only a matter of finishing off the infiltration force alone as soon as possible. Chemic, change of plans. Use the KPV on the tree golem. Okay. The KPV set up in front of the cliff is a 14.5 by 1, the same as Chemic's anti-tank rifle. It is a heavy machine gun that uses 14mm rounds, nearly 1.0 times more powerful than the 3006. The KPV weighs more than 50 kilograms, so it is mounted on a tripod. The gun has 400 rounds of ammunition, all of which are incendiary armor-piercing rounds. After the elf attack, the grenadiers move to their firing points. Prepare to attack. The battlefield has become silent. Most likely, it is the harbinger of a simultaneous attack. Klein, the commander of the mounted golem unit, is in the manic seat of the clay golem, listening to the reports from the various riders. We lost 2 clay golems, a tree golem, and an orgolem, and Army's golem is damaged in the head, manic seat and left leg, and I myself am in one-armed condition. 40 accompanying infantry have entered the enemy position from the east. Almost 50 of the men who entered from the south side were killed, though the 40 infantrymen available were all that remained, plus the survivors from the south side, who had little chance of survival. Klein keeps his mouth shut, saying that he is responsible for that, too. When Squire Zappa finishes adjusting the magic line, he flops down from the hatch. In his hand is a short staff of assault magic for the cavalry. I'm going to join the infantry over there. Good luck, Captain. Oh, in this situation, I'm guessing you will say something cool. Unfortunately, you're not in the mood for that right now, huh? Stabbing the Demon King in the back is a pretty cool way to end your life. Klein looked off to the rear of the group as he ran away smiling happily and shook his head with a laugh. As I thought, he's more alive when working with the infantry. Klein inhaled and prepared himself, facing the intermagic communication device with the line open. The orgolem will take out that crazy artillery position with all the cavalry. Army and I will be on the east side of that earth-colored one, and Quebec and Sora will be on the south with the white one. Roger. The claymores will disrupt and destroy the infantry, while the gunners will advance to the forest's edge and charge after launching all their rounds. Don't think about those who went in first. They ain't accurate enough to aim at anyway. Roger that. The tree golem should only aim at the main camp above the canyon. That's where the Demon King should be. Roger that. I move the cavalry. The left half of my body creaks, but I am not immobilized. I smile ferociously, thinking that I'll go on a rampage at the most. All right. Open all cannons. At the same time as the explosion, all cavalry charge. Chapter 92, Burning Desire. Joshua, Enemy artillery incoming. I looked up at the voice of Miral and saw 10 cylinders flying from the forest. They may have moved forward since the last time, or they may have changed the angle of their projectiles, but they are flying in a low trajectory to the far side of the forest. If they get in a little further, they will reach the city walls. Storage. The first 10 were stored by making full use of the individual designation, but another 10 were launched in rapid succession, and the next 10 again. 4 or 5 that could not be stored exploded in the center of the plain. There were no casualties, but the horse fences that had been placed as shields were shredded by the barbed wire and scattered. The explosion signaled the arrival of clay golems, 5 each on the south and east sides, from the forest in the outlying areas, swinging their poles and rushing toward the area. Behind them, 3 ore golems, 1 from the south and 2 from the east. One of them on the east side is large, moving like an insect. Their target is the T-55. The humanoid ore golem coming from the south rushes toward the Kareta tank commander's number 2 tank. Black smoke rose from the left side of the white T-55's body toward the side. It must have blown its engine, as it jumped out of the tank bunker and started moving backward. The full extent of what was under the ground was revealed. Turning the vehicle body on the spot, the golem's movements slowed for a moment. Perhaps they were frightened in front of the tank, an unknown object, and the unfamiliar movement of the super-cinematic turning, but their hesitation made the difference between life and death. Bang! The humanoid ore golem was hit head-on by an anti-tank grenade, breaking at the waist tore in the shape of a rake. The upper and lower halves of its body fell apart and rolled, scattering ore, explosive flames, and pale light behind it. Bang! Bang! On the battlefield, where the impact of the tank cannon had not yet awakened, Chemique began sniping. The 14.5mm objective rifle rounds land one after another in the clay golem's chest, gouging out the interior and exiting backward. It is unclear whether it was the core or the occupant that was hit, but the golem falls forward with a faint glow, or it falls back onto its buttocks and is motionless. The surrounding golems realized they had been hit and immediately scattered, each swinging their shell poles. The T-55 had already moved to the rear when the mass of heavy metal slammed into it, firing its coaxial machine gun to keep its distance. The coaxial machine gun 7.62 x 54R round pierces the clay golem but is blocked by its low-positioned, guarded arms and is not fatal. The bullet was deflected, and sparks were generated, indicating that the left arm was equipped with a shield-like function. If 7.62 x 54R is impossible, it is highly possible that even 3006, which has a similar energy level, won't pass. T-55 vehicles, lower targets are fine, fire. Roger that. An anti-tank grenade is fired from Kareta's second tank, blowing the 2 overlapping clay golems to smithereens. The tree golem, which was hit by either a stray bullet, shrapnel, or collateral damage, lost its balance, but it began to run at full power, drawing a pale light, without worrying about the damage to its allies. It seems that even non-elves can see the magic light at full power maneuvering, or perhaps he is overloaded that much. The distance was just over a kilometer, and at that speed, it would take less than 20 seconds to reach the edge of the canyon. KPV. Open fire. At Chemique's voice, the elf shooter begins firing their heavy machine guns. There is a near-tickling roar and a burst of flame, and when the warhead is sucked into the chest of a tree golem that is rushing straight toward us, particles of white light scatter with the explosion of flame. Is that the magic barrier? Keep shooting, you idiot. The tree golem continues to rush forward, not slowing down even though its arms have been shot off and its head has been crushed by bullets. Every time a bullet is fired, incendiary armor-piercing bullet flames and white magic light shimmer and scatter, and it can be seen that magic power and physical damage are competing with each other. Damn, it still won't go down. I had heard that the tree golem was low-powered and vulnerable to fire, but I realized that it was only among golems, and that was all it meant. I wondered if the golem could withstand 30 rounds of heavy machine gun fire, enough to destroy the fuselage or light armored vehicle. When it reached about 400 meters into the canyon, the tree golem finally stopped. Walking slowly, it still tried to come closer, but its huge body began to burn. Whether it was the limit of the magic barrier or the limit of the occupants, a high-pitched scream could be heard from inside the torch-like interior, and it went down in flames while kneeling down. Joshua, there's a big one coming from the east. A huge six-legged Orgulum had crossed the moat and was invading the plain. The opponent is a monster that has been shelled by armor-piercing bullets. The green T-55, Tank 1, was already in its sights and was retreating out of its tank bunker, firing its tank guns at it, but the giant, nearly twice the size of other Orgulums, was still moving slowly, but it had no time to react. The movement seems to have slowed down, but whether the angle is bad or the magic barrier is strong, it has not been able to make a decisive blow. Himanjisn, fall back as fast as you can. Keep your distance and be on the lookout for the humanoid Orgulum to the southeast, and cease fire on the six-legged Gillum to the east. Roger. The Orgulum does not pursue the T-55's body as it retreats at full speed. Looking at it, the left side leg, which seems to have been hit, is distorted and tilted. It can barely stand, but its maneuvering seems to be hampered. Grenadiers, get ready. First, I gather the three members, Yada, Biot, and Perun, and distribute warheads to them. 3 warheads are stuck into a cloth-backed case. After loading, perform the transition. Raise the firing pin just before firing. Do not forget to check the line of fire and the safety of the rear. The 3 of them are grouped together, and they move to the firing point in the trench. The position is right in front of the large Orgulum, which does not seem to be targeting us yet. Fortunately, Himanjisn's T-55 had retreated, so only the enemy was in the firing line. We will fire at our own discretion, and immediately afterward, we will make the transition. Wash, 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 they fired in rapid succession. The target was moved shortly before the firing was confirmed. It flew to the other side, on the eastern edge of the plain, almost at the end of the trench line. From the large Orgulum, it was to the left rear. It is unclear how much damage it has sustained since it is on the opposite side of the position from where the shot was fired, but it is struggling with its head down and white smoke billowing out of its fuselage. Safety is confirmed. Reload the warhead. Each of them reloaded their warheads, and in the meantime, they searched for the location of the remaining humanoid Orgulum. It was either hidden by shielding or knocked down and was not within visual range. As I was looking around, I felt a strange presence behind me. It's bad. Stay safe. Don't move. I teleported back in with the Beastmen archers, who were about to set up their RPG-7s. When I got out under the belly of the large Orgulum, I saw the place where it had been just before exploding into flames. What's that? It was the Gillum's accompanying infantry. I knew they had entered the plain, but they seemed to be more troublesome than I thought. Are their mages attacking now, or maybe they have magic weapons designed for offensive purposes? According to Biot's assessment, it was the latter, but there was no way to confirm this. Yada regrets that she did not bring a weapon with her while she was on the lookout for the surroundings. No. If she were to swing a machete at the infantry here, the Gillum would trample her down, and that would be the end of her. We'll deal with the others later. The priority is this one. I point to the quivering ore belly above my head. It's a lot shorter than it should be, probably due to accumulated damage to its legs or reduced power output. If we go to the belly, we will be crushed. After lightly holding Yada and the others, I shift to the right rear of the large Orgulum. The enemy seemed to hesitate to attack their own Gillum, so there was no attack on the position where we were at the very front. The enemy infantry seemed to have lost sight of us because we hid in the trench immediately after the teleportation. Joshua, a humanoid Orgulum with infantry is headed your way. It's time to go. I tell her that I will withdraw at once in response to Miral's warning. I carry the Beastman Grenadier to the front of the ramparts with teleportation and look out over the plain to see a large Orgulum crushed into a belly crawl, blowing smoke from all over the place and deploying panels on its rear hips. As if about to launch a final attack, a humanoid Orgulum was guarding its surroundings with a huge shell pole. The pea-like objects deployed around it were probably accompanying infantry. Both T-55s were unable to get a clear shot because they were behind shields as both vehicles retreated. Your Majesty, can you leave the rest to us? Hearing his cool voice, I accepted his offer of opinion as a chance to try a new tactic. Both T-55s stay where they are and only deal with targets that come into view. Roger that. But what about the Orgulum still trying to do something? Don't worry. The strongest force in the Casamaian will be a phrase that tickles every Chunubius. They stand on the cliff, fully prepared, and I point to the enemy target and tell them. The Casamaian swooping grenadiers are on their way. Chapter 93 and 94. Having a secret intention. We are honored. Smiling at the cliff edge of Casamaian are the winged tribe's sisters. They are Luvia-san, Maeve-san, and O-san. All three of them are slender and tall, perhaps because of their shape for flying, and they all have a model's body, which makes them look more calm and mature than necessary. I don't know enough about other winged tribes to determine if that's a racial characteristic or the result of becoming more like their leader, Luvia-san. I'm not used to women, so I tend to speak in an honorific tone, which is a problem. Anyway, the ladies had successfully completed the test firing yesterday, but it took a little time because they tried their own formation against the female, temporary name, Golem. As a result, everyone seemed to have a good response, and I could feel their trust and affection for the RPG-7. Luvia-san, what's that equipment formation? The only ones holding the launchers were Luvia-san, who had long, flowing black hair, and Maeve-san, who had chestnut-colored semi-long hair in a loose ponytail. O-san, who has bouncy, curly hair that is cut very short, is equipped with an M4 assault rifle and has 3 warhead cases slung over her shoulder. O-san's firing tube is carried on both shoulders by Luvia-san. We have thought it over thoroughly. We believe you will be satisfied with the results. A formation with one person as an escort. They must have had their own ideas, as their battleground is the sky, where there is no hope of shielding them. I nodded and decided to respect their decision. Then, Your Majesty, the Demon King. We're off. With a sudden leap, they opened their wings and flapped them in a gliding motion, quickly gaining altitude. The winged tribe's soaring figure seemed to have been seen by the enemy, and soon after, from behind some shields, attack magic firebombs were launched into the sky above. After spinning around and effortlessly avoiding them, O-san fires a point-blank 5.56 mm round to check the infantry. Flying around at the speed of a reciprocating fuselage, O-san's shooting is almost acrobatic in its accuracy, as she hits the target while taking evasive maneuvers. Although the distance between them makes it difficult to see the extent of their injuries, each time she fires, the infantrymen who fall and roll over and their comrades who carry them into the shield can be seen. This is the disgusting nature of small-caliber bullets, which have low energy and low killing power. The toll on the enemy in combat is far harder than killing them instantly. Although we are putting it off, for now, it's war until we can defeat those infantrymen. Once the Golem is defeated, we will go down to the plain and sweep up the rest of the enemy. Will you come with me? Of course. That was all I heard back. But that was all I needed to know. I know that Myril is ready and prepared to go with me, no matter when or where. No matter what awaits us. I feel like crying a little. The remaining clay golems and infantrymen charge through the shielding, but they are shot through by the elven shooters and fall. The situation was already in a sweep, with the enemy on the plains unable to see us well enough. Bang, bang. With a dull sound, the wing-like panels deployed from the rear back of the large Orgulum begin to glow. What is that? They look like wings, Rinko. Do you know what they are? I don't know. That kind of thing is a case that's completely shut out even within the Imperial Army, except for the people involved. But I don't think it can fly. Indeed, I don't know what the thing is, but I think it's only a big target when it comes to flight capability here. If what is required of the Golem is an overwhelming combat capability to spread destruction and fear, then a magical weapon, I suppose. The panel intensifies its light with electrifying sparks, simultaneously generating a blue-white wall to the front. I've never seen a magic barrier thick enough to be visible. Should we evacuate now? No use. If the attack of such a high-powered magic weapon, A little distance and shielding are meaningless. What's the point of further fortifying the defense when it had already put up a magic barrier to repel tank cannons even in its normal state? Could it be that the fuselage itself cannot be protected by a magic barrier now? Yes. If you put up two magic barriers, one for attack and the other for defense, they will interfere with each other. Rinko pointed to a barrier deployed at a distance from the fuselage. The barrier is also designed to repel attacks from the front until it is filled with magic power. The opening is still unprotected. Those sisters, they might be able to do it. Rinko wagged his finger in an unusually cheerful voice. Ahead of her finger, I saw Luya-san and Maeve-san, who had flipped themselves up high in the sky, folding their wings and falling down vertically. Their bodies, squeezed thin like diving athletes on the verge of landing in the water, plunged straight down at an astonishing speed. Hey, are they okay? Opening their wings so low that you would think they were going to be slammed into the gilum as it was. The two of them fired 3 RPG-7s and flew away. The warheads, impaled on the deployed rear back, explode after a slight pause. Bang! Like a beast that has had its spine snapped, the giant gilum bobbed up and let out a squeak that resembled a roar. A blue light, perhaps a residue of attack magic or an overflowing magical light, exploded, engulfing the surrounding area. The humanoid orgulum, rolled over by the impact, rouses itself and looks at us with its shell pole at the ready. I knew what it was thinking. A soldier who was prepared to die in the face of a terrible defeat was at least willing to give it a shot. The Simonov anti-tank rifle and KPV heavy machine gun open fire but are repelled by the orgulum. It's not without damage, but it doesn't seem to be enough to take it down. Aim for the joints. Too late. They are coming. The orgulum cleaves the surroundings with its shell pole, smashing and ticking up the wreckage of the wagon assembled for shielding. It realizes that the debris it has bounced off and scattered around it is a check on the winged tribe circling above. Luya-san and the others are in evasive maneuvers to keep their distance so no damage is done, but then a gilum with a bluish-white light leaps up and begins to dash toward the canyon. The gilum is nearly 10 meters tall, so it doesn't care about horse-proof fences or barbed wire. Holding low to protect the core on its chest, it throws a shell pole at us with a full swing. The heavy metal mass, which must have weighed more than a dozen tons, flying at us with a roar is enough to make us feel fear, but it is not enough to make us feel that we are in danger. Storage. It was clear that there was another purpose. The orgulum that had run into the cliff dashed its toes into the middle of the cliff and, using it as a fulcrum, stepped boldly into the air and leapt into the air. The edge of the cliff is reached. The huge hand supports its own weight, even though the edge is heavily damaged. It got its hand all the way to the main wall. An orgulum appeared in front of the ramparts. Chapter 94, The Enemy Generals Who Struggle to Hold the Ground. All hands, retreat to the city walls. I shout as I turn around. I check on the elves and beastmen running for cover and fire the RPG-7 from my storage. The face of the orgulum that was approaching me blows up, and glassy shards that look like its core are scattered around. The eyes are on its head and chest. Rinko shouts from a distance. Does this mean that there is a receiver for the crew to obtain external information? The debris flying around now must be some kind of camera. After a short teleport to avoid the huge hand that was swung at me, I pull out a spare launcher and fire it at the chest of the orgulum that is trying to climb up from the cliff. An explosion bursts into flames, and particles of bluish-white light, typical of a magic barrier, scatter. The area where the cockpit is located is well protected, and although the gilum is pushed away, the damage does not penetrate the body. Joshua, retreat to the city wall. As I jumped in with a short-range teleport, Miral yelled over the communicator, clear the line of fire at the ramparts. At the same time, the orgulum's fuselage vibrated strongly. For a moment, it seemed to withstand the damage, but immediately afterward, something stabbed into its back and pierced through its chest and right armpit. It scraped through the giant's internal organs and scattered them. With a blast, an anti-tank grenade from a tank gun. I could understand if it was fired from the flat side and went up, but it went down. I looked up to see winged tribe grenadiers circling above, waving their launchers. The huge body of the orgulum, which had tilted limply, lost its balance and fell over on its side with a roar. It began to spew flames from inside while in a prone position. Looks like it won't be reusable. Idiot. If you were attacked by a group of Gillums, you would normally be thankful to be alive. The beastmen looked at each other and laughed at Miryl's dumbfounded point of view, which was absolutely right. I saw Luya-san and Maeve-san, who were circling above us, receiving warheads from Mo-san, who was equipped with M4s, and reloading them, which triggered an alarm in me. Miryl, are there any remaining enemies? I don't know, but Luya-san says they're short one Claygillum. I was about to shout an alarm to the surrounding area when a scream and a shout echoed from inside the walls. Joshua, rifleman, stay here. Kamik, if the remaining enemy is a Claygillum, rifle rounds won't get through, so only RPGs, tank shells, or anti-tank rifle rounds would be effective. I teleported to the top of the ramparts with the giant elf in my arms. Looking down from behind the breastworks, I see a Claygillum in the ruins of the city, looking at me. It grabs the werewolf's young girl with its right hand as a hostage and holds her to its chest, where the cockpit is located. Although the distance was about a quarter of a mile, 400 meters, we knew immediately who it was. It was Meifa-chan, who had evacuated from the kingdom's Yerkle village. She has a strong sense of responsibility, so she must have tried to let even the younger beastmen escape and got herself caught. Around her, there were beastmen and dwarves who had apparently been knocked down in an attempt to rescue her. I could see them struggling and crawling around, but I knew that my blood was rushing to my head. Where the hell has he been all this time? There must have been the fuselage caught in a tank shell fired by the six-legged Orgillum. Kamik answered my question. The Gillum's left arm was missing from the elbow onward. Probably that fuselage. The reason for the delay in counting it as a remaining enemy is that it didn't come out of the back of the fuselage for a long time. I guess it's about to go around the dark forest and enter the city walls from a blind spot. Kamik spat out a look of contempt and pointed his Simonov at the Gillum. I guess so. He used his friends as pawns in the assault. There is no evidence, but my intuition tells me that he is the one who commanded the troops who seem to be used to warfare. Don't move, Demon King, a distorted and cracked voice echoed, perhaps from an external speaker. No one would be stupid enough to move when told not to. I don't know what he wanted, but the situation would not get any better if I just stopped. Kamik's silent voice conveyed a sense that he was ready to fire at any moment. Can you aim for the shoulder? Phew. A 14.5mm armor-piercing bullet shot out of Simonov easily ripped the Claygillum's arm from its shoulder. I flew by teleportation, caught the falling Meifa-chan's body, and took up a distance with a short-range teleportation. I quickly check for injuries. She is frightened, but there are no noticeable external injuries. I entrusted her to a beast woman who was watching nearby and tell her and the other residents to evacuate. Meifa-chan's been rescued. Everyone, hide in the shadows. The Gillum, which had lost both arms, shakes its body as if in agony and lunges at me. Kamik, kill him. At the same time I shout. The sound of Simonov's gunfire echoes. The Gillum was shot through the knee with its outstretched leg and slammed to the ground from the chest down without an arm to support it. The fuselage rolls onto its back, and the chest hatch opens. A middle-aged male soldier crawls out with a devilish expression on his face. In his hand is a well-worn dagger. Screw you, Demon King. I set the MAC-10 selector from storage to single fire and shot the man in the right elbow. I shot the man in the knee as he was about to run out, not caring about his broken arm or the dagger that flew out of his hand. The man almost falls to the ground, but he quickly rises to his feet, holding onto the hand that is still in perfect condition. It's a scary persistence. But he's a scum who attacked without reason and then took a girl hostage. He may have a right to resent me, but he has no right to curse me. I shot him in the other knee as well. He falls to his stomach, and when he finally stops moving, he looks up at me and smiles. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was shallow to think that I could extract information about the Imperial Army by taking away its fighting power. No. It was a completely wrong decision. This is a guy who is used to fighting. I should have expected it, having used his comrades as bait and rushed in. He himself was also a decoy. Joshua. I turned at the sound of Miryl's voice and saw a small figure holding a magic dagger on the roof of an abandoned house. Oh, shit. The distance was far. The target was small, and the MAC-10 I raised as quickly as possible was just a little too close to miss. The staff, which the tip was about to glow, was torn off along with its owner's arm and blown away, and a slight delay was followed by the sound of a barrage of Uzi fire. Zappa! From behind me comes the cry of a man who appears to be the commander. The assassin who had been the mainstay of the group was defeated, and the ambitions of the schemers who had been so consumed with their own scheming had been crushed. In the face of growing anxiety and a bad premonition, I pushed down Miryl, who came rushing toward me, and held her with all my might. Wah, Yosh! Behind me, the place where the man in command was lying. The ground shakes as it glows violently. Pieces of flesh, splashes of blood, and a tremendous blast of flame. I cursed the man in my fading consciousness, saying, "That piece of shit blew himself up, involving everyone around him in the end." Dragon of the water. When I woke up in the church bed, it was all over. Miryl was asleep beside me, propped up on the bed. Her fluffy, curly hair was ruffled, and when I lifted her up to put her back on the bed, I found dried tear stains streaked across her plump cheeks. A scene like I've seen before. The same situation that had happened before. "I'm sorry, Mir." I looked down at my outfit again and saw that I was wearing underwear that I didn't recognize. A pants with a string around the waist that looked like a long men's underpants or trunks, and a shirt that looked like a surgical gown or a cantu. It was probably made of linen, and although it was comfortable to wear, it was an old, washed-out garment that was a bit large. T/N. Simple type of clothing consisting of a large piece of cloth with a hole in the middle for the head. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. Even though it was a self-destruct, it was still a physical body. If I had been hit by the Guillaume's fuselage, I would not have made it out alive. The clothes I had been wearing were on a chair by the bed. They were washed and folded carefully, but it looked like they would have to be thrown away. I put on a change of clothes placed next to it. It is the same washed and bleached cotton top and bottom that I had been wearing until now. They look like the clothes of a commoner, whether it is a merchant or a peasant. When Miryl woke up, she looked at me and blinked. She wiped her face with her sleeve as if trying to erase the tear stains and laughed with a troubled look on her face. "I'm glad you're okay, Joshua. Thank goodness we are both safe and sound. Sorry to make you worry again. I should have carried you with teleportation. I realized it later." "No, it's all right. You've saved my life again, that's for sure. Somehow we all managed to get through this without serious injury. Is that so?" The bullet attack took me by surprise, and for a while, I wondered what was going to happen, but other than getting covered in the filth, there was no damage. The people who were blown away by the Golem only suffered bruises and scrapes, and yours is just fatigue. The last-ditch attempt to self-destruct with their lives was also unsuccessful. Unfortunately, the commander, a skilled fighter whose name I don't even know. "You were not good enough for the Demon King." "Joshua, I'm coming in." The one who came in after knocking was the elf Cowell, or was it Connell? Anyway, he was one of those handsome elves who are often seen communicating with various races or coordinating with other elves. He has no other characteristics other than being good-looking, so he is relatively inconspicuous. In my opinion, he is a good-looking elf, but he is not particularly outstanding. Anyway, Connell leads me out of the church. I could hear people bustling around, and when they saw me, they smiled and waved at me. "How long have I been asleep?" "Since yesterday afternoon. About half a day." Beastmen and dwarves are joining forces to begin repairs and reconstruction within the city walls. The elves, with their M1903 rifles, are sweeping up infantry and recovering corpses. If we leave rotting corpses near residential areas, it will cause an outbreak of plague. Before that, they were simply stinky and disgusting. We buried the scattered corpses, and the ones that remained in shape were taken to the plains and put together. "I see. It must be hard to bury them. Shall I store them over with me?" "No, that's not a problem because we have heavy machinery. But there's a little bit of a different problem." "What was that about?" "When I got down there, the plains were being built differently, and they were getting ready to build settlements. Bulldozers and power shovels were in action, a bit like a construction site, or rather, a complete construction site. I had gotten a white construction helmet, and I was afraid I was getting hooked on the old dwarves too much. "Oh, Joshua, you're up. How are you feeling?" "Thanks, Imogen. I feel great after a good night's sleep." "I'm sorry I left you guys to clean up the rest of the mess. There weren't even 20 survivors after that." "We tried to tell them to surrender, but they didn't listen and rushed in and died." "I heard that the Imperial soldiers had their families held hostage in the Imperial capital to prevent them from escaping. I don't know if it's just the nobles or if it's the commoners too." "I feel bad, but it can't be helped. It was them who attacked us first." "I've been noticing the sound of water splashing around since a few minutes ago." "Yeah, that's it." What is it?" Connell, the elf, shakes his head and points toward the outer moat. "I don't know what it is, but I think I heard it from someone before. Maybe it's a man-eating fish or a magical beast or something mixed in with the water when drawn from the dark forest." "What the heck is this?" The moat was half full of water. The depth and width of the moat were about 4 meters, which means that the water is now almost 2 meters deep. In the relatively clear water, I could see all the way to the bottom, and there was a school of salmon-sized fish, probably chewing or biting off meat, swimming around, and another Pyraraka-like creature about the size of an adult male. Perhaps a fish, but not quite. Its entire body was covered with hard-looking scales, but it had nearly a meter-long fur from its neck to its back. Disgusting. "Miral, what is this strange creature?" Even Imogen has never seen one before, but it's probably a magical beast. "I wonder what it is." "It seems to have slipped in during the night when we drained the swamp deep in the dark forest." "Can't you put it back on?" "It's not safe to swim around these things. If a kid falls in, they'll get eaten." "We'll build a fence around it and make sure everyone knows to stay away from it." "We can't put it back in." "I tried bayoneting it, but it wouldn't budge." "You're kidding. Was it a fish?" "I don't think it's a fish, but I thought it might be more useful." Connell chuckled and pointed me to the side of the moat. There, the corpses of the Imperial soldiers who had been recovered were laid out on the floor. "Wait a minute. Are you trying to make this guy eat them?" "No, this guy's already eaten them." After the battle, I drew water for defense. And when I heard the screams around dawn, I ran over to find this guy and a leg floating on the water's surface. Gross. The only thing we need to do, having only a small army, is to create an environment that will keep the enemy at bay. Fortunately or unfortunately, this guy can be a part of that. I guess you're right." Connell throws in one of the corpses. The long-haired Pyraraka jumped happily, caught it, and swallowed it whole. "It might be useful, but it's hard for one of those things to handle all the corpses." "That's right. The sound of water, or the smell of blood, or something else that attracts them." The same hair-length Pyraraka came from all over the place. There were 4 of them just in sight. It was honestly quite creepy to observe them. Their eyes are not those of a fish but those of a ravenous beast with pupils split vertically. "I see. Isn't that a dragon?" Imogen muttered to himself. "Eh? I've never heard of such a creature." The beastly eyes, the pale, luminous scales, and the fur on its back are all characteristics of the dragon species. "Look at its tongue." The long-haired Pyraraku, which had snapped at the newly dropped corpse, had a mouth lined with sharp teeth and a long, slender tongue that split at the end like a serpent. "I know only by hearsay that dragons in the east do not fly nor roar but hide and lurk in the depths of the abyss. They say they are called Mizuchi. T/N. The Mizuchi, is a type of Japanese dragon or legendary serpent-like creature, either found in an aquatic habitat or otherwise connected to water. Some commentators perceived it to have been a water deity. It is described in the ancient pseudo-chronicle Nihon Shoki and one Manioshu poem. I suppose we should feel reassured if the dragon is guarding the perimeter of our territory, but I have a stronger sense of rejection. They look at us as if we were food. "I don't think so. But you're not going to eat this, are you, Miral-san?" "As expected, I don't think I'd want to eat a creature that has eaten human flesh." "That's good to know." The old dwarves are saying, Winged dragons also eat people in the wild, but I'm going to do my best to ignore them. Kingdom collapse. Everyone, I thank you for your hard work. A large wooden table was set up in front of the church. The meeting began with a somewhat theatrical declaration of victory by Old Dwarf Hyman. A victory report meeting for the Caesamaean. To be more precise, it should be called a strategy meeting because we were planning for the future. But that was just a matter of mood. We won the war. It was as I had expected, or even more so. Above all, the fact that we did not suffer a single casualty is the best thing that could have happened. We are a small army. People are our most important asset. The birth rate for elves, who have extremely long lifespans, and dwarves, who are not as long-lived as elves but longer-lived than humans, is low to begin with. It also takes time for them to grow up. They are physically strong and capable. But this is a clear weakness in the context of a war between nations. Violence in numbers leads to accidental deaths. The one-hit-size-fits-all strategy means that if you lose one of your soldiers, it may be the same as losing 1,000 of them. Beastmen, on the contrary, are fertile and grows quickly. They are important human resources that support the multiracial nation of Caesamaean, but their lifespan is slightly shorter than humans, so they tend to live and die in haste, which is a disadvantage. To tell you the truth, I'd like to make a toast, but I'd like to go over the situation first. Then, we'll decide what our priorities are and how we will deal with them. Then we can celebrate. We indeed defeated the 30,000 strong kingdom army. In addition, despite the fact that we had managed to prevent the onslaught of the Imperial Cavalry Guilliman unit, we remained alone and unaided, surrounded on all sides by hostile nations, hostile organizations, and inhospitable demon forests, and we still had the duty to rescue and guide our compatriots who had fled and fallen away. Now, from me, the first one to report to me was Luvius-An, who was leading the Winged tribe. Overhead reconnaissance and surveillance are undeniably the lifelines that support Caesamaean. According to their reports, the Imperial Army's mounted Guilliman unit was completely wiped out. There are no Guillimans in operational condition, including those in the imperial capital. The only survivors of the kingdom's assault force, which did not even face the kingdom, are the accompanying infantry and transportation soldiers who abandoned the front line. The total number of those who abandoned their weapons and equipment and scattered and fled toward the capital was 22 in all. Whether they will be able to reach the capital safely while running and hiding are unknown, as they will have to go off the roads and through the dark forest. Their enemies are not only Caesamaean or the kingdom's army, you see. Magical beasts and beasts, eh? Yes. In addition, now it is also the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army is said to bind its soldiers with hostages and magic, so it is another matter of whether they will be able to survive once they reach their destination. What is the enemy's position at the moment? Kemiak, the leader of the Caesamaean Defense Force, waved his hand at Luvius-An. There is no enemy activity within 50 miles of Caesamaean. We will continue to monitor for a while, but at the very least, the Empire should not be able to afford to be involved in Caesamaean for a while. While the dwarves and elves nodded their heads in agreement, the beastmen chiefs tilted their heads doubtfully and looked around them. Before Luvius-An could explain, Myrrel told them about the results of the preliminary reconnaissance. As far as I've seen and heard, the Imperial Army is mainly composed of mages and magical tools. Infantry and cavalry are just pawns to protect themselves from arrows and bullets. It may sound good to say that they are an elite few, but if those elites are defeated, the strength of the army will immediately fall to nothing. They will probably have to defend their territory for several years. That is true. The mages are mostly nobles, and nobles can't escape factional struggles. The general's faction, which has been advocating foreign expeditions, will lose its voice, and the Prime Minister's faction, which advocates the expansion of domestic politics, will rise to power. The additional information from Rinko did not elicit a remarkable response from the beastmen, who either found it difficult or uninteresting. Some dwarves and elves seemed to be a little interested, but that was another matter. I think it's the development of the northern port area that has been shelved, pending the Empire's conquest of the south. Luvius-An raised her hand, and I encouraged her to speak up. The civil war of the kingdom's army is almost settled north of the royal capital and has shifted to fighting in the southern noble territories. The area around the royal capital has been slumming with refugees and deserters, but it is impossible to construct a force that would be able to invade Kasemayan. That is all for now. As for the aerial surveillance of the Wing tribe, thank you, Luvia-san. I appreciate your hard work. As for the Empire and the Kingdom, there are no pressing issues. Then, Miral raises her eyebrows a little. Speaking of which, what happened to the story that the kingdom is on the verge of economic collapse? Let me explain that to you. The one who raised his hand was Miral-san, a Foxman merchant. The information network among the merchants is based on magic, and although he says he judges the authenticity of the information, he uses it as a reference when he needs to gather information. Trading itself within the kingdom is declining, but that is probably due to the deterioration of security caused by the civil war rather than due to economic collapse. However, it seems that in rural villages and small settlements, there is an increase in the number of people who do not accept money and demand barter. Salt, weapons, and gold are popular in exchange for agricultural and livestock products. Not gold coins? Yes. In the first place, the circulation of gold and silver coins north of the royal capital itself has become stagnant. Miral-san smiled bitterly at my comment. Yes, it is my responsibility. I've already given them to Simon, so they won't be circulating in the kingdom. The economy around the royal capital has already collapsed as the wealthy have been hoarding and transferring their assets to the southern noble territories in anticipation of the soaring prices. Theft, robbery, and looting are also on the rise, and if farmers and the merchants are wary of these trends, the number of daily necessities on the market will decrease even further. Is it only a matter of time before the kingdom itself goes bankrupt? No. Miral-san shook his head at Miral's words. The largest trading center of the southern nobles' territory is the southernmost trading port of Meteora, and the king, queen, and princess who had escaped there were detained. I have heard that they are only awaiting execution. The royal power has been usurped, and the royal family's assets confiscated. Then, those who guarantee the value of the coinage itself to the outside world will disappear. Things are starting to get a little fuzzy here. I don't know much about economics. No, wait, it's not that simple. Is it because the value of gold and silver coins was set higher than that of unprocessed metals? Yes. The country's economic base and credibility are lost. There is no hope of recovery. From the merchant's point of view, the kingdom's politics and economy, or even the country itself, is already completely bankrupt. Chapter 97, Expanding Dreams and Ruthless Reality. Oh, Joshua and the Juchan, are you guys going out? We'll go scouting to the kingdom and we'll be back in 4 or 5 days. Riding in a motorized with a sidewheel cart, I headed down the ramp to Kasemayan. Construction on the plains was progressing at a frightening pace, and the zoning and building of residential and commercial districts had already begun. Both Miral and I scurry around as we slow down. When I first heard about them, I imagined they would be little more than open-air buildings, but they were all solid, permanent structures of varying construction, some made of wood, some of stone, and some of concrete. The concrete buildings are placed at the crossroads, which is the center of each section, probably with the idea of making it an offensive and defensive base in case of an invasion. When the idea of doing business came up, I released all the silver and copper coins that I had stored in storage. The amount was really 3 barrels, 360 liters. I don't know how much it was. At first, I used the kingdom's currency, but it was the currency of a failed state anyway. Maybe we could mint them and make Kasemayan coins. Wow, I feel like I've wandered into a strange town. What are you talking about? Look on your own shoulders. Aren't all of these your creations? Ours, right? A barbed wire fence was set up around the perimeter. It is meant to protect the inhabitants first and foremost, rather than to allow intruders from the outside in. The outer moat is crawling with dangerous creatures. Oh, well, Miral, I thought you said it was a rain dragon. You mean that big aquatic magic beast? Yes, that's right. When I appraise it, it looks like a troublesome creature. According to the information that came out, it speaks human language, kills people for fun, uses transformation techniques, and spits poison when it gets angry. I don't know if this is true or not, but if it is a complete monster. It is said that an aquatic serpentine magical beast grows for hundreds of years to become a rain dragon, and after another few hundred years grows to become a giant flying dragon. Stop it. I can't even joke about such a thing swarming around the outer moat. I slightly regret using them for disposing of the corpses of Imperial soldiers. I think I might have given them a taste for human flesh. That's a little too late for that, but I heard that Mizuchi and the others are monsters from the east. Why is it here? I don't know. That was not in the appraisal, so you'll have to ask him. And Jizn, if it understands human language, why don't you ask him? Maybe so, but I wouldn't want to come in contact with a monster that spits poison or eats for fun. As we drove through the Urals, we came to the southern edge of the plain, the only entrance and exit outside the dark forest. At the side of the bridge, a werewolf girl named Meifa-chan stood with her back straightened, her face completely matured. Behind her, a small werewolf troop of her subordinates was lined up like a guard of honor. The M4 carbines they carried on their shoulders were mass-produced for small beastmen because they had been proven effective in test operations by the Wing tribe. From now on, the M4 will probably be the main weapon, and the M1903 will be treated as a reserve weapon. Salute to His Majesty the Demon King. Ha! I raise my hand in response to their expression of the utmost respect. I'm leaving. Take care of things for me, Meifa. Yes, I'm at your service. Perhaps happy to be praised, she suddenly breaks into a childish smile. The werewolf troop is also wagging their tails, which is adorable. What's with your face, Joshua? Are you still the Demon King? I'm not like that. I think it's a good country when the children look happy. You're right. The Demon Kingdom is a good country. I want to have children when things settle down. Jeffy, perhaps caught off guard, Meryl began to choke violently. She turned bright red, writhing in agony, but she didn't seem to be refusing it. So we'll think about it together some other time. Oh, but first, marriage. I wonder if people over here have weddings. It seems her parents are dead, but I'll have to talk to her sister, Minelle, and honeymoon. I don't know where to go. As for the new house, I don't think Kasemayan has the idea of a private home yet. I was thinking of building a sort of apartment complex for singles in the residential area we are building now, but I'd like to put small single-family homes with yards alongside those and have families live in those and support childcare and such. Maybe turn the church into a daycare center. There should be shopping malls and parks and stuff. Oh yeah, and build schools. Education is important and yeah, my dreams are expanding. Meryl, don't you have a dream? What is it suddenly? Her face is still red. She started biting and chewing, and her moist eyes were swimming. How cute. Dream. If you have a dream of peace and happiness, it will motivate you, won't it? If you have such a dream, I want to make it come true for both of us. Even if you ask me suddenly, I can't come up with anything. In the first place, just to live peacefully with your fellow countrymen is a dream that I thought was unattainable. That is true. There is no need to hurry. We will find it slowly from now on. What else you want to do other have had a child? Meryl-san, you're clucking too much and look like a chicken, though. Dream? Huh? A dream? Yes, I want to be an adventurer. Huh? I want to register with the Adventurers Guild and form a party with Meryl. I want to hunt magical beasts with swords and magic, raise my level, and become a legendary S or SS rank. When I saw the Nojlaline tilting her head, I immediately became anxious. Wait, Meryl, there is an Adventurers Guild, isn't there? I've never heard of it. At least, there is no such thing in the kingdom, is there? No way. I've been dreaming about it for a long time, but my dream was already shattered before I even started. Chapter 98, On the Highway. The distance from Kasemayan to the kingdom's capital is approximately 300 kilometers, depending on the route. There are two routes connecting the two cities, the western route, which is almost the shortest route, to be precise, from the kingdom capital to the tribal union territories bypassing through Kasemayan, and the eastern route, which connects the Empire capital and the Kingdom capital while taking a large detour. We are taking the east route. This route is better maintained and has a better view. This is the route we took before on our way to the Kingdom capital with Humvee when we got caught up in a commotion in the Yerkal village and had to turn back. I hope we can safely make it to the Kingdom capital this time. Don't worry, there is no one to stand in our way now. We were able to rescue our comrades in Yerkal, who had been betrayed by the villagers and captured by the Imperial Army, so I was satisfied with the outcome. As we ride along the highway, we passed refugees several times. Some of them were surprised to see our bikes, but most of them showed no interest in us. I guess they don't have time for that. They are carrying large bags, holding the hands of children and elderly people, and carrying babies, and they just go on their way without looking at us. Don't think about anything else, eh? As she keeps an eye on her surroundings in the sidecar, Miral glances at me. She looks angry and serious. If you think you are the one who made them unhappy, you are mistaken. Oh no. But you see, even if it turns out to be true, it's not worth it. I don't know how lukewarm, kind, beautiful, and sweet a world you have lived in. But as far as I know, there are only two choices in this world. Kill your enemies or your friends will be killed. It may have been a harsh statement, but Miral's words made sense to me. If I show mercy to my enemies, my friends and allies will be killed. Even if they don't die, I put them in danger. The reason we have been successful so far is because we have killed our enemies, even if only as a result. I do not deny that. A bad hesitation will lead not only myself but also Miral and the residents of Kasemayan into trouble. That is the one thing I cannot accept. I'm not saying that we should oppress even the people of the enemy country. That was the result of us surviving and defeating an enemy who attacked us. Accept it. Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. I probably didn't want to take responsibility for the decisions I made. I was half right in saying that the world was a soft and sweet place to be. I think I've been a third-rate businessman, living a life of trying to minimize risk by not being universally disliked and postponing problems. Such a choice no longer exists. In this world where society and people are primitive, interests are bound to clash. Only those with great and absolute power can reconcile conflicting interests. I still lack that power and resolve. There were screams and cries in front of us, and Miral let out a sigh. It's a messy situation. A horse-drawn carriage is rammed into the side of the highway, and a woman is dragged from the back of the carriage and pushed down on the grass. Beside the carriage, a man, who appeared to be a merchant, was lying on his back, bleeding from the head, holding a boy of about 7 or 8 years old in his arms to protect him. Shut the kid up, or I'll kill him. 5 men in dirty leather armor with swords hanging from their arms and a man in armor on horseback look down at the barbaric act with cold eyes. The image is so obvious that it makes me cringe. I've never seen anything much like it in real life since I came to this world. There is no adventurers guild, but this kind of thing exists. Huh? It can't be helped. Joshua, keep going. Miral-san pulled a Uzi bolt from the sidecar. Despite her sullen expression, she seemed to be very, very happy. No, what she said before and what she is doing are different, aren't they? Wouldn't it be better if I just show them the power of His Majesty the Demon King? As your wish, Your Majesty the Queen. The men, who were originally regular soldiers, didn't have time to react. Before they even noticed the Ural's exhaust noise, a .45 caliber pistol bullet shot through the men's groins. Compared to a shot to the eyeballs, the bullet did not kill them instantly. However, they suffered through the pain and were not saved at the end, which is rather more merciless than killing them. The remaining horsemen, frozen in place, shuddered at the sight of the men who continued to scream in agony. Wah! The spear he was about to raise blows away. The man gasped and began to tremble as he saw the crumpled fingers of his right hand, which he lifted up after noticing something was wrong. The pain must have hit him only after he saw it. No doubt. As I parked the Ural in front of the horse, Miral-san stood up and held her hand out toward me in an exaggerated gesture. Refrain from doing so. You are in the presence of His Majesty the Demon King. No, it's impossible. There was no way I could react to that without a preamble. The merchant and his son were too stunned to understand what was going on. The horseman, who seemed to be the superior officer, had 5 of their men wiped out in 2 seconds, and it was admirable that he was able to determine that we were the enemy. Demon King. The horseman reaches for the sword at his waist, not realizing that he can't pull it out with his left hand alone in the first place. Before he realizes it, a merciless bullet shoots through his wrist. Hi-oh, oh. The scream was surprisingly feeble, as if his heart had already been broken. I'll leave you alive. Tell that to those who made foolish decisions. His Majesty the Demon King, who is descended to Kasemayan, will bring the hammer of darkness down on any kingdom that tries to lay a hand on his servants. She glanced at me and made a face that said, "Are you going to say something?" "There is nothing to say." "Don't be unreasonable, Minine." I start the Ural, passing by the merchants who look on in dismay. "If you've got time to attack merchants, why don't you attack the kingdom's castle, you coward?" "That's why you've fallen to the ranks of brigands." "No, I don't think that's a good idea either." "I mean, don't bother turning around and yelling. The person you were attacking is probably already dead from shock or excessive bleeding. The country is on the brink of collapse, and you attack a merchant's wife instead of quelling a civil war or protecting your people." "Hey, you can complain later." "Look forward, Miral." 200 meters ahead, through a blind corner of the forest, a 4-horse chariot escorted by 8 horsemen of the kingdom army appeared. The only people riding those things in the northern part of the kingdom today are probably the ringleaders of the civil war or the bigwig nobles on the ringleaders' side or something. It came from the opposite side, the cause of the kingdom's collapse. Chapter 99, New Problem. Miral, wait. 200 meters in front of us, that's already the Uzi's range. At least of Miral's Uzi. The carriage slowly slowed to a stop, and the coachman stood up on his platform and raised his hands. The distance was about 150 meters. Surprisingly, the 8 cavalrymen also stopped and dismounted. The spears and swords were placed on the ground, and all 8 men dropped to one knee with their hands exposed in a visible position. What the hell was that? I don't know, but I think they have something to say to the Demon King. It was definitely going to be messy, but I was expecting something a little different, as I was prepared for a pile of corpses while doing reconnaissance. After the master bowed his head to us, he ran to the side of the carriage and opened the door. The person who got out was a blonde woman dressed in a white military uniform. She was in her mid-20s. Looking at the carriage, she must be a noblewoman of the kingdom, but I don't know what kind of position she holds. Please run away." The horse that galloped past the Ural belonged to the horseman who had fallen into a bandit earlier. With bloodied and crooked hands, he desperately maneuvers the reins and approaches the carriage. "Lord Urkel, these barbarians are treacherous. They use strange magic tools to stop the knight's view." The horseman wavers and falls from his horse. The head rolls off the body, which is knocked to the ground. "Disappear, lowlife." "Well done, you've got some skill." Lord Urkel, or whatever she is called, is holding a fine-edged sword like those used in fencing. The woman looked down at him uncomfortably, and after waving the blood around, she sheathed it and handed it to the coachman. Raising both hands to show that she was unarmed, she said in a clear voice, "Excuse me, Tekiya Yoshua Dono, may I have a word with you?" "Can I come over to you?" She knew who I was, didn't she? I don't know where the information came from because I remember that I have been called by that name several times, although the pronunciation of my name is strange. I looked at Miral. The Nojlalisan shrugged her shoulders as if to say, "Do as you please," and hung up her Uzi safety and placed it at the base of the sidecar. I have a copy of the M1911 in my shoulder holster with the safety on, so I can deal with it in an emergency. I could have taken action, but I was posing to my opponent, mainly as a courtesy, to let them know that I was not going to let my guard down. Now, the problem is this noble in military uniform, and honestly, I'm not sure how to respond. For now, I spread my hands in a pose as if to say that I, too, have been disarmed. It's a sign that it's okay to come. It would take me less than 2 seconds to pull my gun out of storage and shoot her, so it was literally just an act of courtesy. Whether she knows it or not, Lord Urkel walks toward us with a straight back, leaving the carriage and the soldiers escorting her behind. "It is my first time meeting you. I am Kylie Urkel. Although I am still young, I am the heir to a Marquis 8 in the southern part of the kingdom. As a matter of fact, I've been in the position since before the Civil War. What business do you have with me, Marquis Dono? Nothing so much as a business. I am here to inform you that we, the southern nobility, have no interest in antagonizing the Caesamaean. Therefore, I can only ask for your non-interference in the kingdom, but that is my personal opinion. Fine, but what were you going to do if we refused? Nothing. We, the southern nobility, did not send our army to the last war, but we know most of the unfortunate consequences of that conflict and your armed forces. We have no way to stop what you are doing, and we have no intention of stopping you. As you know, there is no profit in meddling in each other's affairs. There are indeed risks, costs, and disadvantages, but not much benefit in meddling in the territory of the southern nobles who have nothing to gain and have no grudge against each other, and from the other side's point of view, it would be almost a suicide mission. You traversed the kingdom under civil war to reach Caesamaean just for that reason. I don't deny that I had a personal interest, but it's too late now. The situation has gone so far that it cannot be settled. I don't know what you want from the kingdom, but I would be happy if you could at least wait until things are settled in this crisis. Things got strange. The two sides have mutual interests in non-interference, but on the other hand, there is no benefit to the relationship between the two sides, including the future. This makes it difficult to deal with the opposite. As long as you don't touch Caesamaean and the subhumans, we have no intention of harming you either. If there is anything we ask for, it is the protection and handover of the subhumans who have escaped within the kingdom. As far as we know, the subhumans have taken refuge in our territory. They are in a relatively safe place and can be transferred at any time, but they will have to cross the battlefield to do so. The large military truck Ural is in my storage right now. Then the question is whether the number of people can be accommodated. How many? 97. I heard there are 2 pregnant women, but they are in good health. No one is injured or sick. I don't think it's feasible to transport them in a single truck. Depending on the distance, we thought about asking them to endure being crammed into the truck. But even if they stood up, 97 people would still be impossible to carry. In the first place, I don't think the Southern Territory is such an easy distance. How far is it from here to the Marquis's territory? It is about 300 miles. It would take at least 10 days by carriage. Yes, it is completely impossible. It is almost 500 kilometers. We could either use trucks to transport them in 5 or 6 separate trips, or we could go back to Caesamaean and form a convoy with the Humvee and the Tarajimago. This time, we were just going to do reconnaissance. So, what are the conditions of their delivery? Conditions? You think we're in a position to make conditions? From what I've heard and what I've seen, it's hard to believe that the kingdom's nobles have been protecting the subhuman race up until now. What I want to know is why. Young Marquis Kylie Yerkel shakes her head with a smile on her downcast face. The reason, I would venture to say that it was redemption. It was a while ago that I thought they needed protection. We had a little trouble. We admit our mistake and ask for forgiveness. I nod my head at the Marquis's words. From the look on her face, it seems that what she is saying is not simple and clean. I didn't feel that she was trying to curry favor with the people of Caesamaean because they had become more powerful. Something happened, and they made their own decisions and acted accordingly. The question is, what is it? Protection for redemption? Mistakes? By whom and for what kind of mistakes? The truth is that we have only been able to protect 97 people, but there were several more than that in the former southern territories. But a royal decree went around, and subhumans from the southern noble territories were sent to the royal capital. At first, many of the lords thought they were getting rid of the subhumans, but gradually they began to feel uncomfortable. None of the subhumans who had gone to the capital returned, and no more news was received. The subhumans in the southern nobles' territories became aggressive toward humans due to anxiety and distrust. Relations deteriorated, and frequent clashes broke out. The only way was to suppress them by force. But even that had its limits. We cannot kill them all just because we don't like them. I know what you think of me, but at least on the surface, the kingdom's laws guarantee that subhumans have the same right to be treated as humans. I don't need to go into the trouble of the preliminaries. What happened to the subhumans gathered in the royal capital? Admirals questioning. Urkel looked at us with dark eyes. It was about 2 months ago. I received a report from the spy. The subhumans were sacrificed for the summoning of heroes. Chapter 100, A Plan to Go South. It's me. Is there anyone from the Wing tribe around? Meryl spoke into the communicator. She was correct in assuming that someone from the Wing tribe's aerial surveillance team must be on the lookout for us. Soon after, a figure swooped down from the sky above us. It was Luvia San, holding an M4 in front of her chest. The horseman escorting the Marquis had been told that a messenger from our friends was coming. Are you calling for me, Your Majesty the King and Queen? Marquis Urkel is looking at me with a puzzled look on her face. I thought the king was only talking nonsense regarding the Demon King. Well, yes, that's right. The kingdom and the empire seem to refer to the people of Caesamaean as the demon race and me as the Demon King. So I thought I would just call myself that. So you're not really the Demon King? No, I don't know. I don't think it's for me to decide. If you call subhumans with magic powers the demon race, then there are a lot of demon races in Caesamaean. If the leader of them is the Demon King, then I, the leader of the army, must be the Demon King. Though I was summoned, I'm just a human, and I don't have the power to destroy the world. The fact that I had to pause for a moment is amusing. It seems to me that if I armed all of the Caesamaean and attacked the world, it would not be impossible to destroy the existing world. Before that, if it meant economic collapse or the destruction of the social infrastructure, it was the source of the ongoing attempt to destroy the kingdom. Luvia San, please deliver a message. It seems that the kingdom's southern noble territory is protecting subhuman refugees in the territory of Marquis Urkel here, so I'd like to head to their rescue. Since vehicles are needed, please tell Yada, Minya, and Paran to come here. I understand. But what are the criteria for selecting these people? People who can escort and drive a vehicle. There are nearly 100 of them, so we need at least one more driver. Luvia San put her finger to her chin as she listened but then tilted her head and smiled. Then, would it be all right with me? Can you drive? Yes. In the Beastman's driving course, 7 members of the Wing tribe learned to drive. Unfortunately, only O and I were judged to have the aptitude to operate the maneuver. Amazing. You can use a manual? The Wing tribe, which has less muscle power and combat ability than other beastmen, has been thinking about ways to avoid the situation where they can't do anything if they can't fly. Wow, what a positive image of a leader. If I lose my link to Simon, I'll be just as useless as the other old man, and if I lose my gun, I'll be more useless than a werewolf kid. Maybe I should learn something too. What do you mean, something? Why don't you stop talking nonsense and decide what you will do? Oh, my. You are so cold sometimes, Meryl-san. Okay, wait a minute. She told Maeve-san, who had taken over the air patrol, about the situation via the communicator, and asked her to call O. Equipped with an M4 and with 2 drivers and escorts in hand, we were headed for Marquis Urkel's territory. That's fine, but it's the vehicle. I have a guess for the outbound trip, but the problem is the return trip that it will take the 100 people back. It would be tedious and inefficient to go back to Caesamaean now and pick up the Tarajimago or the Humvee. Market. Time stopped, and a podium appeared. What? Simon isn't here. I'm kind of in a hurry. I've seen him looking a little ruffled, wearing strange clothes, and fat. But this is the first time I've seen him absent, and I'm at a loss for reactions. No, number. This is not what I imagined, isn't it? Yeah, I know, honey. I love you more than anything in the world, and I would give everything in the world for you. What the hell is he talking about, coming out of the frame like that? Simon, who was acting suspiciously, waved his hand at me, turned away, and whispered a few love words to someone before hanging up the phone. He's all red in the face. I've never seen Simon like that before. I'm sorry, I'm a little busy with a personal matter. I guess so. Yeah, I'll be right back. I cut off the market and returned to Meryl and the others. O-san had arrived, and I told her about the future plan. Then a thought occurred to me, and I ran up to a displaced family sitting on the side of the road nearby. They were a pair of young sisters and a woman who looked like their mother, who was crouched with an exhausted face. They were probably refugees from the kingdom's capital. They were dressed in their bare clothes, looking as if they were about to cry and desperately trying to hold on, but I could tell just by looking at them that they had reached the limits of their strength and energy. The woman who seemed to be the mother was tensing up at my approach, but she did not seem to have the energy to react in any way, such as running away or fighting. "Oh, you people, I have a jobs for you." I know, I'm a suspicious one, but I don't want to harm you, and I'll pay you well. Just give me a minute. I packed a 6-pack of the lightest possible rations, some snacks that would be calorie-rich, filling, and shelf-stable, and a Sea Rescue nutritional block, enough to last the 3 of them 5 days in a plastic bag. A 6-pack of 500 milliliters bottled mineral water is also placed in the plastic bag. 3 backpack-like cloth bags are brought out so that they can be divided and carried separately. The bags were from the Kingdom Army's wagons, but they were made of different materials and designs, so they were not military equipment but someone's personal belongings. This is for the upfront payment. After it is finished, I will also reward you for your success. I'd like you to collect some things around here. Oh, yes, of course. But first, I invited Marquis Yerkel, Myrrel, and the others and suggested that we have dinner. The old man who was the coachman, the guards, and the cavalrymen were also asked to come, and a simple table was set up with cardboard from my storage. Takeya Yoshua Dono. What in the world are you going to do? It's time to eat. It's almost noon. So let's take a break and talk about what we're going to do. I felt sorry for the sisters and their mother, so I set out a cardboard table and food for them at a distance from our table. Although they were stiff and unable to understand what was going on, I forced them to sit down to get some nourishment before work. "Isn't this tableware from the Kingdom Army?" "No, that's okay." "So, where did these supplies appear?" The Marquis shook her head in dismay as I pulled them out of storage. "The menu is the standard stock meal." The bread was still warm, it was a flatbread, and the meat was grilled with herb flavor. The soup was a minestrone-like dish with many ingredients prepared by the Beastman ladies. After the meal, I served Myrrel a cream sandwich of cacao-flavored cookies, which she loves, and mineral water. The mother and children who were seated a short distance away from us also had the same menu. The mother still looks nervous and does not fully trust me, but the 2 young sisters look overly happy at the sight of the food. I tell them we'll talk business after dinner, and I go back to the Marquis and the others. "If you require tasting the poison, feel free to do so." "Then I will." "No need, old man. I'll take it gratefully." "What's the use of being cautious at this late stage of the game? At any rate, the other party is the Demon King of Kasemayan." The knights escorting her also looked tense for a moment, but then, after some judging, they regained their composure and began to eat the food with relish. The coachman called Old Man seems to be a butler or a caretaker. Although he tried to take care of the Marquis, he was always rejected. "Don't worry about me. Why don't you eat, too?" "It tastes wonderful, especially this meat." Takeya Yoshua Dono. "What kind of meat is this?" "The red meat is from a land-runner dragon. The white-colored one is a winged dragon. The herbs are from the dark forest, as are the poultry and vegetables in the soup." As I looked back at them, all of them except for Myrrel and Luvia-san were completely frozen in place. The people of Yerkel had that reaction, too. But, after becoming residents of Kasemayan, they seem to have become somewhat accustomed to it. "The land-running dragon is a monster of the grasslands, isn't it?" "That thing is such a delicacy." "More than that, Oju-sama, it's the winged dragon." "I wonder if it is that winged dragon? I've never known it to have such a refined taste." "I'll leave it here for you, so you can have a refill." "Oh, that water just twists the round thing at the top of the container." "Yes." After the meal, we took a break and talked about the future rescue plan for the subhuman comrades. The current battlefield is the granary plain that used to be under the direct control of the royal family on the road connecting the royal capital and the Marquis territory. It is about 200 miles or 320 kilometers from the current location. We were told that if we passed through there, we should be able to reach the Marquis's territory without any problem. The passing through was a big problem, especially the return trip. "I wonder if I can get another Ural." "Can't you take a bus?" "If possible, I'd prefer a barefaced one instead of a Tsukurubusu one." T/N, school bus. "No, It's not about the face, it's just that I'm a little nervous about a bus carrying nearly 50 people through a war zone. Yoshua-sama, I've gathered up all the supplies. I was surprised to see what the young sisters brought with them, and I was surprised to see how much better than I had expected. The mother supporting them in the back was anxious, but I had not expected it to be this good. Is this all right? Of course it is. You did a wonderful job. Now, please take this. For the mother, I gave her a few silver coins, though I am not sure if she will have any use for them in the kingdom to come. And for the sisters, I gave them a large bag of candy. Yes, hypocrisy. Most of the horrors that befell the girls in the first place were a result of my handiwork. I know that, and I don't regret that choice, but I also know that I need this kind of hypocrisy for my own mental stability. If it ultimately benefits me, I don't have a problem with it. That's how I see it. If I may ask, do you have a destination in mind? The situation in the royal capital has worsened, so I thought I would escape to the Empire. Do you have any relatives or acquaintances in the Empire? I have an aunt and grandparents in the southern noble territories, but I heard that it is impossible to reach there because the road has become a battlefield. Then, why don't you come with us? We are planning to go to the Marquis territory in the south. We will take you there. The mother was more frightened than pleased at my suggestion. She didn't seem to know how to react to a strange man, and even more mysterious nobles and subhumans, who was still a stranger to her. For the time being, I asked Miral and Luvia-san to keep an eye on the mother and daughter, and I faced reality again. Market. Chapter 101, Restored Bear. When I saw Simon appear, he was leaning his elbows on the counter and looking worried about something. Something must have gone wrong with his wife, although they are newlyweds. Not wanting to interfere in his private conversation, I put the items I had received from the mother and daughters on the counter. There was no guarantee that he would receive it, but it seemed to be all right. Oh, what's this? It's a service. It's a bouquet from this world. It's a rare variety, so why don't you give it to your wife? You can tell her that it's a one-of-a-kind flower that I got just for you, or something like that. It's not so much that they're rare as that they're probably unique to Simon's world. According to the appraisal, the name was one I had never seen or heard of before. The blooms were bright and beautiful, with a faintly sweet fragrance. According to the detailed information in the appraisal, it seems to be a medicinal herb rather than a flower, but it is not harmful to the human body, having only restful and fascinating effects. It should be. If there is something wrong with it, I can only say sorry. Allergies, pests, and so on. Unfortunately, it's your own risk. I was afraid you would treat me like a living thing, but you seem to be okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would never have thought to give something like this. Men are like that. Well, I don't know much about the female mind. I should have presented flowers to Miral-san first, rather than to someone else's wife, whom I have never seen and don't know her name. I regretted it. So, brother, what did you want to see me about? A car. I need to transport 100 refugees, and I have one of the large military trucks that you shipped me before. I'd like to get another one if possible. Is it armed? It would be a big help. It is not essential. We'll be passing through a battlefield, but we'd like to get through it without engaging if possible. Simon hesitated for a moment and then made a few choices. There are a couple of Urals, the same ones I gave you before. One of them for commercial use, a tractor type that pulls a long trailer. The other is a Eno bus. There's also a Scania and a Volvo truck, but other than the Ural, they are not built for rough roads. Oh, then give me the Ural. There are no paved roads over here, and if it rains, there will be a mud puddle. And is there a wall on the back of that truck? It's got to be capable of holding off bows and arrows, or the passengers will get hurt. The trailer has a 40-foot container on it. I could deliver it as is, but for your purposes, I'm not so sure. What do you mean? I understood after taking delivery. The trailer head is metallic red, and the trailer body, pedestal, is fluorescent green. Why did they make it this color? In addition, the huge 40-foot container is white with yellow bananas and characters dancing on it. In the middle is the bright red logo of a famous fruit company. This must have been stolen. This is very flashy, isn't it? It must be tough to pass through the battlefield with such a huge body. Yes, It is. I understand the concern of Miral-san and Luvia-san. I'd shoot them anyway if they passed in front of me. Takeya Yoshua Dono, what is this? I forgot. Marquis Yerkle along with her knights and attendant are staring at us in amazement. This is a vehicle. It's a a golem carriage, or something like that. It's not dangerous. It is unnecessary at the moment, so I'll put it away for now. When I put it away in storage, there was a startled voice. I don't know, but I think they are more surprised than when I take it out. No matter whether I take it out or put it away, they are always surprised. What are you going to do now, Marquis? Since I was able to talk to Takeya Yoshua Dono, I have no further plans now. I'm just going back to my territory. If you are willing to leave the carriage in my hands, would you like to ride with us? Hearing this, it seems that Miral-san has guessed what is going to happen next. She was snorting. That's right. The result of the Kasemayan dwarves' efforts to revitalize the area with the best of their technology and wisdom has finally come to fruition. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. We were at war the whole time. Just as I was about to take it out of storage, Nojulai-san declared proudly with her flat chest. Come on out, Demon Beast Bear Bus. Hey, Miral-san. The people of the kingdom are going to take you seriously, so you'd better stop. The restored bare-faced microbus, Revision, has not only its face but its entire body painted to look like a bear. It is strange that the words Nikon Eco Kindergarten are still on the bus. The broken suspension was rebuilt, and all 4 drive shafts were rebuilt as well. Kamanjisen said 4 drive was not possible yet. He was hooked on the T-55 and didn't have time to work on it. If it hadn't been for the golem battle, the Bareface bus would have been upgraded and looked like an Anamog. It might have even had a turbo if it wasn't so bad. They said they were just restoring it for the time being, but the engine output had been increased by playing with the intake and exhaust systems. I don't know how they suddenly became able to do such a tuner-like thing. The driver's seat is bucket-like, and there are simple gun turrets on the front row seats and the roof. Where is Nikon Eco Kindergarten supposed to be headed? Come on in. 2 knights and the old man were to accompany the Marquis. The remaining 6 knights were to follow the bus with the carriage and horses. You girls want to ride too? I'll ride along. Please take care of us. The young sisters were overjoyed, and their mother, perhaps numb to the situation, climbed aboard without resistance. We're a bigger group than I thought. The speed and pacing are different, so it would be better not to try to force yourself to follow us. Otherwise, the horse will be exhausted. Is this bear that fasts? The knight asked. And when I told him that it could run twice as fast as a horse at full gallop and, if it wanted to, could even keep running at night, the knight smiled bitterly and shook his head in amazement. Then, that's impossible. We'll go separately. Please take care of the Marquis. Yes. See you again at the Marquis's estate. Waving to the knights, we start the car. Miral-san is in the front row gun seat, and Luvia-san is in the driver's seat. I get to the gun seat, which is open to the roof from a hammock-type seat behind the driver's seat. As seen from inside the car, my seat is shaped like the lower half of my body hanging from the roof. It looks unreliable, but the ride is comfortable because it handles the shaking. It must have been the idea of one of the dwarves, but I think it was well thought out. Then, let's get going. Please make yourselves comfortable. Then, please. Takeyu. Oh, Marquis. My name is Yoshua, and my family name is Takefu. You may call me by either name as you wish. I see. Well then, Yoshua Dono. I look forward to working with you. I foolishly did not realize it at the time. What awaited us at the destination of the bear bus was going to change things drastically for Kasemayan and for us. Chapter 102, Further South. The new Bareface bus headed south down the road at a steady pace. There was a slight conflict with a group of people who appeared to be refugees along the way, but they scattered when the Bareface bus sounded its horn. When the road surface became flat, the driver, Luvia-san, increased the speed a little. It was apparently true that the engine power had been increased by the dwarf team's modifications. When I peeked into the car from the gun emplacement, the 2 knights and the Marquis were looking out the window with excited faces. Everyone, Please let me know if you feel sick. No problem. The speed is amazing. And it's a comfortable ride. It seems to go twice as fast as horses and 3 times as fast as horse-drawn carriages. Actually, it can go a little faster, but it's not safe. In order not to go too fast, I asked Luvia-san to limit the speed to 80 kilometers per hour. No matter if you are in another world or not, you will still die if you have an accident. The mother and daughters, sitting in the back seat, were sleeping soundly, perhaps exhausted from the trip. I don't know how far we can go in one day, but I doubt we can make it 500 kilometers. Driving at night is both tiring and risky, so we had better get ready to camp before the sun goes down. Then about half a day after meeting the Marquis and her party, we must have driven about 250 kilometers. The sun was setting when we were about halfway to the Marquis's territory, so we started preparing for an encampment. According to information from Marquis Yerkel, a large-scale battle was taking place on the plains ahead of us. Since we could not bear to wander into the enemy camp at night, we quietly waited for dawn. Well, from our point of view, neither side is on our side. We stopped to make a fire just in case and ate only portable food, snacks, and mineral water. The taste, however, is quite good for everyone. The knights who had been sent to stand guard during the night reported that there was something strange going on ahead of us near dawn. What do you mean something is wrong? The opposite. No sounds. Do you hear the wild birds singing? It seems that night battles don't take place very often in this world, but it is unusual to hear birds flying around looking for food in the midst of an army confronting an enemy. We start the car without breakfast and proceed with caution. As the sun began to rise, we could see over the plain. There were trampled remains, charred remains of campfires, and broken wagons and equipment lying around, but not a soul was to be seen. Was the battle over? We only passed through about 5 days ago, and we had a very hard time getting through then. There were some bodies left behind, but they all seemed to belong to the Royalist army. I wondered if the front had moved to the south. If the Royalist army is pushing, the line should be moving northward. Don't you think? It may be that they have moved either east or west. In any case, we have only one destination. We have no choice but to head for the Marquis territory. We could not be too careless if we were to bump into each other somewhere, but for the time being, we headed south along the road as planned while remaining vigilant. Surprisingly, the distance increased without incident, and we passed through the royal family's direct territory in the center of the kingdom and entered the southern territory. The road surface was a little rough, and the vehicle began to shake. Since the maintenance of the roads is apparently left to the lords, the uneven road conditions may be due to differences in the economic situation and their awareness of governance, or perhaps there is a difference in awareness of political and economic exchange with the royal capital. The surrounding landscape is also becoming more rugged, with less flat land and more forest. In some places, the road shoulders are rough, and there are traces of battles. The battle line had moved south, after all. As far as we could see from inside the car, there were no dead bodies, but we could see broken wagons, scattered supplies, and the corpses of horses. There were also some refugees who seemed to be sitting on the ground, scavenging. I wanted to help them, but I knew it was only for my own satisfaction. If that were the case, that mother and daughters would be enough. As we stopped before noon to rest and refuel, Miral-san came rushing up to me. Joshua, there is a battle ahead. Shall I go? Oh-san, who was carrying an M4, looked at me. Perhaps she wanted to fly over and get rid of them. We should avoid combat as much as possible. We will only eliminate them with minimal attacks if we can't get out of the way. Understood. Roger that. Back in the car, Marquis Yerkel and the knights were moving to the front of the car to see what was going on. Luvia-san, please advance to the ridge line. I asked her to drive the car slowly to a position where I could check the situation. It looks like a few skirmishes between a few people, but what I see is unmistakably a battle between soldiers. Who are they, Marquis? They are the remnants of the defeated soldiers of the Viscount's army and the national army of the region. Joshua Dono, if it is possible, I would appreciate it if you would not kill the soldier in the white cloak. Miral, can you do that? Miral nodded and pulled out the barrel of the Uzi through the left front windshield. Normally, the lid is covered to keep the wind out, but the part holding the lid serves as a shield that also serves as the gun seat. I don't know whose idea it was to do this, but it was quite elaborate. I mean, they are ready to put this bus into battle, aren't they? All done, Meryl announced after firing 7 single shots, and Luvius started the car. The surviving soldiers are alerted by the slowly approaching vehicle, but they do not attack, as if they understand that the enemy has been eliminated. Stop right there. With only his sword in his hand, one of the knights stepped out of the vehicle and rushed toward the soldiers of the Viscount's army. After a short discussion, he waved to us, and we drove on. It seems they were taking down a defeated soldier who had tried to attack the village. The knight who had boarded the bus tells the Marquis. As the bus passed, the soldiers of the Viscount's army all bowed their heads. The front has moved to the southern border, and this area has already been swept away. The nobleman's army has the upper hand, but the reason for the shift is because of the appearance of warships off the coast of Meteora. They prioritized the defense of Meteora. The royalist faction seems to be making a last-ditch effort with the warships. The battle has already been settled, Marquis. But that is, I know what you are trying to say, Joshua Dono. The kingdom is finished. However, it is still necessary to do it. What has the royal family accomplished for the sake of such a title as summoning heroes to defeat the Demon King? If the country perishes, as a result, it will be our own fault. After leaving the Viscount's territory, we continued for a while through the large ducal territory. The battle here is almost over, but the port town to the south is said to be Meteora, where the current battle is taking place. Meteora is the largest commercial city in the southern noble territory, is it not? Yes, that's right. It was under the direct control of the royal family, which had taken over the enclave. The king, queen, and princess had fled there. The allied forces of the southern nobles, the rebel army, as they were called, took them into custody. They were to be executed at once, but the remnants of the national army are now attacking Meteora with all their might to recapture the kings, queen, and the princess. What is the situation? Of course, we have the upper hand. It's only natural that we have the advantage. In terms of geographical advantage, number of troops, morale, and supplies. However, the National Army soldiers, who have no way to return, are coming at us as dead soldiers, and the mages who are the mainstay of the remnants of the National Army are troublesome. The night escort who had just gotten out of the car gave additional information to the Marquis, who looked as if she was chewing a bitter bug. According to what I heard from the soldiers of the Viscount's army, the National Army has even deployed magic tools from the treasury and forbidden magical beast tamers. A tamer? Does he control magical beasts? Yes. The most troublesome ones are the orc hordes. They don't die easily, and the stench of their dying bodies attracts large magical beasts. Oh, I know. In fact, in the forest of Urkel, I don't know what kind of forest, a large magical beast was attracted to it. There have been several attacks by giant monsters and orcs, and it seems that some of the residents who remain within the walls of Meteora have been harmed. Eh? I turned at the trembling voice and found the mother looking at us with a very pale face. Meteora is being attacked? Right. That's probably the case. It would be easier if I could just say, it doesn't matter, and live a life thinking only of the benefits to myself and my friends, but I can't do that, because I got into it out of self-satisfaction, hypocrisy, and a beautiful idea that I don't even believe in. There is no purpose to this life. That's why I got involved. It is always pushed by feelings that seem meaningless and incomprehensible from the outside. Why don't I just ignore it? The National Army led by a magical beast is attacking. The noble lord's army is defending their position, though. When the Marquis said this, the mother collapsed as if her last hope had been dashed. Yes, that's right. That's what happens. Because of the half-hearted dreams of some fools, they think it will work out because they reach out to someone with a failed Buddha's heart. There's no way it will. I don't want to hear it, but I can't help but see it, even though it would be the end of it if I just let it drop here. The sisters are clinging to their mother's but I can't help but see the look in their eyes. It was Meteora we were trying to escape from. My grandmother in Koriyama told me. I think it was when she tried to pick up a kitten that had been separated from its parents. She said, if you take care of it, you must be prepared to take care of it until the end. No matter what happens, if you can't be responsible for the kitten until the end, then it's destined to die here, whether you like it or not, whether you wish it or not. Meteora. So, what's going on? Miral-san looked up at me from her gun seat, looking dumbfounded. What about? About the cat. After all the messy attempts to make things go away with incomprehensible stories, we decided to take a detour before heading to the Marquis's territory. Naturally, my suggestion to go to the Marquis's territory first was rejected by Miral, and for some reason by the Marquis as well, with a silent sneer, and on top of that, I was beaten with the Nojulali's hook and comforted by two horsemen as I tried to persuade them. That was the scene where I had to show everyone in the car as a demon king. Since I was also comforted and encouraged by the two young sisters and by Luvia-san, I'll call it a plus. Minus of 0. That's the way it is. It's dead. You're lying. What's with that immediate response? I'm not lying. After living for 14 years or so, it left almost together with my grandma in Koriyama. It's probably happy now, in some other world. I suppose so. You are that kind of person. I was a little relieved to see Miral-san looking angry and dismayed and somewhat happy. With this, I can't complain about Simon being an ass before. I'm grateful for your help, Yoshua Dono, and Miral Dono. But what are you going to do about it? Nothing much. We're going to go to that town, kill the magical beast, kill the mage who's using the beast, and that'll be the end of it. Then we will go back to the Marquis's territory and bring back our friends. As for the killing between humans, it would be better to let the kingdoms settle the matter themselves, wouldn't it? As expected of your majesty, I admire your wisdom. What are you doing with your head, Nojulali-san? I can tell that you are embarrassed at being treated like a wife. The sun went down on the way to Meteora, so we decided to stop the car and make camp. I asked the two horsemen to take over the night watch, since they said they were not doing any guard-like work, and we decided to have everyone rest inside the car and only eat outside. The menu consisted of the standard flatbread, cream stew, with wyvern meatballs, herb tea, and cream cake. The Kasemayan women had made the cake based on an American cake that was so sweet, it was far more delicious than the original, and everyone who tasted it was in awe. Did you always eat this kind of delicious food at Kasemayan? Not always, but usually we are served something like this. The ladies are very good cooks. The food is good, but the ingredients are good, too. These flavors are more than ordinary. The horseman nodded silently and gobbled up the food. They had a hard march when they came, they said, and it was mostly just dried meat and some kind of dry bread. Delicious. The mother and daughters are humming with emotion. The mother, who had been pale for a while, had regained her color and a look of relief after we promised to save the town. Instead, the two winged girls were looking less cheerful. Your Majesty, it looks like it's going to rain tomorrow. I am sorry, but it may be difficult to provide full support in the sky. Don't worry, Luvia-san. As long as we don't encounter any big monsters, we can handle them with our firepower. On the ground, the mages will be taken out by Mayuji. The orcs will be no problem as long as we finish them off early. T/N, Uzi. And what of the giant monsters? They are like kin to the orcs. It won't call in any big ones, even if they're dying. But it'll send them into a frenzy. Then, AKM will do the trick. Are those legless dragons big? They look like worms, but they are dragons. It should be a quarter of a mile long at the biggest. 400 meters worms. That's science fiction, like the planet of sand. That would require an RPG, indeed. I don't know about sea wolves or something like that, but I think it's a wolf that lives in the sea. Is that right, Marquis? They live in the open sea, further east in the kingdom. They are as big as horses and far more powerful than horses. The only way to protect Meteora is to position ourselves along the coastline, but they move quickly and attack in packs, making it difficult to deal with them. We have to defend ourselves against their claws and fangs, but if we wear armor, we will drown if we are pulled into the sea without being able to move. Then we'll take them down from the air. Can the M4S handle them? I don't think 5.56 mm rounds will be effective against a target larger than a human. So if you use a gun, it would be an AKM or maybe an RPK, though it would be a little heavier and have more recoil. I wish I had a bar. but the only weapon I have in storage right now that will be effective would be an RPK. However, I thought that the RPK would be too heavy for the Wing tribe. I can handle it. I've shot one in training. It's a little slower, but I have no problem flying with it. Among the Wing tribe, Osan seemed to have more physical strength than the others. She is tall and slender and has a beautiful figure with a short haircut. Just to be safe, I also gave Luvia-san an RPG. Well, if this doesn't work, we'll find another way. I've heard about gun, but is it really that powerful? Yeah, it is. In the last battle, if we didn't have guns, we would have been overrun, and that would have been the end of it. The reason why we refused to participate in the battle was because of the royal family's interest, but if we had turned against Yoshua Dono and your people, we wouldn't be here right now. That night passed uneventfully, and the next morning we took a light meal and set out. The sky is still light, but the wind is beginning to pick up, and dark clouds loom in the distance. We would like to drop the mother and daughters off before entering the battlefield, but we can't afford to build a separate unit now. We should ask them to evacuate and escort them. When the battle starts, around noon, when we reached the ridge of the pass, we could see the coastline in the distance. There was a peninsula-like terrain jutting out into the sea, with the walls of Meteora spreading out around it. The distance is still about 10 kilometers, so we cannot see the battle scene, but we can see collapsed sections of the wall here and there, and we can also see large ships in the sea, perhaps the military ships of the royal family. Luvia-san flew off to check on the battle situation before the weather broke. Is the Marquis's army also there? The local duke's army is the main force holding Meteora at the moment, so the only troops we are sending out are messengers and transportation soldiers. There are also light cavalry and infantry, but they are mostly escorting the transportation corps. Let's go into the camp there. I don't want to be suddenly surrounded by the Duke's army. Under the Marquis's direction, the car headed toward the northwest side of the Meteora walls. The main gate is currently blocked because the Duke's army, the main force, seems to be preparing to launch a sortie. Gathered on the northwestern side are auxiliary forces and a mixed force of supporting lords' armies. A large number of wagons are coming and going, and various banners are lined up. How many soldiers are there? I don't know the exact number because of the fluid situation, but according to the preliminary military discussions, it is about 10,000. The position of Marquis Yerkel's men was lined with about 20 tents of various sizes and about 40 wagons. Thanks for the good work. Welcome back, Your Excellency. And who is this? A guest. He will help us for a little while. Make sure everything is in order. Yes, perhaps it was the family culture of strict politeness, or perhaps they were tense on the battlefield, but no one made a fuss at the sight of the barefaced bus. At best, they just look at it with a suspicious look. They probably thought it was a new weapon or something. They were not mistaken, though. What is the situation? The Duke's army is pushing, but we haven't been able to capture the enemy. As soon as we go out, they pull back and put distance between us, and they will not give up. Last night, we heard that there was a huge attack by the enemy and that the main force was damaged. If the weather breaks, they may push us back. I must have had a doubtful look on my face. The Marquis explained to me. It's the sea pack wolves that ride the reins into the deep land. 104. Magical beast hunting. As the sun began to set and a light rain began to sprinkle, the Marquis took Miral and me through the city gates. We are to meet the Duke, who is in command of the rebel army. I had heard from Miral-san that he was the leader of the rebel army that was leading the civil war. Duke Lemor. Oh, by the way, Marquis Yerkel. I heard that in addition to Duke Lemor, there is another Marquis in a leading position. Could it be that it is you? I am in a leading position? No, that's just a rumor. It is true that I got information about the summoning of heroes and offered my opinion to the Duke on the protection of subhumans, but I didn't have the power to organize the southern noble territories. As for the overthrow of the royal family, my territory, like the other noble territories, is only subordinate. Why did you take on the role of ambassador to Kasemayan? Simply because I am young. Everything in my territory is young. Soldiers, horses, generals. There seemed to be some implication, but I saw it as impolite to ask too much about it. In the first place, the situation inside the rebel army is not something for me to interfere with. I'm sorry, Marquis, but I have to ask you something I don't understand. Does your family name have anything to do with the Yerkal village? I looked at Miral, and she shook her head and wrote a character in the air. No, I can't even read the characters in this world. The word means to cultivate in the old language. I've often heard that old territories have a in front of the family name, but I was curious because it's located so far away from here. T/N equals Yerkal. It was the birthplace of my ancestors. Yerkal used to be a prosperous trading town along the highway. In my great-grandfather's time, it was even more prosperous than the royal capital. Lord Yerkal smiled with gloomy eyes. The king at the time ordered a change of seal. Nominally, the new lands were given out to the promoted barons, but I think it's clear what was intended. The House of Yerkal has always been a family of strong men who are not suited to political disputes within the royal palace. It seems that this marquis and the royal family have been sullied by feelings that transcend generations. This is very different from our Takefu family, which has forgotten its roots as it wanders around Japan from generation to generation. After talking to the guard, we entered the office of the government building that serves as the command center, the official mansion in place of the Lord's mansion because it is under the direct control of the royal family. Duke Lemma is a man of great stature, recognizable at a glance. He was discussing a strategy with the other lords and his staff in front of a map of Meteora. The layout of the troops and the outline of the strategy are known at a glance. It would be a bad idea to let outsiders in on this, wouldn't it? From the information I had heard, it seemed that the war was going back and forth, and the Duke seemed to be in a state of tension, but when the Marquis introduced me as the Demon King of Kasemayan, he smiled stiffly. Compared to the people around him, who remained frozen and motionless, he was clearly a big shot. I never thought that you were the Demon King. So, you really do exist, don't you? Actually, it's just a title of convenience that was given to me by the people around me after I found myself being carried on a portable shrine. For example, like the king, you know? I told him with a smirk, and now even the Marquis altogether just gave me a convulsive smile. The middle-aged Japanese joke didn't seem to be to their liking. I am pleased to inform you that Yoshua Dono, no, His Majesty the Demon King, has agreed to assist us in this battle. What? Oh. Just to be clear, the only thing we'll be helping you with is defeating the magical beasts. We think it's out of line for us to get involved in a civil war. But in the previous battle, oh, I see. Duke Lemma let out a small breath and shook his head. That's right. The new Demon King will not invade. Just as rumored. He fights only to defend himself and his people. When he does, he will kill without mercy. What kind of rumor is that? I mean, where did the rumor originate? We will cooperate with you until we finish off the magical beasts and the magical beast user, but after that, we will leave it to you. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could pull back your troops to prevent any damage during the attack. How many days would that be? If they come from the enemy, it will be over by the end of the day. The Duke looked at me with a vacant stare, and the Marquis shook her head in amazement. The surrounding noble lords and general staff remain as expressionless as puppets. It's already evening, so as expected, it's too much excitement for the rest of the day. Your Excellency the Duke, I foolishly think that we should not think on our own scale. I understand. Hey, when the monsters attack, tell the soldiers to stay in a defensive formation and not to go on the offensive. Yes. The messenger soldiers left, and I was led to a chair. A young man who looked like a squire entered with a tray of tea. As I was about to sit on the chair, a shout went up outside. It's the Sea Pack Wolves. They're coming in large packs. I didn't have time to drink the tea. Well, if you'll excuse me now. I left the government building and teleported to the ramparts with Miral in my arms. I told the guards to stay back and ran along the passageway on the ramparts. When I reached the seaside, I saw a group of giant creatures coming ashore from the shore. They were much bigger than I had expected. Is that the Sea Pack Wolf? I've never seen one before. They are strange creatures. Its arms and legs have fins like sea lions, but from the neck up, it resembles a wolf. Its entire body is covered with hard scales like those of a dragon, and it has dorsal fins or mane-like hairs growing from the back of its neck to its back. Your Majesty, This is O. We have identified the target. Wait a minute. I shout to the soldiers who have deployed from the ramparts to the seaward side and are positioning themselves. Hey, get back to the ramparts. Friendly attack magic is coming. Friendly forces? Were there any mages? The soldiers reluctantly move away from the beach. The same was heard from the Marquis's messenger soldiers, who mentioned the same thing to the various camps. There are some suspicious reactions, but no one wants to rush into a crowd of magical beasts at will, I suppose. There was no one who would advance, despite the messenger's instructions. Line of fire clear. Commence firing. Osan, holding the RPK, circling slowly overhead, sends in 7.62mm rounds at point-blank range. It's like a little gunship. The scales are hard, or maybe they have an effect similar to a magic barrier, but they bounced off a few rounds and sparked. Osan seemed to change her aim from the heart to the head and soon started landing on the wolf-like head and neck. The shots are too far away to be heard, but faintly, and on the shoreline, pieces of flesh can be seen flying off the body of the convulsing magical beast. The sea pack wolf goes out of control with a tremendous cry as it spurts blood, but no one is around to see it, so no damage is done. After a while, the wolf stops moving, bleeding profusely, and then it just dies out. The soldiers, bell-ringed on the city walls, cheered. They may know that they were under attack, but the sea wolf was helpless to cope with the bullets raining down from far above. Is this what it means to be out of touch? Even the wolf pack's tactics, which take advantage of their speed and rushing power, can only run around in panic if they cannot see their targets. The strength of their huge bodies, sharp fangs and claws, and thick defenses that swords and spears cannot penetrate. If it were a human opponent, they would easily overrun them. But now they are on the side of the hunted. Their roars of anger soon turn into pitiful screams. One by one, the sea pack wolves are slaughtered and buried in their own flesh and blood. Joshua, teleport over there. To the ship with the white rags on it. Carrying Miral in my arms, I teleport to the lookout post on the mast of the designated warship. From there, Miral stares at the ship's bow and lets out a muffled breath. Immediately afterward, the Uzi erupts in flames, and I see a figure tumbling into the sea. Is he an idiot? That magical beast user activated his offensive magic. It's like lighting a torch in the dark, and become a good target. I don't know much about magic, but I guess that's how it works. Maybe she has a special ability to perceive things. I'm not sure, though. This is sea pack wolf annihilation. 40 and there are 7 left. Great. Thanks for the good work. Please remain vigilant. Roger that. I move to the bow of the ship by teleport, retrieve the remaining magic core and magic tools there, and return to the ramparts. I realize that the sailors on board are hiding their breaths, but I can't bring myself to kill them all. There was no time for that. Your Majesty, the Demon King, there are about 60 giant monsters and a pack of orcs from the northwest forest. Wait for the shooting. We will kill the orcs instantly on the ground so as not to call in the big ones. Understood. The giant ogres and orcs are slightly different in size, color, and shape, or so it seems, but they are about 2 to 2.5 meters tall. They are almost the same muscular humanoid magical beast. Their skin is reddish and greenish, and they have no clothes, only the remnants of armor that they seem to have taken from humans. Their weapons also varied from clubs to battered iron weapons. I couldn't tell the difference. If they were mixed up and rushed into me, I wouldn't be able to tell which was which. I don't really care, but if the orcs are calling large monsters by their voices or smells, I have to focus on killing them. Which one of those herds is the orc? The one that looks like a pig with fangs is an orc, and the one that looks like a pig with horns is a giant ogre. Is that all? Perhaps they are different creatures, but I don't know anything about that. What are you waiting for? Let's get on them. I resolve to move to the edge of the forest. The hordes of humanoid monsters approaching so close are so powerful that it's almost frightening and makes me cower. I'm going to start from the right side. Joshua, you take the left one. Got it. I aimed an RPK with a 75-round drum magazine at their heads, and while making sure I got them, I reaped them off with fully automatic fire. Blood, flesh, and brain fluid splattered all over the place, making for an extremely messy experience. In the meantime, Miral-san sends a bullet into the eyeballs and then fires 2 more rounds at the fallen body. By the time the orcs noticed us and turned to face us, the herd had been reduced by half. However, there were still 30 of them. If they came charging at us, we would have no chance. Miral, let's go. Roger that. We went out to the other side of the herd at the edge of the forest, exchanged magazines, and opened fire again. It seems that Miral-san is focusing on killing only the orcs. But since I can't distinguish them from the giant ogres and my shooting accuracy is low, I have no choice but to use a one-way slaughter and lay waste to them. It is in this kind of usage that the tough and rough axe and RPKs live. Yes, I know. I am a sore loser. The giant ogres and orcs were easily annihilated in a mere 10 minutes of slaughter that could hardly be called a battle. The noble lord's army soldiers, who were watching the battle from the city walls, cheered. And then, the earth shook. I had a bad premonition. The shaking grew louder, and the earth began to heave at the edge of the forest. It looked like a huge mole hole, and it was coming closer and closer to us. That's right. In that order, there are sea pack wolves, giant ogres, and orcs. Nojula-san shook her head and looked back at me with a wry smile. Yeah, that's the legless dragon, isn't it? 105. Conceptual whack-a-mole. After smashing through the wagons of the Lion Transportation Corps, the legless dragon emerged, its head above the ground. Although we cannot see the full extent of how huge it is more than 100 meters long just by being exposed to the ground. Its cylindrical body was about 10 meters in diameter. Its pale pink body surface was coated with thick white mucus, and it was constantly wriggling. It is rare to see a close-up of an invertebrate, but, to be honest, it is quite grotesque. It's just like the name says, it's a complete worm, except for the size. Joshua, you're going to get eaten if you don't get away. Oh, I knew it. I don't know where the sensory organs were, but the legless dragon shook its head in our direction and opened its tip. There, twisted like a bud, it opened up, and there were layers and layers of teeth like a lamprey eel. What is that thing? That's definitely not a creature that fertilizes the soil. I hear it produces a paralyzing poison from its fangs, so stay away from its mouth. Oh, that's not a mouth. It's called prostomium. This is no time for commentary. Let's get out of here. Holding Miral in my arms, I teleported to a location in the direction of the legless dragon. I tried to concentrate the fire on its head with an RPK, one of the AKM's 30-round magazines. Then, as a finishing blow, I fired 4 shotgun rounds. After all, they were bullets for humans. There was no damage, not even a reaction, against a monster several hundred meters in length. I don't feel it's working at all. The fact that it doesn't get angry means it doesn't have a sense of pain. Joshua, avoid. The head swung without any preliminary movement, and the huge body, bent like a whip, was struck sideways. I barely made the teleportation carrying Miral, but if I had been careless, I would have been blown away. But the fog-like mist that spurts out from the head after the swing is probably the paralyzing poison that Miral was talking about. I moved around the area with a short-range teleport and fired several 7.62mm rounds at it. Is this not going to do much? Yes, I guess. The body fluids are gushing out, but we're losing ground at this rate. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The environment here seems to be more slippery on the feet while also making it easier for the legless dragon to move around. If the rain intensifies, the winged tribe's air support will be cut off. I searched my storage to see if I could get some RPGs into my hands now, but I didn't have any more on hand. I had left all but one of the projectile tubes I had brought with me, just in case I wanted to use them in defense of Kasemayan. I thought I gave it away to them a while ago, so I guess it's all there. Evacuate, Your Majesty the Demon King. I heard Luvia-san's shout from the sky, probably deciding that there was no time to go through the communicator. As I fled, I looked up and saw Luvia-san and O-san pairing up and circling low in the sky. Their flight trajectory was a little wobbly, perhaps due to water in their wings from the pouring rain. I used teleportation to move all the way up to the top of the ramparts. As soon as I confirmed that the line of fire was open, An RPG rained down on the legless dragon. It exploded as it pierced deep into its throat through the prostomium. The slimy cylindrical body of the dragon swelled up and scattered pieces of mucus-mingled flesh all over the place. Since it was relatively close to the city walls, many of the soldiers screamed as they were covered in the stringy white slime-like filth. It seemed to be harmless, but it looked very bad. Me? I'm fine since I've already moved out of the way by teleporting. I don't want to get Miral-san covered in that filthy thing, let alone myself. The winged girls descended and landed on the edge of the city walls. The feathers may be repelling water to some extent, but the surface is soaked and looks heavy. Thank you, Luvia-san and O-san. I appreciate your help. This one is no longer needed. There should be towels and a change of clothes in the back of the bus. After that, please stay in the car and escort the mother and daughter. Copy that. The situation was not so much of a struggle, and it seems that the magical beasts were defeated in relatively good order, but Miral has not let her guard down. Is there still something out there? I don't know. But the only mage we defeated was the one who was on the ship. If a giant ogre, an orc, and a legless dragon came out after we killed him, then there must be at least 2 magical beast users. Can you find his presence? I don't know. The rain has drowned them out, and since the magical beast users don't emit magic power, their presence is weak, to begin with. Looking down from the city walls, the soldiers of the Southern Noble Territory Army seem to be excited because they think that the battle is over. There should still be remnants of the National Army soldiers left, though. No, wait. Where did the Royalist National Army soldiers go? Until the monsters came out, they were encamped in the front part of the forest. They must have pulled their troops deeper into the forest. That may be so. The question is, why did they do it? It was not to take shelter from the rain in the middle of a battle. If that is the case, it would be more natural to think that they were trying to avoid being caught up in some kind of offensive that was about to take place. If the enemy soldiers did not come out when they saw the death of the legless dragon, the magical beast user must still be coming up with something. I thought we had defeated all the magical beasts that were sighted. Haven't they already played their cards? No. The person who unexpectedly emerged from the forest was a mage-like figure wearing a hood and holding a magic wand. The distance is about 200 meters. He was walking toward us alone, but he didn't appear to have any soldiers with him. Should I use the Uzi to take him down? As I was about to nod to Miral's words, a spray of water went up all around the mage. A legless dragon? No, it's too small for that. That's the creature that emerged from the ground was a strange, eyeless, serpent-like creature that had lost its white pigmentation as if it were an albino. At about 4 meters long, it was certainly smaller than a legless dragon, but the problem was its lame, erratic movements and the sheer number of them that filled the flat ground. At the very least, there must be at least 100 of them. They are deep-dwelling salamanders. They're dangerous. They'll curse you. Chapter 106, What Lurks in the Abyss. I tilt my head back in my mind at Miral's unexpectedly serious comment. Cursed? Does that mean that the white snake is going to use some kind of sorcery on us? Not exactly, but it's not far off the mark. And they are not snakes but newts or salamanders that live in swamps. I've heard that deep down, where the sun doesn't shine, their eyes and legs degenerated into that, but that's not the problem. It's the disaster that happens when you kill them. Miral-san, I appreciate your concern, but the salamanders are already approaching the city walls. Hey, everybody, take shelter inside the city walls. Those who can't make it in time flee to the trees or onto the wagons. Do not attack. The soldiers were frozen in place in the face of the sudden appearance of a large number of monsters, but they soon screamed and took refuge within the city walls. They managed to close the gates, but as expected, not everyone was able to take immediate action to evacuate. Some soldiers were seen here and there on the plain, but they seemed to have escaped by climbing trees or horse-drawn wagons in accordance with Miral's instructions. The swarms of deep-dwelling salamanders were wriggling and slamming into the city walls. There is no moat in Meteora, so the slimy white worm-like creatures are accumulating under the wall. So far, there seems to be no direct damage, but it is disgusting. I can't decide if I should shoot or not until I hear what Miral-san has to say. It's okay. It's not very strong for its size, and its only attacks are clamping and biting. Hey, don't kill it. I don't know what the warning was for, but it was too late. They were soldiers on the edge of the forest who had failed to escape. Whether or not they heard Miral-san's voice, they saw what looked like a giant slimy white snake-like creature crawling toward them and swinging their swords and battle axes at it. The head was split open, or the neck was cut off, and the deep-dwelling salamander spurted blood and died in a daze. It seems that they are neither as tough nor as ferocious as the legless dragons and sea wolves. Oh, you fool. Eh? What do you mean? What's wrong? Look. The soldiers who had killed the deep-dwelling salamander screamed into the empty space and began brandishing their weapons. Panic gradually spread, and the soldiers who had only been watching around them joined in. Soldiers on the wall side of the city began to murmur at the sight of them. The soldiers within the city walls didn't know what they were doing, and neither did I. I don't know all the details. Some say they hallucinate, others say they revive past fears. But whatever the case, the one who kills the deep-dwelling salamander loses his sanity. It will be a quarter of an hour before they return to their senses, and usually before that time, a battle axe wielded by one of the soldiers smashed into the head of a fellow soldier, a spear thrust out by another pierced another, and a sword reaped from a fall cut the head off a soldier who was still alive. In the blink of an eye, the 4 soldiers had killed each other. Oh, it's already happened. If we kill the magical beast user, won't the hallucination disappear? No, the mage is only using the beast to move. It is said that the panic is caused by the poison contained in the bodily fluids or the breath of the deep-dwelling salamander itself. Then why don't we just use a gun and kill it from outside the poison's range of effect? Miral looked at me, a little lost. The only information we have about its ecology is based on hearsay. It is rare for such a creature to appear on the ground. Rare monsters. Huh? I'm not happy about it. If there were an option to sell them to the Adventurers Guild, that would be one thing. Poisonous or not, it has just proven to be dangerous and ineffective from a distance of 2 to 30 meters. I point to the scattered remains of soldiers and white snakes-like creatures. We can try it from this distance. I think you're probably right. The swarm is already close. Joshua, is it really necessary to take the risk in this situation? No. But it is someone else's war, to begin with. But will we leave them bobbing around under the walls all the time? I'm fine with that, though. Even if we don't touch them, they will attack us, won't they? Not so much at us, but at this white snake. Will they go away if we wait a while? I hear they don't like the sunlight and go back underground. It's still late in the evening, so we'd have to wait more than half a day. I've got an idea. Miral, will you keep an eye on that magical beast user to ensure he doesn't do anything unnecessary? Roger that. I went down inside the walls and stored the dirt vertically, just a few feet away from the wall. Storage, 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 and then don't let it yaw and crumble askew. I should have brought a shovel to shape it. The soil was only on the surface layered due to the proximity to the ocean, and after digging for 5 meters, stones, gravel, and hard bedrock appeared, and the seawater started to overflow more violently. After storing the materials at random to create a vertical hole 3 meters in diameter and 30 meters deep, I was teleported back to the surface and flew to the top of the ramparts. Sorry to keep you waiting. That mage, maybe he ran away. He's still in the forest and hasn't shown up. Did he think they could win if he just left them alone already? The ground surface along the outside of the wall is scraped with storage to create a wide funnel-shaped slope about 10 meters wide. The deep-dwelling salamander slides down the slope. The destination is the vertical hole I mentioned earlier. If it hits the bottom, it might spit out poison, but if it's done quickly, it won't be a problem. Do you want me to drive them into that hole? Yeah. Just try not to fall in yourselves. The soldiers watching from the top of the ramparts offered to help, and with ladders, fences, and torches, they drove the remaining salamanders into the slope. Okay, that's enough. When the last one was dropped, I asked the soldiers to stand back and throw in the stored dirt and chunks of bedrock to bury it. For some reason, what I dug out wasn't enough, so there remained a vertical hole about 5 meters deep. But I guess the poison wouldn't have any effect under such deep soil. Phew, good work. Joshua. I hope this will do the trick. But that's it. Miral-san looked back at me, brushing my wet hair out of my face. It was the last big job, and yet it's so plain. Right. I know, so don't go into that. Now the only thing left is for the humans to kill each other. We'll just sit back and wait for the rest as outsiders. Chapter 107, Hunting Rewards. When we returned to the Bareface bus, we were greeted by two of the Wing tribe and the mothers and daughters. Thank you for your hard work, Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty the Queen. No. The rest of the battle was a lot easier than I thought it would be. It was thanks to Joshua's power. Joshua, Sama, are you the Demon King? The daughters tilted their heads curiously, and the mother looked frightened behind them. Yes, that's what it's going to be. Even though it is called Demon King, it's like a nickname that was given to me on its own. The people where I live now are called the Demon People, and when I was acting like the village chief there, they started calling me the Demon King. So Demon King means the king of the demons? That's right. I was originally just a merchant, though. Since facts are facts, there was no particular rush, and we ate an early meal and went to sleep on the bus as the rain intensified and the battle continued into the night. When we woke up the next morning, the rain had stopped. The evacuation order within the city walls had been lifted, and the residents were out and about on their own or engaged in reconstruction work. The mother and the daughters joined their relatives who were living in Meteora and were safely taken back to their home. Apparently, their relatives living in Meteora, on the southern edge of the city, also had heard about the deteriorating security situation in the vicinity of the royal capital and had been worried about the mother and daughters. An elderly man and woman took the daughters by the hand and left. We didn't even ask their names. Right. I thought it would be better that way. I don't know how to say it, but it just felt right. I needed to cover my guilt with a hypocritical imitation of atonement. I didn't need their names for that. It was more convenient for me to be some nameless person on the street. It sucked, but if it benefited the other side, so be it. It made me feel a little better. Waving to the happy girls, Miral and I headed back to the public hall in the center of Meteora. In the morning, a messenger from Duke Lemore had visited the Bareface bus and handed over a letter of invitation. It was the first time I had received a letter of invitation, or rather, an official document from a nobleman. During the battle, the public hall used to be a command center. But now the soldiers have left, and the place is deserted. Marquis Yerkel, who came to meet us, looked downcast as she and her attendant held the documents in her arms. You look tired, don't you? Is something wrong? The battle is over, thanks to you, and the remnants of the royalists have been successfully subdued. Now the political maneuvering is about to begin, so I'm preparing for that. Although I did not understand that, I nodded vaguely with an air of understanding. To be honest, it seems to be more troublesome than the actual battle. As for my plans for the future, I won't be able to leave here for a few days to clean up after Meteora. I'll be back as soon as I can. But would you mind going to the Marquis's territory first, Joshua Dono? No problem. As long as I can get my people back, I don't have any urgent business. Thank you. I will have someone to guide the troops back to the territory, so if you need anything or have any requests, just let her know. I will send her to the bus later. Okay. We head for the office that used to be the Operations Command Center. Your Excellency the Duke, I have brought him here. Ah. Thank you. After the battle with the magical beasts, it seems that he had also led the nighttime attack on the remnants, and Duke Lemore also had a tired look on his face. Still, with the dignity of a strong man, his back is straight, and his expression is bright. It was not the brightness of a good thing, but the calmness of a man who has come to the end of his rope. Of course, he understands the mess that is about to happen, the problems that need to be handled, and the blame that needs to be placed on him, so I guess that means that he has come to his senses as the ringleader of the rebellion. The ringleader of the rebellion welcomes me and smiles. I am sorry for taking the trouble to come here when I should be on my way to you, Your Majesty the Demon King of Kasemayan. Thank you for your help last night and for your great contribution. No, I just took care of my own problem. It will be a loss to the name of the Demon King if a mere mage manipulates magical creatures without his permission. I know it's an unreasonable reason. They are adults, so they don't say things like, "Aren't you trying really hard to beat them?" The reason is that I'm a demon king, but it's just a position of convenience. I don't know any demons, and I have no command over them. Have you cleaned up the remaining enemies? Yes. The royalist remnants are 150 infantrymen and 30 cavalrymen, 4 offensive mages, and 2 magical beast users. In response to Duke Lemor's words, Marquis Yerkle pointed to a document on the table. I can't read it, but it looks like there are numbers on it. We have gathered information from the enemy survivors, and it seems that they have been almost exterminated. There are a few commanders and mages whose whereabouts are unknown, but it is unlikely that they are still alive. So there is no danger. I killed the magical beast user who was on the warship. He was the one who controlled the Sea Pack Wolf. Marquis Yerkle nodded at Miral's words. Although she never made contact with us, who were on the front line, I heard that the Marquis was also running around inside the city walls as the second-in-command of the rebel army, deploying troops and supplying them with supplies. From my point of view, this sounds like a lot more work than fighting. It seems that the one Your Majesty the Queen defeated was the chief court mage. Is that so? I didn't think he had that much magic power. The reason is that you shot him dead with a single shot, you know. The body was not found because it fell into the sea, and there is no way to confirm this because no one has seen the person in question. But well, he must have been a powerful man because he controlled nearly 50 Sea Pack wolves. The last mage who unleashed the deep-dwelling salamander was more frightening and unpredictable than the one who controlled the sea wolf. That man was the former chief mage of the previous generation, Old Ernel. He was probably the one who controlled the legless dragon too. He was an eccentric who was known as an insect user, and he destroyed several cities during his active years. As I thought, he was a terrible man. I had said that the game was over without a struggle and that it was a simple game even though it was the last one, but in fact, I was dealing with an unpleasant opponent. If I hadn't made the first move, I would have died. Oh, Joshua Dono. We are going to execute the royal family today at noon, but before that, would you like to meet them? Marquis Yerkle made a suggestion, and I thought about it for a moment and shook my head. Joshua, are you sure? Good or bad, what's the point of meeting them now? Once it is clear that there is no way to return to my original world, there is no longer any particular use for the king personally. I don't say that the desire for revenge is gone, but whatever I tell the helpless king now may make me feel uncomfortable. But it won't make me feel any less vengeful, even though it was the king's own fault. I took away 30,000 soldiers, 3 princes, and 3 summoned people from him. As a result, it also took away his kingdom itself. Now that he's just a helpless old man, I have nothing more to tell him, nothing more I want to hear from him. I see. Well, then, if I may be so bold as to offer you a trifle, this way. The Duke instructed his attendants to bring in 2 large wheeled wagons. On them were several boxes of expensive-looking ornaments and about 10 swords. The other heavy-looking wagon is filled with wooden boxes of the same size. When the squire opened it, there was a row of gold coins. These gold coins are in gratitude for your help. It includes the price of the magic core we took from the monsters you defeated. The other is a treasure that the king took from the treasury and brought to Meteora. As the Duke, I would be presumptuous to offer you this as a token of our apology from the kingdom. After some hesitation, I asked the Duke. I am somewhat reluctant to accept it as it is. I appreciate the sentiment, but have you heard that the outflow of money, especially gold coins, is destroying the kingdom's economy? The Duke looks slightly surprised but gives a small nod and turns his attention to Marquis Yerkle. From his demeanor, it seems that Duke Lemor is a military commander type of nobleman, and the Marquis seems to be the central figure in internal politics. Of course, we are aware of this, but that would be an opinion based on only one aspect of the problem. What does that mean? Most of the gold mines are located in the southern nobility territories. The mints that produce the coins are also located in the central part of the kingdom, closer to the noble territories, and have already been seized by the army of the noble territories. The kingdom's economic collapse, at least in the area surrounding the royal capital, was partly due to the will of the noble territories. Is that right? I also heard that there was a move to accumulate money in the south. That is, the circulation of money was intentionally squeezed, and the economy around the royal capital deteriorated. I don't blame them, but it's not my place to say so. The fact that I wasn't solely responsible for the situation made me feel a little better. I know it's not that simple or easy, but I don't really care about the rest of the story. I see. Then, I'll take it without hesitation. Yay! What shall I buy? Chapter 108, Another Yeerkel. After leaving the public hall, we returned to the bus. The bounty and treasures were in my storage. I don't have any use for the sword, but what should I do with it? One of them is a legendary magic sword. If it is a magic sword, it should be used by the Demon King. Am I going to fight with a sword? Against whom? Go hunt monsters in the dark forest. When push comes to shove, I will save you with my Wuji. I can only see a future where I'll be in trouble right from the start. In the first place, I think that a magic sword is something that a hero would take from a demon king or demons. The original owner of the sword is probably a demon race or something like that. But the demon race in this world is not the protruding fang-looking devil in my original world, but dwarves with magical powers. If they took it from such a person, that doesn't make sense. Oh, is that the guy the Marquis was talking about? The two Wing tribe members and a petite woman were waiting in front of the barefaced bus. She had her back turned, but when she looked back, her face looked like someone I had seen somewhere before. To be precise, she looked like someone from somewhere. Her age is in her late teens. I shouldn't have any contact with such a girl. Your Majesty the Demon King. She says she is the guide dispatched from the Marquis's territory. Nodding at the words of Osan and Luvia-san, the woman bowed her head with a smile. It is my pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Leonora from the Yeerkel Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Marquis Yeerkel has ordered me to guide you to her territory. I am at your service. Oh, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry is called Yeerkel, isn't it? Admiral's casual remark. Leonora's expression changed a little. Her soft smile seemed to fade. The Yeerkel Chamber of Commerce, located north of the royal capital, was the ancestral home of Marquis Yeerkel. The Marquis's territory was also named Yeerkel. I see. The innkeeper in the northern village of Yeerkel was a man named Riella. Yes, he was my uncle. I see. If she looked like anyone, it was Riella, the refugee from the village of Yeerkel. He is a man of mixed blood, with the blood of a beastman but with the appearance of a human. He was betrayed by the human villagers during the Civil War and sold to the Imperial Army along with other subhumans. He is now living in Kasemayan after being rescued. Oh, so you are his niece. You look familiar to me. Pleased to meet you. Yes. In contrast to Miral's happy face, Leonora-san's face grew darker and darker. As Riella's niece, this person must be a half-blood between human and beastman, even though she looked completely human. Is it forbidden in the Marquis territory to have beastman's blood in one's veins? We are the only ones here, but should we pretend we don't know? Ah, if you ever come to Kasemayan, I can arrange a time for you to meet with Riella, but I don't see how that would be possible. Huh? I see. I finally realized my mistake there. That's right. I had not yet announced the rescue of our friends from the village of Yeerkel. Is my uncle alive? A barefaced bus was on the street leading the transportation corps back to the Marquis territory. It was driven by Osan, and Luvia-san was on the gun turret on the roof. The weather has cleared up, so a pleasant breeze is coming in through the open windows and gun turrets. Marquis Yeerkel offered to provide us with a cavalry escort, but I declined and left them in Meteora, as they were unnecessary with us here. The distance from Meteora to the Marquis's territory is slightly over 30 miles or about 50 kilometers. We told them that the bus would overheat if we kept pace with the horse-drawn carriages, so we told them that we would wait for them at regular intervals to keep ahead of them as scouts. The road was almost straight, so we did not have to worry about getting lost. But there were places where the road was muddy due to the rain until last night, and it was our job as the lead group to check those places. I see. So everyone is all right. We don't know about the humans, but we rescued all the subhumans. Thank goodness. I checked to make sure, and I heard that Leonora-san doesn't particularly hide the fact that she is a half-blood of a beastman. Among the subhumans who fled to neighboring countries after the destruction of Kasemayan, those living in the southern part of the kingdom are said to be living relatively comfortably. Of course, This is with the note that even though a quarter of a century has passed, they are still refugees with little assets or connections, so they live reasonably well. I wish I had received some news from the people of Yurkul, but there were too many problems to deal with. It's alright since you have helped them. The discrimination against beastmen was so severe in the area of the royal capital that I had just given up and thought that everyone in the village of Yurkul had been fed to the magical beasts. Gofu, Honora-san looked at me and Miral, who was suddenly choked up, with a strange look on her face. Luvia-san pretended not to have heard, but she probably had an idea of what was going on. The profile peeking through the gap between the gun turrets seems to be smiling a little. Magical beasts. You will know that the village of Yurkul was destroyed, don't you? I look at Miral, meeting Honora-san's gaze. Miral's eyes are swimming, looking appalled as if no one is pressing her. I don't know. She is too bad at lying, as she is sweating profusely. I think it was about half a month ago, according to a report that came into the Marquis's territory. A huge, unidentified magical beast attacked and killed everyone in the village. That's a terrible thing. The Imperial Army troops that were invading the suburbs of Yurkul at the time may have done something, but they too were attacked, and there were no survivors, so we don't know what the situation was like then. Miral-san looked at me. I don't know what happened at that time. That's what I was hoping for. I nodded with a smile and supported her decision. Thanks to her, we were able to escape. I'm proud of that. Well, that's a divine punishment. Wow, she said it with a smug look on her face. I wondered what she would say, but she was completely shifting the blame. And she's throwing it all on heaven or God, whom she, probably, doesn't even believe in. Since it is obvious from the fact that only the oppressed people of Yurkul were saved. Right, Joshua? Sorry. We did that. Why did you tell her? Miral puts Itsukami on me. But Luvia-san and O-san are bursting out uncontrollably. They're going to find out immediately when they meet the people from Yurkul in Kasemayan, so there's no point hiding it. It's okay. I don't think I've done anything wrong. That's true, but that's a kind of divine punishment, isn't it? Your Majesty the Demon King did? Does that mean you summoned a giant magical beast as a punishment from heaven? No. I don't have that kind of special skill. Miral and I left the orcs in a half-dead state when we were rescuing the friends from Yurkul. When those orcs died, they attracted big monsters, so we decided to use that to thwart the pursuit of the Imperial Army. Well, I guess my plan worked. I had no intention of involving the inhabitants of Yurkul, but they sold subhumans to the Imperial Army in order to save their own lives. They got what they deserved. Honora-san's eyes went black and white when she heard this. Then, what was that giant magical beast? We don't know. We were escaping with this bare-faced bus at the time. It was an earth dragon, Your Majesty the Queen, Luvia-san told us from the gun turret in a voice that contained a hint of laughter. We were watching it from the air, and it was at least 70 feet long. After 3 days of slaughter in the suburbs of Yurkul, it slipped into the deadly forest on the side of the tribal union, so I don't know what happened to it after that. How long are 70 feet, Miral? About as long as 3 of these buses. More than 20 meters. It's a good thing we ran away. That's why. Honora, all of Yurkul's subhumans are living happily in our demon lord's territory, Kasemayan. You and the other subhumans may visit at any time. The bus came to a halt just as Miral-san made a smug face with her flat chest. I wondered if we were going to take a break and wait for the others to follow, but O-san looked back at me from the driver's seat. Your Majesty the Demon King, there is an army in the forest half a mile ahead of us. It is probably an ambush. Enemies, huh? I had heard that there was only one road from Meteora to Marquis Yurkul's territory. So either they were aiming at the Marquis Army's transportation unit passing through here, or someone wanted to kill us. I wonder who it is that's trying to set us up at this point in time. Chapter 109, Exploding Anger. The bus comes to a stop, and I get off, taking Miral with me. We move to a small elevated spot in the forest to see where the enemy is supposed to be ambushing us. O-san, do you know how many enemies there are? As far as I can see from here, there are 6 heavy cavalries, 2 light cavalries, 10 heavy infantry, and 20 light infantry. They are in battle formation and hiding on both sides of the road. but I don't see any commanders. There is one hiding behind a fallen tree. That must be the commander. I remember seeing those people somewhere. Whatever the case, both the Wing tribe and Miral have amazing eyesight. I can't see a thing from 800 meters away. Now that we had made our inspection of the enemy, I returned to the bus and began to give instructions. Oh-san, please stay in the driver's seat and wait here with Luvia-san for the rest of the group. We don't need support. The first priority is the defense of yourselves and the bus, followed by the defense of the following transportation corps as much as possible. Understood. If we are dealing with humans, the 5.56mm rounds from the M4 assault rifle will be fine, but I'll leave the RPK and RPG in the vehicle as well, just in case. Leonora-san. These two are among the most elite in the Kasemayan, and if you rely on them, you won't have any problems. If a battle breaks out, get down behind the chair and never move. In particular, never touch that weapon over there. Why yes. Well, don't worry. A mere 40 or so soldiers will never reach this point. As usual, Miral-san was very relaxed. We were standing in the vanguard, and Luvia-san and the others, either accustomed to us or trusting us, did not look particularly anxious. Your Majesty the Demon King, Your Majesty the Queen, good luck. I appreciate your kind words. But since the enemy is only 124, we don't need any luck. Is there any increase? I thought it was 117 before. T/N, I don't know why it has become 124 or 117, I'm confused here. Miral held the Uzi to her chest and indicated her right shoulder, opposite the shoulder holster containing the M1911 copy, and a spare magazine had been added to the right side. This is where you keep the Supimagajin. I'm ashamed to admit that I didn't know that until now. So, 7 more bullets, 124 people. I don't quite understand her embarrassment, but as usual, she declared, 1 shot, 1 kill. I haven't seen her using anything other than Uzi recently. It is because I don't have to deal with more than 110 people. That's not normal. I mean, you can't just read my mind and respond to me like you always do. It's a heart-to-heart communication. I think she does understand my feelings. Joshua, at the end of the road, just before a gradual descent with a rock on the left. They will be waiting for us at the bottom of the hill. I am ready whenever you are. Roger that. I teleport to the designated position on the road with Miral in my arms. Once we were in front of the target's waiting position, Miral took the left side of the road, and I took the right side, pointing my gun into the forest. You have an ugly way of hiding. What do you want from us? I heard a gasp of surprise at my sudden appearance and the rustling of leaves. Unfortunately, my eyes couldn't see the enemy yet. I would have to roast them. If you don't come out by the count of 5, I'll kill you. 1. As soon as I started counting, horses came neighing out of the bushes at the back of the road. 3 horses came charging toward me from either side, each carrying a heavy cavalryman. The soldiers coming with their spears outstretched were wearing brown cloaks that I did not remember seeing on the battlefields of Kasemayan. I don't know what army they are from. I admire you for coming out, though. I slam a barrage of shots with my AKM against the cavalryman on my right, crushing his horse. It took me more than 20 rounds of fully automatic fire to kill the excited warhorse. I approached with short-range teleportation, changing magazines, and pointed my gun at the heavily armed cavalryman, who was rolling over and unable to move. Who is in command? There was no reply. There was no movement among the remaining enemies who might be lurking in the forest. I looked in the direction of Miral, where the horses were intact, and only the cavalry had rolled over. As usual, she took 1 shot to the eyeballs. She glanced at me and nodded as if there was no problem. The slightly reproachful look in her eyes may have been her way of saying, the horse is not to blame, but there was no way I could neutralize a heavily armed cavalryman who was charging at me at point-blank range. Who is your commander? I called out to the presence lurking around me and shot a lying heavy cavalryman in the thigh. A piece of soft steel, manually hammered and stretched, would not be able to stop a 7.62mm bullet. The cavalryman rolls around, splattering blood and screaming. The time for counting to 5 has passed. Negotiations are over. If you have a grudge, Hate your cowardly commander. I shot through the cavalryman's helmet, who was trying to get up to his feet. I shot the other one in the back as he tried to flee. What are you doing? Kill him. I memorized the position from which I heard the voice. I shot and killed the archer who stood up and tried to shoot an arrow, and I shot and killed the infantryman who drew his sword and came running out, shooting him through his shield. Meanwhile, the sound of Uzi fire continues to echo calmly and steadily from my left side at regular intervals. The bullets fired from the Uzi must have shot through the eyeballs of the soldiers. Not a single soldier made it out of the forest. Joshua, it's over. The commander is behind a fallen tree in the back there. Wait. It looks like there are still 5 or 6 more trying to go around from hiding over here. Phew. They're going to join the others. Just as she's saying this, Uzi is fired, and a soldier falls behind a bush that I couldn't see at all. What a difference in potential. As I thought, I'm merely a merchant, not a demon king, in terms of combat ability. Hey, you old man. Come out, or I'll kill you. Even if you resist, I'll kill you. Miral unleashed an unusually unabashed fury at the shivering commander in the shadows of the trees. I heard her spat out in a voice that only I could hear. I'll kill you even if you don't do anything. You damn disgusting thief. Do you know him, by any chance? You maybe know him, too. There was that fool who tried to kill us when we were in the royal capital, wasn't there? And it was Duke Truis, who was hiding in there, who arranged it. Let's see. I remember that we were almost killed when we escaped from the royal city, but I don't really remember the story of the nobleman. Was it the nobleman who was said to have taken the mechanical bow from Miral? But wasn't that the army of the Margrave that wearing green cloaks? That was the one who bought the mechanical bows, a small follower of his. It was Duke Tristha, no doubt, who tried to monopolize my knowledge and skills and came to kill me when I refused. I don't understand the story. I don't recall ever hearing such a name. More importantly, I have no interest in it. I'd like to just kill him and be done with it. But he doesn't seem to be coming out. That Duke, if he lives in the royal capital, he must be a royalist, right? What is he doing here at a time like this? I don't know. He may have run away and fallen in with the king. He was a court nobleman with no lands. They say he was making a profit from the kingdom's economy, but you destroyed that, too, didn't you? We did. Didn't we? Is that important? Anyway, he is a pathetic old man who has lost everything. Perhaps he was looking for a chance to avenge himself on the demon king of Casamaion. If he wants to die here, why don't you make it happen? You bastards. Why don't you just shut up and listen to me? An old man in silver armor came out of the forest. He held a sword in one hand and dragged a large shield in the other, perhaps because he lacked the muscle strength to carry it. The old man was very agitated and probably had a lot of conflicting feelings toward Nojla-Lai-san. You filthy little dwarf girl. To think that you have become a servant of the Demon King, the enemy of mankind. It seems that it is true that subhumans have the blood of the demons mixed in their veins. Now, I'm going to defeat you with my own hands. No, that's impossible. Of course. You didn't see how she killed nearly 40 combatants in an instant, did you? Maybe he saw it, but he just can't accept it. You know, Duke. Miral didn't look back but slung the Uzi over her shoulder with a leather belt. It looks like he's lost the will to kill, but that's outrageous. She's very motivated, this one. You said when I protested when my achievements were taken away from me, you are opposed to the House of Truis. If you defy House Truis, you will not be able to live in the royal capital. Didn't you say that? The Duke raised his sword without answering the question and started to move, and Miral pulled an M1911 copy pistol from its holster and fired. The metal plate that was supposed to protect the Duke's knees crumpled, and the old man's body tilted. 45 caliber bullets must have penetrated the plate and shattered it. The Duke, unable to even move under the weight of his armor, convulsed and screamed. I am so grateful to you for your judgment. If I had stayed in the royal capital, I would be rotting by now. My body, my mind, my pride, my aspirations, my dreams. So you see, Duke, I forgive you for taking the mechanical bow from me. I forgive you for trying to kill me. The many insults and ill treatment are trivial now. Your despicable decisions have made me what I am today. Ironically, Your malice led to the acquisition of so many irreplaceable and wonderful things, you know? The Duke did not hear any of Miracle-san's words. He probably has no intention of listening to her. As the old man struggled to raise himself up, the dwarf girl laughed and shot him in the elbow. Supported by the sword, the body that was trying to stand up collapsed from the face down and rolled. The Duke was lying on his back, looking up at the sky and out of breath, and Miracle held a pistol to his nose. She looked into the old man's eyes with a smile that was almost affectionate and said, "His Majesty the Demon King Tekiya Yoshua has bestowed upon you a special death. Accept it respectfully." Me? Chapter 110, The Spirit of a Wicked Nobleman. Giving a special death, is it? No, I won't. I don't know this old man. I don't even know why I would kill him. Besides, he would have died even if we left him here. He's already dying from having his elbows and knees shot off and being squeezed by his own armor. Demon King. I don't like to be told so hatefully. It was you people in the kingdom who summoned me without permission, and it was you people who put me in this position. Although I was only a mere merchant, I wouldn't have killed anyone neither if they hadn't tried to kill me unilaterally. Well, never mind. If people want me to take on such a role, I should accept it. Demon King, huh? The kingdom named it on its own, but it's spread very widely. I was called that in the kingdom and in the tribal unions as well. The Demon King of Kasemayan. Oh, so you don't want to talk about it when it doesn't suit you? How and who spread it and for what purpose? But that's just the way it is, isn't it? The reason it spread so fast is because they wanted me to be destroyed as an enemy of humanity. You're called Truus, right? I heard that my queen was taken care of by you. I wonder if this old man is alright. He's been hurt so much that all he can say is I have one question for you. What is the ritual of summoning heroes who gathered the subhuman sacrifices? That's the king. No, it was not. I don't think that fool has the brains to think of it himself. There must have been someone who instigated it. A mage, or a nobleman of high rank! I had vague doubts early on. It just hadn't formed itself in my mind. Normally, would you go into the production of multiple mechanical bows, an unknown prototype weapon, both large and small, when there is no war going on? Why would an army of 30,000 troops, an army that would cost a fortune, be ready to be formed at a moment's notice? How could a prince, in such a short period, take so much money that the economy of the royal capital would be in a state of collapse and flee to the empire? The war between Kasemayan and the kingdom, or something else that constituted a war, may not have started with me but was planned, prepared, and started long before that. The chief mage who led the war was killed by you. There is no reason for sacrificing subhumans now. What I want to know is not about the reason. What I want to know is the purpose. Yoshua, what is your point? It seems that the civil war and the invasion of the empire were already underway before the invasion of Kasemayan. And, moreover, even before the summons in which I was involved. Was the sacrifice really intended to summon the heroes? Miracle-san shook her head in dismay, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. There was a group that wanted to profit by eliminating the royalty and destroying the kingdom. Wasn't there? And that too, at the heart of the country. I suppose so. Even though our overwhelming victory was unexpected, they accomplished their goal. The Duke began to tremble. He was no longer frightened. He was dying. It was going to be difficult to get an answer out of him. What's more, it seems that even if we get the answer, it won't make any difference. The reason why the southern nobles did not join in the defeat of the Kasemayan was not because of sympathy for the subhumans. Of course, it was because of their interests and their conflicting feelings toward the royal capital and the royal family. In the end, it did help us, though. Yoshua, it seems that you were right in your decision to tell Marquis Yerkal. We should not be involved in the affairs of the kingdom. Protecting ourselves and helping our people is enough. It's late already, the Duke muttered. He looked up to the sky with a white-blooded face, opened his blank eyes, and laughed with a smile that looked terribly amused. The curse was fulfilled, with the sacrifice to bring disaster to this salient. What's that? The Duke is the head of a noble family of royal blood. And especially when he is a court noble, most likely he is their leader, and he is asking for disaster in his own country. It's going to be a complicated story, isn't it? It doesn't matter. It's someone else's business, after all. Let's go, Miral. The first thing we must do is to bring back our friends." Duke Taurus died with a triumphant smile on his face. His last words were a curse on his country. I don't know what happened to him, but the way he died was the epitome of a wicked retainer. When we got back to the bus, the rest of the Transportation Corps had caught up with us. I called out to the commander of the Transportation Corps, who was about to take a break. There was a royalist nobleman in front of us, but we eliminated him. "We are in a hurry, so we will continue on to the Marquis's territory. If there are any enemies along the way, I will definitely eliminate them, but if there is a problem with the road surface, I will mark it with a stake or something so that you can see it, so please proceed with caution." "Understood." "Take care, Oh-san, I'll be driving now." "Could you please cover the rear right side?" "Lavia-san, you stay in the gun turret and be on the lookout." "Understood." I have a bad feeling about this. I decided to pick up the pace a little and took the driver's seat. "Joshua, do you think there's going to be a problem?" "The problem is probably already there. I don't know what it is." It seems that the royalist supporters and the foreign influence group were working together behind the scenes to destroy the kingdom. Whether they were working in collusion or separately, I don't know. "What about Marquis Yerkel and the other rebels?" "I don't know. I don't know what their intentions are yet." It would be laughable if the only people who started the civil war were nationalists. The barefaced bus speeds up for the remaining 20 kilometers or so. There were no broken road surfaces or hidden enemies along the way, and after an hour, a hillside town came into view. "The one you see up ahead is the territorial town of Yerkel," with Leonora-san's guidance. I turned off the highway and took the road toward the territory. Marquis Yerkel's territory is mountainous, and once we passed through the simple fortress at the entrance, we found ourselves in a lush green landscape. The estate is located on the banks of a quiet lake about 1 kilometer in diameter, a scenic spot reminiscent of an illustration from a fairy tale, to put it in a cliched way. "By the way, Leonora-san, how many people live in the Marquis territory?" "About 8,000 people." "That's a surprisingly large number." "There is not much flat land, so it would be difficult to produce food." To my question, Leonora-san's answer was simple. They import wheat and other grains from other territories. The neighboring Duke Lemor's territory is a major producer of grain, so it is inefficient in terms of competitiveness. Marquis Yerkel's territory makes its living from forestry, agriculture, cattle breeding, and small-scale mining. Although she did not tell me what kind of ore they produce, I guessed it must be something very expensive. I was not particularly interested, though. If the situation were not like this, I would like to stay and rest for a while, but for now, I want to return to Kasemayan as soon as possible. I have already spoken to the subhuman refugees. Please continue on to the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion is a small castle on a small hill near the lake. The walls are white, and the decorations look like cake decorations, giving the impression of a fairy tale. But as we approached, the impression changed a little. The castle walls are not only on the castle itself, but they also surround the hill on which the castle stands, and there are layers of defenses around the city. When the barefaced bus entered the area, it was met with a mixture of wary and curious stares from all over the place. It seemed that the conversation had been well understood, and there were no attacks or restraining orders, but perhaps it was impossible not to look at us. When a winged girl emerged from the roof of the unfamiliar vehicle, we passed through several small gates that resemble security checkpoints. Each of them had its own gate, and a group of heavily armed infantrymen with longbows and long spears stood ready to fight. More like a fortress than a castle. Eh? Yes, of course. When invaded by enemy forces, the entire population is ready to fight in the castle. Yeah, right. I know. It is common knowledge that a castle is a mass of defensive functions, or rather, a defensive function itself. I still haven't lost my Japanese peace of mind when I think of them as recreational facilities or tourist attractions. When we finally came close to the castle, the surroundings opened up, and the road surface changed. Yoshua-sama, please proceed slowly there. The wide road, paved with what looked like cobblestones, was slightly higher than the surrounding area, and flower gardens spread out on either side. It's like a flower path to the stage of the Lord's mansion. Oh, it's beautiful. I was just admiring the scenery when I heard Myrrel's small voice. These stones are used in wartime to spread oil on the ground to make the wheels of wagons and horses' legs slide. The gentle slope of the stone is enough to make it impossible for them to escape. Beyond the slope is a dense foot stem. They are poisonous flowers with thin, strong roots that grow in the muddy ground. It will break your legs or paralyze you and drown you, but either way, you will not survive. A flower garden as a guard dog? That's a hell of a thing to do. Hey, could you please stop this vehicle in front of the drawbridge just beyond? Once we were near the outer moat of the castle, we got off the bus, and I stored the bus. After being unloaded from the drawbridge and entering the castle through the back gate, we were met with a simultaneous stare from about 100 people. In the backyard of the castle, on a flat area the size of several soccer courts, presumably a training ground, the subhuman refugees were waiting for us. Leonora-san, don't tell me everyone has been waiting here all this time? That can't be right. It rained last night. Yes, but everyone left their houses and stayed in the hall of the Lord's mansion. I guess they couldn't wait to get here when they got the call. I see. Whatever the case, it seems we made them wait for a long time. From the anxious and uncertain expressions on the faces of the subhuman group, I got the impression that they didn't have much faith in the future that awaited them. Joshua, it is natural for them to be anxious. You must show them that the Demon King is capable. No, I don't need to be so unreasonable. Marquis Yerkle has done her job well, hasn't she? Look, there is nothing scrawny, nothing cloudy in their eyes. Their hair and skin are clean, and their clothes are also clean. Above all, the child is cheerful. The parents may be preoccupied with the future, but the children are running around like they don't care about anything else. In the back of the house, what looked like a pack of puppies, probably werewolves, was covered in dust and dirt. A beast woman who seemed to be the mother noticed my smiling gaze and turned around, bristling her fur and kneeling down. That dirt looks fresh. Pfff, I blurted out, and everyone looked at me in surprise. Sorry, I guess I hit the nail on the head. I remember when I was a kid, I was scolded for going to Koriyama to get crayfish in my formal wear and returning home with a mud puddle. When my grandma in Koriyama saw me return home looking like a mud boy, she shouted "Muki" at me. Oh, miss, please don't be too mad at him. Just take off his clothes if you want, because it will be very cramped in the rides. You are? I've come here from Kasemayan to pick you up. He's the Demon King. Can you please stop covering me there? Myrrel-san? You made the mother freeze up. Leonora-san, can those kids be washed up somewhere? Yes, because it is a training ground. There is a large washing area at the back of the building. By in the back, do you mean in front of the castle? It's about 300 meters away. Chapter 111, Convoy and the Commander. I drove the Honda XR with the dirt-covered little boys in the front and back. The washing area is 300 meters from the castle, and I don't think a middle-aged man like me can walk that far every time. In the city, I walk a lot because public transportation is the center of the city life, but in the countryside, I take a car or a motorcycle even to go to the neighborhood convenience store. I'm becoming a person who can't stand walking these days. I'd like to move with teleportation, but there might be a battle later. Alright, line up right there. Wow, are we playing in the water? Can I go swimming in there? No, of course not. We're about to go out, you know. That's what Mom said. No, that's right, but if you know you are going to go out, why would you play lying down on the ground? Yeah, I knew that, but I just couldn't help myself. Yeah, right. There are times like that when you are in elementary school when the demon gets the better of you. I understand. Before going out, you get excited, so it is especially prone to accidents. I scooped up water from a large horizontal wooden tub with a wooden bucket and washed the little werewolves' heads, pouring it over their heads. I tried to hand wash their, probably, one layer clothes they were wearing, but they left a faint brownish dirt stain. Their mother must be furious with them later. I pull a large towel out of my storage and ruffle the wet puppies. I thought they had brown fur, but they were silver white with a bluish tinge. How dirty were they? Now, let's go back. Oh, when I returned with the little boys still wrapped in towels and 4 asses cackling on the bike, I found Leonora-san waving at me with a troubled look on her face. Behind her, Miral-san was shaking her head in dismay. What's wrong? You were drawing water from the horse's drinking trough, eh? There was a well right next door. Why did you take the trouble to use the horse drinking trough? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. But I was shouting at you the whole time. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Don't worry, they didn't drink it. The water was quite clean. When I handed the clothes that looked like wet rags to the mother, she was very grateful. I handed her the towel and asked her to use it as it was. Leonora-san, do we need to wait for Marquis Yerkel's return? No, the formalities and arrangements have already been made, so it's up to Your Majesty the Demon King to do as he pleases. If you don't mind, I would like to accompany you to Casemayan. Of course, you are welcome to do so. It would be best if you met with Riella. Then, Joshua, prepare to go home. A car. I'm happy to let it out, but it's not a good place to do it. Your Majesty, what's the matter? It's a rather large car we'll be using on the way home. Can't you just take it out here? I can get it out, but it won't do. It will probably break the drawbridge. Eh? That much? I think even a normal 6-wheel truck type Ural weighs 15 tons. A trailer type would probably weigh more than 20 tons. The drawbridge was reinforced with metal, but a wooden drawbridge could easily be snapped off. Leonora-san got a little lost and showed us the way to the opposite side of the lake from where we came in. I was told that this was the shortest route out of the castle, used to send the cavalry out of the castle. However, of course, there are narrow passages and horse fences that are designed to prevent enemy troops from entering the castle, so I heard that the soldiers have to avoid them in order to pass through. Come on, guys. Let's go. When we get to the big road, everyone will get a ride. If anyone can't walk, I want to be told, but I was wondering who to ask, and Leonora-san brought a representative of the refugees with her. He is an elf, Lumia-san, who is supposed to be an elder who organizes the subhuman community. Even though he says he is 140 years old, he looks like a young man. Whatever the case may be, he, too, is a mass-produced good-looking man whose appearance leaves no impression on me. The one who can't walk, you say? Telsabasan and Igor Jizn can't walk much because of their weak legs, and 2 pregnant women and 6 infants. I understand. After we cross the drawbridge, I will bring out a smaller car, and the women, the old man, and the children will ride in it. We go outside the castle, get the castle guard's approval, and take the barefaced bus out of my storage. The sudden appearance of the barefaced bus caused a stir not only among the refugees but also among the guards. No, you guys saw it when we came, right? Come on, get in, get in. Pregnant women, old people, women, infants, and little boys who might go away if we took our eyes off them were pushed into the bus. The rest of you, I'm sorry, but you'll have to walk outside the city walls. Let us take care of your belongings. Most of the rest of the group were grown men. They were physically strong, so there were no complaints. Then we're leaving, so hold on to something. I take the driver's seat, and Leonora-san takes the front seat. Wow, it's so high. It's too tight. Move it a little more. I can't. I'm sitting on half an ass already. What are you doing, you guys? I noticed by the exasperated voice of Miral that the little werewolf boys were packed into the gun turret on the roof before I knew it. The big car started to move, and they were so excited that they howled in excitement. The little guys are all idiots when they're little, aren't they? That's what you say. They didn't have guns on them, after all, so that's okay. At the first gate, a soldier was waiting for us and opened the horse-proof fence. Leonora-san bowed her head, and the little werewolf boys waved their hands. Be careful out there. Have a good trip. Thank you, Nichan. I'm going to be a big guy in Casemayan. You will. The soldiers at all 4 of the gates were surprisingly friendly. Some were even in tears as they said goodbye. The guard, Kaspat-san, was in love with Kiefer Nichan, so he didn't want her to go. Hey, Michael, don't say those things out loud. In the back seat, a beautiful elf woman is angry at the werewolf boy with a bright red face. It was kind of funny. Seeing me grinning unintentionally, Leonora-san smiled bitterly. Your Majesty the Demon King, you seem surprised. Well, yes. I was worried that there might have been at least a little bit of discrimination and persecution. The people of Marquis Yerkel's territory did not discriminate and were kind to beastmen, elves, and dwarves alike. Perhaps it is because the blood of elves is mixed in the Marquis's family. Marquis Yerkel herself proclaims herself to be a quarter elf. I see. Looking at the Marquis, I wondered if there are humans who are friendly to subhumans, but I guess that kind of groundwork had to be laid at the beginning. Well, as far as the people of Marquis Yerkel's territory are concerned, if mutual understanding begins with mixed blood, that's a wonderful thing. We went outside the city gates, thanked the guards who saw us off, and then made our way to the big trucks there. Yes, please get on this box then. We will take a break on the way, but if you feel sick, just tap on the wall in front and let us know. The second car, an extraordinarily long trailer-type truck, was occupied by a woman, a child, and an elderly man. The interior walls of the container are lined with a wooden floorboard. This was probably to protect the merchandise, but it also served as protection in case they were shot with arrows. The floor was carpeted with the fur of a magical beast, and several large cushions made of fur and straw were placed on the floor. It was a thoughtful gesture given by the refugees from Trentland, one of the tribal union cities, where they had suffered hardship during their transportation, and they hoped to use the cushions one day when there was a need to transport refugees. I never thought it would be put to use so soon, though. Adult males, please ride in the front car. We will load you with weapons, and you are free to use them in case of an emergency. Since the first truck-type vehicle would normally be ahead of the others, we asked the men who were capable of handling the situation to ride in it. Each vehicle will have an escort equipped with guns, so there is no need to worry. But we will load the back of the first vehicle with spears, swords, bows, and arrows taken from the kingdom's invasion force. I don't think there is a force waiting for us in the kingdom that can stop the huge and strong military trucks, but just in case. In each vehicle, we distributed several large flashlights, a 12-pack of 1.5-liter mineral water, food, some snacks, and anti-sickness candies. Now, we were ready to go. It's too bad we didn't get to meet the quarter elf Marquis, but we're also saying goodbye to Marquis Yerkel before. As I was talking with Myrrel about this before our departure, Leonora-san came up to me and whispered in my ear. By the way, Your Majesty the Demon King, I don't think you would do such a thing, but just in case. You should not ask the Marquis about her age. I won't do that. Will I? She's 41 years old. Wait a minute. You're just saying that, Myrrel-san. I don't know anything about that. I never asked that. What? I didn't know who she was, so I had her checked out with appraisal. When we first met, I'm innocent of any crime. I didn't expect her to be older than me with such a young appearance. I thought she looked very calm. Whatever. I have a feeling that I'm going to get dragged into the mess when I find out about this. Let's get the hell out of here. Alright, let's go. Yoshua Dono. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. When I turned round, I saw Marquis Yerkel, her cheeks tense up, get off her horse and come running up to me. Chapter 112. Those who want to take revenge on the Demon King. We have a problem. Marquis Yerkel bowed her head as she said this in her first sentence. Huh? No, but I understand. I do not wish to disturb your journey. But if you continue northward, you will be running into the enemy's sphere of influence. What's more, it is only a matter of time before their threat extends to Kasemayan. Enemy? Threat? Sphere of influence? What is she talking about? All of a sudden. I don't understand, Marquis. Who is the enemy? When did they establish a sphere of influence in the center of the kingdom? Just now. Myrrel and I tilted our heads. I looked at Leonora-san, but she seemed to have no idea and shook her head with a troubled expression. After you left Meteora, a stampede of magical beasts broke out. The Marquis told us about a situation we were unaware of. The source of the outbreak was the deadly forest, which stretches from the midwestern part of the kingdom to the eastern part of the tribal union territory. Hundreds of monsters, both large and small, overflowed from the forest in a frenzy and swept into the southern part of the kingdom in a torrent that swallowed up everything in its path. Fortunately, the residents had already evacuated in the aftermath of the Civil War, so human casualties were minor. At present, the Southern Noble Territory Army is holding back in the mountainous area 80 miles, about 128 kilometers, northwest of Meteora. There is a slight possibility that Marquis Yerkel's territory could be affected, although it would be quite far to the west, considering the route to the south, which is more to the east. Is this not a natural disaster? I am asking about the enemy that you mentioned. Yes, the enemy is probably King Salient. The king? Wasn't he executed? No, he was scheduled to be executed this evening. Where should I start? The Marquis was stuttering as she gathered her thoughts. She seems like a calm person at all times, perhaps because of her true age. Is she a little confused because of the emergency? The king and queen had been sent to the execution table before noon. The princess had been stripped of her status and sent into hiding, and they had been kept in prison, but they disappeared. Does that mean they escaped? No, they disappeared before our eyes. The princess in the dungeon also disappeared before the eyes of the guards. I think it was caused by some kind of magic, but the soldiers and mages' watch lists showed no sign of any reaction. Shortly after that, a group of magical beasts went out of control, and a letter arrived at the government office in Meteora, which had been left unoccupied to deal with the situation. The letter was placed on a desk in the office, which was supposed to be empty, but there was no sign of anyone coming or going, and no one was seen. The letter was an official royal document addressed to Duke Clemor, sent by King Salient. It was probably for the purpose of demonstration, but it even had the seal of the kingdom stamped on it, which was not originally necessary. It's one of the things we didn't find when we took control of the palace. I don't care about the stamp, but that means, yes, we believe that the outbreak of the magical beasts may have been artificially caused. And if this enemy is the King of Salient, what does the letter say? The letter announces retribution and counterattacks against the rebels and the fools who support them. First of all, he said he had retaken the capital. Retaken? Immediately after that, a message arrived on a fast horse from the spy we left in the royal capital. The city had been taken over by 3,000 soldiers of unknown rank. I looked at Myrrel in bewilderment. Isn't he moving too fast by any means? Meteora, the southernmost point of the Southern Territories, is nearly 500 kilometers from the royal capital. It would take 2 days to reach Meteora by horse. In other words, the situation had been moving for more than 2 days before the messenger left. It was before we defeated the magical beast or even before we arrived in Meteora. By the time we passed near the capital, the king and his plan to retake the city were already underway. Myrrel-san looked at me. Yes, I understand. So please don't give me that lukewarm look. I guess there's a time and a place for that. Oh, Your Majesty the Demon King, could it be that you were expecting this? Well, I hope you don't think that because we were moving toward the royal capital from Casamaion, we were provoked to move by some force or other. Whatever you think or wish for, it is like a wildfire spreading from the enemy's point of view. They are so afraid of getting caught in the fire that they have spread their own oil elsewhere. I see. No, Marquis, it's not. I see. Whatever it is, it's not something that can be done on the spur of the moment. It is not only the wicked who have joined King Salient. I don't know if it was the Empire or the tribal unions, but they must have been preparing to raise the palanquin for a long time. Well, it's not my fault, is it? That is precisely what I mean when I say, it can't be that way. Your presence has stirred up all the countries and all the crowds. Enough. Let's break through and go back to Casamaion. I've been defending myself and my friends for a long time, but all these guys keep coming at me and dying on their own. I don't want to deal with that kind of thing. Fume. The Marquis did not seem to object or protest but thought about it and took out a letter from her pocket. Then I understood. I think that this letter is probably addressed to you. What is this? A scroll with some kind of wax seal. I have a bad feeling about this. There is something written next to the wax seal. I can't read it, though. What is this? It says, "Attention, Destroyer of the World." The main letter was addressed to Duke Clemor, so I was at a loss to determine to whom this letter was addressed. I opened it, but I still couldn't read the contents. If you are the king, you know that I am from a different world, right? So what the hell am I supposed to do? Miral, what does it say? After glancing at the letter, Nojulali Sensei looked up to the sky. What's with that reaction? Please stop it. I've had enough bad news already. It says, now the royal capital has been transformed into a holy capital. We, who have gained holy power, will defeat the summoned one who has fallen into evil. Chapter 113, Prepared. Huh? To defeat the summoned one who has fallen into evil? I didn't fall. Whose fault is it that I became such a mass murderer? How can he have holy power when he puts the kingdom's citizens in danger by letting the monsters run amok in the first place? Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be ridiculous. I don't care about a bunch of monsters or something. I'll definitely break through. I don't know about the holy capital or the royal capital, but I won't stop there at all. I won't even go near it. I'm going to fill up the Ural with fuel and give the driver's ladies strict orders to run over anything that blocks the road without hesitation. Wait a minute. I don't have enough diesel fuel in stock to run 800 kilometers, 2 trucks. I've got to get a jerrycan from Simon with capacity and refueling frequency. There's no end to it. I guess I'll need drums and electric pumps. Or maybe I'll have tanks back in Kasemayan and a more extensive refueling facility. For now, it's a way to refuel on the move and a firearm to protect the convoy and break through the siege. Oh, shit. Why do I have to deal with these idiots messing with me? Calm down, Joshua. You really do look like a demon king when you look like that. You know? How can there be such a petty demon king? What I'm thinking about right now is how to get fuel to get our people to Kasemayan without any problems. The Ural military trucks and civilian Ural trailers have been taken out of storage, and the refugees are being boarded under the guidance of the winged ladies. The driver of Car 1, military truck, is Luvia-san, and Lumia-san, who plays the role of an elf elder, is sitting in the passenger seat as a communications officer who also serves as an escort. Car 2, the trailer-type truck, has Osan as the driver and Leonora-san, a half-beastman, in the passenger seat. Unlike Lumia-san, who was armed with his own bow, Leonora-san was a civilian, and her only weapon was a dagger, which she used only halfway for ceremonial purposes. Perhaps sensing the meaning of my gaze, Osan indicated with her hand the assault rifle and spare ammunition magazine behind the seat. Don't worry. We have M4s. Yes, thank you. If it comes down to it, we'll be counting on you. Both vehicles were now almost full of fuel. When the fuel gauge drops below a quarter of a tank, it's time to refuel. If I open the market now, it will be troublesome to explain to the Marquis, so I will do it at the first rest stop after refueling. Joshua Dono's face turns into that of a child when he is in contact with Miral Dono, doesn't it? Marquis Yerkles smiled as he looked at me and Miral, who were confirming the route and the arrangements. It is natural. I am the queen of the Demon King Joshua, his comrade in arms, his bodyguard, his wife, and his mother. When did you become my mother? Yes, but maybe that's okay. I'd like to see her as a mother, too. I think she'd make a good mother even if I'm a little worried about breast milk. Mother? Oh? I thought I heard something strange. Miral, are you okay? Your face is turning fluorescent pink. Why you suddenly said something weird. Naya, you say? What does that mean? Even the Marquis turned her face away and shrugged her shoulders. Well, it's okay. I feel much better now. As long as I have my priorities straight, there is nothing to fear anymore. Thank you, Marquis, for your hospitality. We are going back to Kasemayan. We will see each other again if we have the chance. Is that okay? I don't doubt the power of the Demon King at this point, but the middle of the road is still crawling with monsters and under the control of the enemy. IW will be fine, as long as I have Miral and our friends. No matter what the enemy might be. I laughed like a real demon king. I'll just kill them all. Chapter 114, New Power. After leaving the Marquis's territory, we, the returning Kasemayan team, started to head north in 2 large Ural trucks and a Ural sidecar motorcycle leading the way. We drove safely until the drivers, the winged ladies, became accustomed to driving. The truck was going quietly at about 40 kilometers per hour. I checked behind me frequently. Though I checked behind them frequently, the two trucks did not seem to be able to keep up with each other's pace. The space between the two trucks seems to be oddly close and open. Luvia-san, oh san, do you have any problems driving? I turned around to see Lumia-san in the passenger seat of the truck, about 20 meters away, offering a radio to Luvia-san. This is Luvia, no problem. It's a very powerful and wonderful car. How about you, Otsan? Wait a minute, I can't drive while talking. I still can't, it's difficult and the car seems to have stalled. I can hear the starter roaring from behind car number 1, but it still won't start. I can feel the impatience of the communicator. I move a little closer to car 2. Calm down, it's alright. There are no enemies in this area yet. Please get used to it slowly. First, put the car in neutral. Slowly engage the clutch. The car starts to move, but it is a little fast, perhaps because she is wary of the stall. Worrying about hitting the front of the car would cause the passengers to get dizzy from the acceleration and deceleration, and it would also cause stress to the driver. Then, Luvia-san, please pull over to the left side of the road at the wide area ahead and stop the car. Could you turn back around? Yes, sir. Oh san, please drive forward on the right side of the road and drive at a speed you are comfortable with. It's okay as long as you don't drive too fast. Luvia-san and I will match you. Why yes. Oh san, who usually seems calm, is in a panic. As expected, the trailer with the 40-foot container on it is too big for a novice driver to move. If she keeps running in lower gears, she's going to run out of fuel fast and overheat. I don't think we have any enemies who can stop that big thing, but it's a problem if we're not armed. When the time comes, oh san, from now on, you don't have to answer me while you are driving. If there is an emergency, please honk your horn longer. We'll go a little further. We will stay on the left side of the road as much as possible, so you keep to the right side of the road. In order to avoid being run over in the event of an emergency stop, my bike will be about 200 meters ahead of the convoy and will serve as a scout and a lookout for the convoy. At the moment, there are no soldiers in our path, and we can't see any herds of magical beasts either. There were a few stray monsters, but they were mostly alone. Moreover, they were shot down by Miral's Uzi from the edge of my vision. What was that? Goblins. Most of them are goblins at the moment. They are small magical beasts, so they may have been pushed out of the way of a group of magical beasts, or they may have been left behind while they were fighting something on the way. While speaking, she fires Uzi. Then, after a short pause, she fired another shot. Something fell over deep in the forest. What was that? An orc. It died quickly, so it won't call in the big ones. Miral-san is an exceptional hunter who hunts even medium-sized magical beasts with handgun bullets, but she must have a heavy burden when it comes to hunting large groups of them. I feel that a Humvee would have been useful as a breakthrough, but it's too late now. What has been left behind can't be helped. A Soviet BMP infantry fighting vehicle would have been useful, but I have no intention of building an expeditionary force in Kasemayan at this time. It seems somewhat wasteful to buy one for a one-time need. A tank would make a good turret, but an armored troop carrier or infantry fighting vehicle with thin armor and light armament would be too much. I may be a demon king, but my wallet is a commoner. Oh, you've come at a good time, brother. I got some great deal for you. Hey. As soon as I opened the market, Simon started to sway my mind to try to break through with Miral-san's Uzi Reliance in order to save money. I took an early break to talk to Simon about how to refuel with diesel fuel. Since it's based on the same T-55 that you bought before, refueling and maintenance won't be complicated, and if the need arises, useful parts can be transplanted. Above all, it's cheap, although it is a misleading term to say made in Israel. The T-54, 55, or 62 are all former Soviet-built. They were converted from tanks captured from the enemy by Israel, which is surrounded by enemy countries in the Middle East, and the guns, cannons, and firearms were converted to Western standards so that Israel could supply the parts themselves. Sorry, but it's impossible. Even if they share the same chassis, It will be impossible to keep up with the supply of ammunition if we increase the number of types of ammunition. Don't worry. They don't have a turret, huh? The turret has been removed and enclosed in an open-top shield. I don't know what it's called, but it's an armored personnel carrier type. There is a machine gun mount on the front where the turret used to be, and it has a mag that is in pretty good condition. The mag is a general-purpose machine gun manufactured by FN of Belgium and is a masterpiece adopted by the armies of Western countries. M6 is a 7.62 by 51 mm machine gun, like the M60. NATO ammunition is fed by a metal belt link system. The price for 4 mag barrels with 2,000 rounds of belt-fed ammunition is $30,000. I'll also give you 1,000 liters of fuel, extra fuel for your tanks, and a refueling pump for the drums. Then I'll buy it. Well, yes, I would buy it. Maybe the T-55 is a bargain, but for us, it's the most powerful weapon on the ground. The mag and the extras alone are worth more than the price. You are very generous. The flowers you gave me the other day seem to have captured my wife's heart. So this is my way of saying thanks to you. Yeah, but what's the truth? You can't use that kind of vehicle on the battlefield in this world. You're so honest. Well, that's right. The body of the vehicle is the main battle tank, even though it is a model that has fallen into disrepair. So it is far more heavily armored than a typical armored personnel carrier, but if it only has an open-top gun turret instead of a turret, it can be aimed and shot at any time. From the top, you can see right through to the inside of the vehicle, so if a grenade is thrown in, it's all over. Indeed, you can't take that kind of thing out on the battlefield in Simon's world. Well, that's all right. We're in great need of help. We're about to break through a pack of magical beasts with just 2 euros. You're still fighting against things I don't understand, he said to me with an amused look on his face. I don't like to do it either, you know. I want to get back as fast as possible without stopping, so I'm trying to get the Ural refueled before we collide with the enemy. Simon, who had been smiling, looked doubtful at my comment. How far have you traveled? About 800 kilometers. I don't think you'll have a problem then, will you? That main fuel tank alone holds 300 liters, and I gave you a full tank, didn't I? So it should easily go 1,000 kilometers or so. What the hell? This is all a big misunderstanding. The Soviet made our hella cool. After using the Urals before, I decided to leave the refueling and maintenance to the dwarves. Sorry, Grandpa and the boys. Well, let the refueling pumps be useful for refueling tanks. Oh, yes, brother. I remember the golem from the other day. The material for that. Did it contain any precious metals? Not in the sense of gold and silver, but it is said to be a mass of rare metals. It was bought by a Western research institute through underground channels because there might be unknown substances in it. That's fine, but watch yourself, okay? Don't worry. I'll stay out of the public eye. The negotiations and transactions are handled by agents. From now on, if there is something interesting, I will buy it from you. Whether he's dependable or not, I'm not sure, but I'd like to think that Simon is growing up in many ways. I'm beginning to think that at this point, and because it's someone else's business, it might be a good idea to have him climb up the social ladder as far as he can go. So, again, thanks for the help, brother. I'm back to feeling him like the previous Simon again. I close the market, and in front of me are 10 drums and a large refueling pump, and a yellow sand-colored tank was sitting there. A protective shield just enclosed on all sides where the turret had been in the T-55, and a long-barreled general-purpose machine gun the mag fits in. Oh, Joshua, you got something interesting again? Yes, indeed. This is something to look forward to later. Well, let's have a meal. Chapter 115. After a meal banquet. The problem seems to be somehow resolved for now, so I gather the refugees and begin preparing for lunch. Considering the situation in which I could not prepare a furnace, I prepared a large pot full of stew and the usual flatbreads. I also cut up a huge chunk of meat that had already been grilled and distributed it to the refugees. What is this meat? It tastes like a combination of beef and lamb. It's so delicious. That's the land-running dragon we killed in Casamayan, you know. Eh? As expected, everyone has that reaction. I hope it can make them happy, though. Then this one, which is something between chicken and pork, is winged dragon? No, don't be so surprised. We've never eaten anything like that before, too, you know. What's wrong with it? These are the dragon cavalry that invaded Kasemayan in the previous battle. The elven warriors killed many of them, so I thought I'd give them a taste. Delicious. The stew was prepared by the Kasemayan women. The vegetables, herbs, and mountain bird meat came from the nearby forests. Isn't it good? Yes, I know, but I don't contribute to the hunter-gatherer lifestyle at all. Yes, it's delicious. Very, very tasty. The Marquis territory is close to the sea and has lakes, so there are many fish dishes. The food is also delicious, but the food of Kasemayan is delicious. Leonora-san looked happy with her grilled meat, chomping down on it while giving her commentary. She may look human, but she is also half beastman, so perhaps she prefers meat. Fish, huh? I went all the way to the sea, but I didn't have time to eat it. Do you like fish, Joshua? We can visit there again. We can visit sometime when it's more peaceful. Is there no sea near Kasemayan? I heard that there is a port town beyond the dark forest, but it would be difficult to go 300 miles beyond the home of the magical beasts. Is there a sea in the north as well? I would love to go there someday if I can find a way through the forest. It was delicious. Unlike the other refugees, they were not persecuted in the Marquis territory and did not seem to be in need of food, but the food from Kasemayan still seemed to be well received. Since no one seemed to have touched the 1.5-liter bottles of mineral water and snacks that I had loaded in the truck, I handed out the bottles and snacks to each of them, showing them how to open the packages. According to their story, it was not that they did not know how to open them but that they were too nervous about doing so. The children sipped their water and cackled at the pastries. Luvia-san, who had been asked to keep an eye on the surroundings, came back to switch places with Miral. I also went to the ridge of the hill where Osan was standing to take a turn with her. Osan, let's take a turn. Please take your meal. Thank you, Your Majesty the Demon King. But, before I do that, I have a few things to tell you. Osan was in charge of the top of a small hill in the direction of our progress. From there are rolling hills ahead. The woman with the short hair showed no signs of driving fatigue as she pointed to a slightly elevated cliff-like area about a kilometer ahead on the right side of the road. I don't see any enemy, but it looks like a man-made structure on top of that cliff. I think we should do a little aerial reconnaissance. If it is man-made, what would you expect it to be? A watchtower or a fortress for a longbow assault? If two of the Wing tribe get hurt now, we won't be able to move around. Let's ask them to keep an eye on the perimeter while I scout the area. Could it be that Your Majesty the Demon King and the Queen will be heading there? Well, it's just for a little refreshment. Besides, if there is anyone who is hostile to our Demon King's army, we must greet them, mustn't we? I turned around at the sound of Nojulai-sensei's happy voice, and she was already excited and full of motivation. Hey, I thought you were the one who was supposed to watch our backs. Please, Luvia-san and Osan, take your meals. After that, please take vigilance of this place. We'll take a look around. Chapter 116, Fort and Sacrifice. While the refugees from the Marquis's territory were taking an after-lunch break, Miral and I teleported to the bottom of the cliff where we thought the fortress was located. We were right on target, as expected of a winged tribe with excellent eyesight. We happened to have chosen this rock as a shield, but behind it was a door that looked like a way in and out. This was a fortress hidden in the natural terrain. After putting down Miral, who I had been carrying in a princess carry, she opened the door gently with her Uzi at the ready. Inside the door is a staircase carved out of rock. The dwarf girl, who had searched for signs of the upper floor, nodded, put her finger to her lips, and held up 4 fingers. 4 enemies at close range. She points to her eyes, makes a sheltered pose, and looks over. So they're on alert, huh? Going from the stairs is risky. I decide to go outside and teleport directly over the fort. I pull my Ithaca shotgun out of storage and hold it ready, and Miral jumps on my back to have my hands free. She whispers in my ear, "Whenever you're ready." What is that? that melts me. What are you talking about? Why don't you hurry up and teleport? Her voice gave the impression that the enemy had sensed our presence. I jumped up to the rooftop floor by teleportation without care. In front of me were 4 light infantrymen with their backs to me. Perhaps anticipating that we would come from the stairway, they were holding their spears and taking cover to hide and hold their breath. Unfortunately for you, this way. As the men turned to look back, a .45 caliber round blew off their right hands. They screamed and rolled over, and I kicked their weapons away and pointed the muzzle of my shotgun at them. You have 2 choices. You can talk and live, or you can shut up and die. Hey Joshua, why is there an option to keep them alive? Joshua Tekia Joshua? Damn you, Demon King. The men's eyes swim as they look for a way out. Yes, the 30,000 killers of Kasemayan. There is no way out. The only way to survive is to talk. Who told you to do what you did? Who are you, and what do you want? Curse you. A shot blasts the man's left hand as he draws the dagger from his waist. Gaewe. The man rolled over with blood splattering and fainted, foaming. The remaining 3 men took the opportunity to distance themselves from the man, each pulling out a dagger with a crippling movement. One of them operated a tube that seemed to be a magical tool and launched what looked like a red, glowing signal bullet. Oh, I see. I somehow understood what they were trying to do. What was their purpose? The question was who had ordered them to do it, but I had a feeling that they themselves didn't know. What are people from the Tribal Union territories doing in a place like this? They trembled slightly. It would be strange to think that they could hide it there. There is no such thing as a small army of soldiers wearing matching light armor in the kingdom today. The rebel army is struggling to cope with the outburst of the magical beasts and is not in a position to disperse its troops. If they were local soldiers, they would be wearing a cloak for identification, and their armor would have their family crests somewhere on it. These men have none. If they were, they would have been mercenaries who had escaped, but they were too clean, too well equipped, and too highly trained. You, who were supposed to uphold the autonomy of the tribes, have turned into dogs of the Empire, haven't you? Shut up. What do you know about it? Have you been told that after the king's death, you will be given a share of the lands of the carved-out kingdom? I don't think they'll abide by that, but that's not the point. The Empire seems to be complicit in the restoration of the kingdom and the royal capital, rather than trying to make the king a dead man. Do you expect us to believe such nonsense? You may have underestimated our strength of only 4 men, but our true strength is still out there. I see. Well, that's something to look forward to. Completely through the man's bluff, Miral-san looked at me. No, it is not a bluff. At least, not for them. Hey. You know what? The King of Salient has returned to the capital after escaping from the captivity of those who led the civil war. The royal capital is now a holy city. He had declared that he had gained holy power and was going to defeat those of us who had fallen to evil. They glared at me as if to say, that's a good thing, but then one of them looked at me. Oh, that's right. That foolish king has no such power. If he had such power, he would have used it from the beginning, before the kingdom was on the verge of destruction. Then who brought this holy power? The tribal unions? The Kasemayan? No one but the Empire. They are the ones who caused the outbreak of the magical beast herd to oppose the rebel army. Then, what is the Empire's purpose? Instead of their rise swimming and refusing to answer, Nojulai-sensei gave the answer. It is the elimination of those who would be an obstacle to the Empire's supremacy. The Demon King of Kasemayan, the hardliners of the tribal unions, the rebels of the kingdom, and King Salient. The soldiers were paling, not just from pain, fear, or blood loss. They realized that they had been used as pawns to cut down the tribal union from within. Just like the foolish King of Salient, whom they had abused and despised. You are fools, aren't you? Did you hear that the Imperial Army or a pack of magical beasts would come to your aid if you sent a signal with your magical tools? No, only the magical beasts will come, to devour you and your kind as well as your foreign enemies. We left the stunned soldiers behind and moved away from the fortress. The ground rumbled like distant thunder from afar. Chapter 117. A flock of hound. I carried Miral in my arms and teleported out of the fort. When we returned to where the truck was parked, the winged girls were already waiting for us, ready to go. Is everyone on board already? Yes. We confirmed that a signal of some kind of magic tool was launched from the place where Your Majesty was headed, so we've already made preparations to leave the area. Thank you, Luvia-san. A group of magical beasts is coming this way. I'll be driving the truck from here too. Oh-san, take your M4 equipment and go to the passenger seat of truck number 1. Understood. The Wing Tribe ladies are already carrying assault rifles and spare magazines. The two of them will be in the rear of the first truck, and Miral and I will be in the second truck, the big trailer, to take care of the debris. Leonora-san and Lumia-san will also move to the box in the back, just in case. Once we get through the pack of monsters, I may ask you to be our communicator again. The two nodded in agreement, but Lumia-san's fine features turned slightly pale. Is the swarm a runaway of a herd of magical beasts? Not sure. It looks like it was artificial, but now we can't afford to be involved in the source of the problem. We're going to kick them out and head to Kasemayan. I understand. Miral is settled in the passenger seat of the second truck, with the Uzi a step ahead of the others. The truck's height probably makes it easier for her to be alert to her surroundings. Luvia-san, Oh-san, will go ahead of you in the second truck. Use your guns to take down only the big ones and break through, and don't hesitate to run over anything that stands in your way. Do not stop until we stop. If you get stuck, please let us know with the horn. Yes, sir. Have a safe drive. Thank you. You too. I go around to the rear of the second truck, open the container door, and tell the refugees inside that it might be a little bumpy. Is everything alright? No, don't worry about it. The Demon King's army is invincible. I smiled and waved at the little beastman and closed the door. Joshua, they are coming. Let's go. I climbed into the driver's seat of the Ural, which was about the size of the top of a jungle gym, and started the engine. It's still as big as ever. The steering wheel looks like a simple hula hoop. The hood, as big as a double bed, spread out in front of me. The bodies of the two cars are basically the same model, although the interior of the civilian version is slightly more colorful, with shiny objects and less claustrophobic. The previous owner may have changed the mascot hanging from the rearview mirror. Oh well. I let Miral hold the communicator and shift into gear by operating the shift lever, which is about the size of a mage's wand. Ignore the magical beasts of human size or smaller. Run them down or hit them. Anything but orcs, we can let them go. Understood. Run them over to your heart's content. I connect the clutch and start the car, honking the horn and threateningly ramming into the horde of goblins approaching in front of me, running them down and turning them into filthy minced meat, just as I said. Perhaps because the mass of the vehicle is too great, not much shock is felt in the driver's seat. The engine's output itself may be sufficient, but the response is terribly sluggish because of the huge container it is pulling. It seems to delay the driver's operation by more than one tempo. It must have been a difficult task for Osan, who is a novice driver. The Uzis started to fire, covering fire from the passenger window. With each shot, an orc or an ogre is pierced through the eyeball and falls down. It seems that the orcs are being shot with clipped bullets, but I can't see them while I'm driving. I just looked forward and concentrated on driving the car. There is nothing we can do on the left side. If we can get through, that's all that matters. We don't need to wipe them out. That's true. Most of the packs that filled the road were a new type of beast that I didn't even know the names of. The variety is great, from dog-like wolves to humanoid ones whose heads resemble cows to giant beetles or cockroaches. The most numerous are goblins and a rabbit the size of a medium-sized dog with a horn like a unicorn. Wow, what's that? A horned rabbit. They are dangerous in their own way, but their meat is quite tasty. They came charging boldly at us in packs, bouncing off the bumpers and crushing them under the car body. Naturally, I had no appetite for this. Keep going straight. Joshua, roll down your window and bend your head a little bit. There's a one-eyed giant coming from the left. When the window opened, the Uzi fired two short bursts, and a huge body of about 2.5 meters came tumbling down the incline from the slightly elevated forest. A huge, over 6-foot-tall monster with a huge spear. With a massive spear more than its height in its hand, the naked giant fell to the ground on its back, not even twitching. Good work, Miral. The container won't be safe if it gets hit by a projectile like that. What? It's not as strong as it looks. At best, it's just like a bear-type beastman. That's enough of a threat. We'll have to rely on your firepower, Miral. Leave it to me. It seems that Osan, who is in charge of covering fire in the following first truck, is taking care of the emitted magical beasts and newly emerged herds. The M4's light firing sounded, and in the rear-view mirror and out of the corner of my eye, I could see the fallen magical beasts. Keep it up. If we keep pulling the herd apart at this rate, they won't be able to catch up with us. Not really, Miral. As soon as we passed the blind corner, we saw a group of soldiers aiming at us from a high embankment. The distance was about 200 meters. The black-colored cloak suggests that they are the Imperial Army, but the difference in elevation makes it difficult to tell with my eyesight. Joshua, you should keep on driving as it is. They are my targets. Was it attack magic or a volley from a longbow? Whatever it was, they thought they had the upper hand. The soldiers made no sign of hiding behind a shield. If they can't learn from their own defeats, it's only a matter of time before they follow in the footsteps of the kingdom. After replacing the magazine, Miral scatters bullets in a fully automatic burst. With a slight time lag, the soldiers on the high ground began to fall to the ground. Some survived, either missing the vital spot slightly or escaping the difficulty, but were killed by 5.56 mm rounds fired from M4s as they tried to flee. Miral, who had been looking out the window and waving to the first car following us, looked back at me. Looks like Ho is asking permission for an air watch. It's okay. It looks like we're out of the thick of the enemy. Miral slung the Uzi over her shoulder and spoke into the communicator. I'll leave it to you, but go with caution. Yes, sir. Osan dexterously jumped up from the seat of a running truck and ran alongside us for a few moments before gaining altitude rapidly. As someone who cannot fly, I was somewhat envious. 10 miles in front of us, a large force is fighting against the magical beasts. The equipment is a mixed unit of the Southern Noble Territory Army. They are mainly heavily armed infantry, and their number is about 1,000. Do you know the battle situation? There are no large magical beasts, so they seem to be coping without danger. I think they have commanders who are used to warfare. Perhaps it is Duke Lemore himself, who seems to be a very old and powerful man. Either way, I wish them the best of luck. We'll continue on our way, but if you think they're in danger, please cover them from out of range. If it's not necessary, just stay on guard. Yes, sir. With a flap of her wings, Osan flew away and then returned in a few minutes. The battle was almost over. Just in case, I shot and killed a large rock bear that was mimicking the giant ogre that was pretending to be dead. I guess I'll continue to be on airborne watch at this point. Thank you, and be well. Well, we got interrupted early on, but it's a 700-kilometer journey from here all the way to Kasemayan. Chapter 118. Demon King's March. We stopped the convoy before dark in the evening, prepared our camp, and finished our meal quickly. We prioritized guarding the perimeter and moving out in case of an emergency, leaving women, children, and the elderly to rest in containers with the doors half open. Outside, we set up a large military tent, where the adult men who were to take turns standing guard during the night would sleep. Me, Miral, Luvia-san, and Osan will sleep in the driver's seat in case of security and emergency response. After confirming the health status of the refugees and the order of the patrols, I began discussing the schedule for the next day and beyond. In addition to myself and Miral, the other participants were Leonora-san, a civilian beastman from the Marquis's domain, and Lumia-san, a handsome young man who played the role of an elf elder, and the Wing Tribe members Luvia-san and Osan. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The distance we traveled on the first day was about 200 miles. Except for the first part, everything is going well. About 320 kilometers. This means that we have completed 40% of the entire journey. If things continue to go smoothly, we will reach Kasemayan the day after tomorrow. If all goes well, that is. But the refugees, who are not used to traveling by car, seem to be very fatigued. I am a little worried about the condition of the pregnant woman. We took frequent short breaks to ventilate the container and check on the health of the refugees, But there is a limit to what we can do when safety cannot be ensured due to civil unrest and a herd of magical beasts running amok. The speed of the vehicle was too fast, and the uneven terrain must have been hard on the refugees who were crammed into the enclosed space. We needed to get through the southern territories as quickly as possible. After tomorrow, we will slow down a little and take more breaks. As long as we, the Wing Tribe, monitor the sky, we can confirm the enemy's shadow of about 50 miles in the surrounding area. If safety is confirmed, the passenger might be less fatigued using the bus. Luvia-san, a member of the Wing Tribe, raised her hand and made a suggestion. It may indeed be easier than being stuffed into the container and transported. The number of passengers is limited because I have only a Ural military truck and a Bareface bus at my disposal. At most, 30 people, if they are small enough. Pregnant women, the elderly, and children could be carried. But as soon as we see the enemy, we may have to ask them to switch back to the trucks. That depends on the composition of the enemy. If it's a medium-sized or smaller magical beast or less than 100 soldiers, we can get through them safely with just the Bareface bus. Miral-san said and patted the Uzi on her shoulder lovingly. The bus is dependable, but if there is a magical beast that throws spears or stones or soldiers equipped with longbows, the bus leaves some uncertainty. This is because the glass can easily be pierced through. So tomorrow it may be a little more difficult to drive, but I'll leave the big number 2 truck and take the bus out. The passenger in the truck will be Leonora-san. The driver will be Luvia-san, and I'll ask Ko-san to be on aerial alert. Yes, sir. Lumia-san, you'll ride the bus with us. I want you to take care of the refugees' health and, if possible, learn how to operate a gun. Understood. There were no approaching monsters, beasts, or enemy attacks during the night, and we started moving at dawn, steadily increasing our distance with the Barefaced bus in the lead. Then change the magazine. Yes, changed. Target right front, 2 goblins hiding in the bushes. Take them out with a single shot. Copy that. I will take them out. An RPK is fired from the upper gun turret of the Barefaced bus, and the goblins roll over, spewing blue-black bodily fluids as they try to escape. Well, you've done a fine job of taking out a moving target with 2 shots. You'll make a fine shooter in Kasemayan now, won't you? Thank you very much. We tried it so that Lumia-san could be attached to the gun seat in case of an emergency, and the results were beyond our expectations. The elf got used to the gun in no time. Probably because of his high basic ability value as an archer. The sight correction was also accurate, and he was able to kill goblins and horned rabbits at a distance of about 300 meters with a single, well-aimed shot. To be honest, he is better than me. Totally better than me. Around noon, when we were approaching the former royal territory from the southern noble territory, we received a message from Osan, who was on alert in the sky. 30 miles north-northwest. There is an army blocking the road. To be precise, they seem to be the defeated remnants of the National Army. There are 6 shield-carrying heavy infantry and 16 light infantry in front, 4 archers and 2 cavalry in the bushes on either side, and 1 nobleman who seems to be in command. There are no horse-proof fences, etc. Roger that. Thank you. We're breaking through. No one can stop the Demon King's army with 30 or so men. Oh. We don't need any support. Just keep your distance to avoid stray bullets, just in case. Copy that. The distance to the enemy is about 48 kilometers. I contacted the following Ural military truck, which is about 100 meters behind us. Luvia-san, this vehicle is going into battle. I don't think there is any danger, but just to be safe, please double the distance between vehicles. Understood. With 200 meters to spare, the stray arrows won't reach them. If it's just this Barefaced bus, it won't matter whether we attack or defend. Then, everyone, just in case, but keep your heads down, okay? Yes. I glanced through the rearview mirror at the children in the car, who were hiding behind their chairs and peering forward through the window. Whether they knew it or not, the southern nobles' territory of the kingdom was rich in undulating terrain, but the central part of the royal family's direct territory was basically a plain, so the enemy could be seen from a considerable distance away. It is the same from the other side, or rather, it is more noticeable because our vehicle is larger, and it seems that they have been on the alert for a long time. Not that I can see them. After an hour of driving, when the distance between us was less than 2 kilometers, even with my eyesight, I was able to see their position and that there was something there. Whenever the car passed near the ridge of a gently sloping hill, the enemy position would appear in the distance and then disappear from view for a while as we entered the valley of the hill. According to Miral and Lumia-san, who can even see the enemy's situation, it seems that it is indeed unlikely that 2 cavalrymen alone will strike out at a distance of more than 1 kilometer, but it seems that they are fully aware as they prepare for the attack. As a driver with no weapons, it was extremely frustrating for me to be driving the car without being able to do anything about it. Miral, Lumia-san, as soon as you are in range, start shooting at your own discretion. Roger. The road crosses a low open hill in front of the enemy position and curves gently to the right. Looking down at the enemy position, Miral first fires a full automatic sweep, followed a little later by Lumia-san, who takes careful aim and starts shooting with a single shot. No, isn't that a bit early by any means? I think it's still about 500 meters away, especially, Miral-san, since your Uzi rounds are pistol rounds, you must be absolutely out of range at such a distance. But, hey, I see soldiers, still smaller than peas in a pod to my eyesight, flopping down. How could you hit them? Nothing is impossible with my Wuji. No way. What the hell is that? Is that magic? The bullet was launched at an elevation angle of nearly 45 degrees, but it couldn't have hit him, and even if it did, the power of a handgun bullet would have been almost completely attenuated. As the saying goes in Yoshua's country, too much technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? No, I don't think it was my country or the saying. But in this world, 45 ACP has a range of 500 meters. Huh? How low profile a cheat is that? I did it. I killed the archer. Well, you're an elf, after all. You understand the greatest threat. Lumia-san's RPK is a large caliber assault rifle round with a long barrel, and it seems to have the blessing of the elven winds. It's not hard to see how it could hit at just over 400 meters. It's not a sniper rifle, so it's more than impressive enough. By the time I could see the condition of the soldiers with my eyesight, the ambush force had been wiped out. The kinetic energy of the .45 caliber pistol rounds seemed to have been used up in mid-flight, and the light infantrymen were only rolling around in pain but not dead. However, it seems unlikely that they would have survived without a doctor or a healing mage. In a way, this is worse than instant death. Just before the car passed through the enemy lines, Miral shot the commander and the cavalrymen, who were lying on the ground. Seeing that they screamed and started rolling around, they must have been trying to escape by pretending to be dead. We have neutralized them. Keep up the speed. You can drive over it, Luvia. Roger that. I silently drove on. I saw Miral-san glancing at me through the corner of her eye and then returning her gaze forward without saying a word. I'm not so stupid as to escape into meaningless niceties against an enemy who is trying to kill us, as you might expect. I sometimes blur. I can't help but feel pity for the soldiers who are going to suffer and die like this, but that's either a misplaced sentiment or arrogant pity. Hey, Miral, when things calm down, let's go to a seaside town. We can eat delicious fish and shellfish and relax on the beach. We can swim, do some fishing, take a boat out to sea, and so on. Although I could see the look on her face as if to say, it seems he's having trouble with his feelings again, my beloved Nojala smiled softly and radiantly. That's good. I'd like to try some sea serpent. Yes. Oh no, here it comes. This Neen. She's putting a crazy fantasy on top of a random fantasy. Sea serpents, are they here? Well, it's okay. I'm going to eat it. Are you saying that we're going to hunt it? Chapter 119, Light of the Holy City. On the second day, we slowed down a bit and took more breaks, so the distance traveled was about 250 kilometers. Just to be safe, we left the highway and took a large detour west of the royal capital, and returned directly to the western route of the highway. Although the well-developed eastern route is easier to drive, that is the road to the imperial capital. It would be safer to avoid this route now that the Imperial Army is expected to interfere. The sun began to set when we were less than 300 kilometers from Casamaion. We were still only about 100 kilometers from the royal capital. With the king naming us as his enemies, we wondered whether we should camp out or go ahead, even if it was a little too much. "Oh San, are there any enemies along the road?" "No confirmation. At present, only those who appear to be refugees can be seen up to 40 miles north of the position where your majesty and the others are now located." "Have there been any changes in the capital?" "From the air, nothing in particular, but there seem to be more lights than before." "Strange, isn't it?" Miro looked at me. "I also find it puzzling that there are more lights in the royal capital, where the number of people should be decreasing, but is there a problem with that?" "Usually, when there are more lights in a village, it means that people have become able to survive." "Wouldn't that be strange in the royal capital today?" "Oh San, is the source of the light a flame?" "The torches and bonfires on the outrages and on the city walls, but the light in the castle and in the center of the city seemed to be mixed with magical light." "There were few magical lights in the royal capital when I was there." "If they are bringing in so many magical tools that can be seen from the sky, it is a testament to the backing of the imperial power." "I don't know what the hell is going on. But in any case, I'm not going to bother to get involved in such a troublesome situation, especially since I have 100 refugees with me." "Thank you, Oh San." "The sun is setting, so please return here." "Yes, sir." I recall the inner workings of the Imperial Guard that Rinko had predicted after we had eliminated the mounted Gillam squad. "The generals who have been insisting on foreign expeditions will lose their voice, and the Prime Minister's faction, which advocates the expansion of domestic politics, will rise to power." Was it? That prediction may have been correct. The people in power in the kingdom today are not the type of politicians who would seek to expand the domestic affairs of their own country. It is unclear whether they are generals or not, but they are the martial and reactionary faction of the imperial government that insists on foreign expeditions. They have given up the domestic power struggle and are trying to make King Salient their puppet. Or it seems they have already accomplished that. What is the goal of the empire? To make the kingdom a puppet? I have a feeling that for all the money, people, and supplies they're going to spend and all the trouble they're going to go through, they're not going to get much out of it. Yes. The problem is what comes after that. Whether it is to manipulate the foolish king to extract profits from the kingdom, to set up a new national government, or to wage an all-out war against the prime ministerial faction of the empire's mainland. The location of Casamaion is too bad. With a military force that can defeat all the neighboring countries between the imperial capital and the royal capital, they will not leave it alone sooner or later. I suppose they will. Shall we move Casamaion to the Dark Forest or something? Or would we relocate the royal capital or the imperial capital or both, or to heaven or hell? The queen must obey the decision of the demon king. I know this is a cowardly thing to say, but I want to see your choice, Joshua. I won't question the consequences. I won't question the pros and cons, and I don't necessarily want everyone to be happy. I want to know your will, and I want to know where it will lead. I was asked for a vision of the future that I could not see, or rather, that I had turned away from. I guess I will have to make a decision soon. If we continue to eliminate military threats, the surrounding countries will eventually fail, and the Casamaion will become the largest and most powerful force. Those who once had power and were robbed of it will not sit idly by. After securing an encampment and setting up a patrol, we remained on high alert that night and waited for dawn to break. The refugees are tired, but their faces are cheerful, perhaps because they have heard that we will arrive in Casamaion tomorrow. Our meal is the last of the soup and flatbread we have stocked up on. Then, we had a special dish of fried wyvern. The meal was received with far more enthusiasm than expected, and we had run out of cooked food. The rest of the food would consist mainly of emergency rations and portable rations, but we would be able to arrive before daylight tomorrow, so we should be fine. Well, Joshua, how about sending a word to Casamaion to pick us up with the Humvee and the Tarajimago if it is another 200 miles? I thought about that, too. But I have a bad feeling about this. I don't want to draw as much strength as possible from the other side. A feeling. That is something that is not to be underestimated. The worse it is, the more often it comes true. Yes, I'm glad she believed me. but I'm afraid that her confident statement is like a flag. I was laughing about it like that when I was awakened at dawn by Miral-san, and I realized how naive I was. The enemy had moved. Chapter 120, Reunion with Calamity. Yoshua, I think the enemy has made a move. I was napping in the driver's seat of the barefaced bus when Miral rushed in and woke me up. An attack? No. They saw a magical light moving along the eastern road. Oh, has gone up to monitor the sky. Roger that. Miral, you take the gun position on the roof. I immediately get out of the car, make sure there are no unusual circumstances, and give instructions to the standing patrols waiting around the perimeter. All aboard. Move out. I have all but the patrolmen resting in the car, so I ask Lumia-san and Leonora-san to take roll calls and check only to see if there are any vacancies among the refugees. Since this was an emergency situation, I stowed away the large military tents. Everything will be put away, even the things placed inside, except for the living creatures, so I will tidy things up later. Miral, do you know the location and composition of the enemy forces? Oh, just sent me a message. There are 20 cavalrymen and 4 wagons. They appear to be Imperial troops, but they are moving strangely. They are moving away to the north using the eastern road. Northward by the eastern route. Are they going back to the Empire? At this hour? Beware of the magical beast herd running amok. I think I better stow the barefaced bus and move the refugees to the Ural. No, well, I hear the Daraba will be arriving from Casamance soon. T/N, driver, are you saying that they have been traveling through the night? I don't think it's a good idea to pull out our forces over here right now. Yoshua, just in time. A familiar voice came with a light exhaust sound, and a Honda XR came running in. Riding 2 abreast with weapons on their backs are the muscle brain girls, Yada and Minya. What's up? Has something happened to Casamance? No, the old men are all worked up and ready to go over here, so it doesn't matter what comes. I heard you were being chased by the Imperial Army, so I thought you might need a driver. Yes, I thought you might need a gunner to escort you. When it comes to the need for a driver, yes, we do need a driver. At the training session, which was mainly for the beastmen, Yada was able to operate a manual transmission. I was praised for how quickly I got the feel for it. Maybe it's because I was used to working with Kuroki and Akuzara. Now that they were here, there was nothing I could do about it. It's a very reassuring reinforcement. I entrusted Yada with driving the barefaced bus. With Minya in the gun position on the roof, I asked her to use the spare RPK. Lumia-san will be attached to the passenger seat of the truck as the escort shooter. While I am in the driver's seat preparing to depart, I receive a message from Osan, who has been sent up to monitor the skies. Your Majesty the Demon King, Your Majesty the Queen. Oh, what's going on? The cavalry and wagons are moving further north on the eastern road and are now 120 miles, about 200 kilometers, of your position in the forest, but just before that, in the forest about 4 miles northeast of your Majesty's position, I can see a magical light in the midst of a battle. Fighting? Which force is the one that is clashing? There are a large number of mages, so it seems to be the Imperial Army. The exact number of soldiers is unknown due to the trees hiding them, but from the scale of deployment, I estimate about 500, as far as I could see from the sky above. The target of the battle was not likely to be humans, perhaps a herd of magical beasts. A herd? A herd of magical beasts gone berserk? Are they releasing the monsters without ensuring the safety of their own troops? What a bunch of idiots. We will return to Casamance by the western road. Oh-san, please return this way as well. Roger. No, please wait. Something is coming from the southwest. From the dead forest. Southwest? Is that an enemy too? Don't tell me that even the tribal unions have joined forces in earnest. It doesn't look human. The treetops are shaking violently, so it is quite huge. In the still darkness of the night, an explosion-like cloud of smoke rises in the distance behind us. What looked like the wreckage of a tree could be seen twirling and flying in the air. It's an earth dragon. It's almost 80 feet long. I wonder if I can shake it off. There is distance and no hostile intent toward us. As long as we don't provoke it, we should have no problem. For a moment, Miral was on alert, as if she had lost interest in the vehicle, but then she looked backward and tilted her head. Oh, wait a minute. I've seen that one's messy, distorted magic waveforms before. From the communicator came Osan's voice, slightly strained. Yes, I have a hunch that this is the individual who was lured by Your Majesty the Queen in Yurkel before. Oh, is this another fate? No, of course not. I don't need such a connection. I think the Earth Dragon is a character that should rather appear as the Demon King's familiar or something. But I don't remember calling it. But the position of the army on the Eastern Road is strange. Why did they put the soldiers in that place? If they failed to control the outburst of the magical beasts, wouldn't it be natural for them to retreat instead of staying? I had a bad feeling. Osan, please check the other side of the forward deployed troops. What are the wagons carrying heading north? A cloth-covered cage, a convoy wagon, and inside it, a magical beast. I will descend a bit to check it out. Oh. Shit. Joshua, what's going on? They're trying to do the same thing we did. Maybe there's some bait in the back of the wagon to lure the Earth Dragon. Your Majesty is right. In the cage, I see bloody monsters, goblins, giant ogres, and orcs. The purpose of the troops who stayed behind was not to check on the monsters but to stall the Demon King on his way back. No, it is to block the return of the Demon King, who is on his way back from the rescue mission. The Imperial Army is planning to draw the Earth Dragon to annihilate the Kasemayan in the meantime. Osan, I'd like to ask your opinion. I talk on the communicator to the Winged Lady on airborne alert. Osan of Belisho. At your service. The wagon is loaded with dying orcs. The Imperial Army is trying to use it to incite the Earth Dragon against the Kasemayan. What is the fastest and best way to stop them? Destroy all 4 carriages, I guess. If it's just the occupants and the magical beast, I can take care of it with my M4. There's still 1 RPG left in the Ural military truck. Osan's suggestion is followed up by Luvia-san. If we can get both of them to fly, we can hold the wagons before they reach Kasemayan. I understand what you are trying to do. But even if we kill the orcs now, the smell of fear will still be there. Shouldn't we slaughter the Earth Dragon first? If we stop the wagons from going to Kasemayan, there will be no direct damage to us. The smell that calls for Earth Dragon and other large magical beasts is now heading to Kasemayan while being dispersed. For example, I could go ahead and store it. It's pointless. The Earth Dragon has already caught onto the scent. If it loses sight of its target on the way, it is only a matter of time before it comes to the nearest populated area, Kasemayan. What are we going to do? I know I have to kill them all, but I can't decide in which order. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough cards in my hand. I can't think straight. Hey, what's the matter? There's nothing to worry about. Worst case scenario, the old man and the others can kill at least an Earth Dragon. Let's just do what we can and what we have to do here. At Yadar's openly candid suggestion, Miral and I turned to each other and relaxed our shoulders. The top priority for us is to get the refugees back to our homes safely. Yeah, that's right. I was out of control. That's what happens when you get tired. I was trying to do everything myself. There was no way I could do it. Yadar, that's rare for you to say such a good thing. Rare for me, you say? He was right. Yadar's role is usually to run and lose control. Even you, Minya? Yes, we lost our cool enough for Yadar to point it out to us. You guys, I don't know what's going on here, but you're being rude. No, I appreciate it. Thanks, Yadar. Hey, don't pat me on the head. Your Majesty the Demon King. About 500 separate units of the Imperial Army are deployed on the Western Road. They are attempting to block our path. As expected, they let the luring force rush into Kasemayan, and they themselves are here to stop us in our tracks. They're not going to stall the Demon King for a mere 500, are they? Yeah, I thought so too. They're completely numb to it. We only have 7 men on our side, including the driver. Yadar and the Minya will protect the refugees in the Bareface bus. Luvia-san, please proceed behind the bus. Oh-san, please continue to monitor the skies above. Roger that. Alright. Hey, what about Joshua and the others? Of course, I will lead them into the enemy position. This may happen. I've prepared something for them. I had not thought about the situation up to this point, but I hid that fact and launched the Terran armored personnel carriers. No matter if it is an Earth Dragon or a human, I will turn them all into minced meat no matter what kind of equipment they are equipped with. Whether it's to steal them or not, if it can be done, then do it. Is that essential? Yeah, right. The T-55 meth, right? Yeah, that's close. That's about right, though. Anyway, you, the muscle-brain tiger girl there, will you please stop calling my trump card as if it were a beetle?